This is You Don't Know Jack 2015. I'm your host, Cookie Masterson. And hey, wipe that smile off your face. This is serious. Okay, just kidding. There will be farts and stuff. Okay, nobody, you're somebody now. It's like toe jam, but smoother. And our wrong answer of the game is sponsored by
the San Francisco Otter Choir. Free concerts every Wednesday, except for mating season.
Find the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to get yourself some sweet prizes and bonus cash. Okay, let's not waste any more time.
Get ready, time for question 1.
First on the docket, Bootyful. Let's analyze one of Kim Kardashian's body parts. About what percentage of Kim Kardashian's brain is just made up of water? 10%, 40%, 80%, or 100%? Kim Kardashian's brain, and everybody else's brain for that matter, is made up of about 80% water. But that other 20% is just so round and firm, I can't stop thinking about it. This one's known as, his acting is alright. So, you know how they called Matthew McConaughey's resurgence as an actor his McConaissance? Well, if Matthew McConaughey is currently experiencing a McConaissance, then what period of his life just ended? The McCona Dark Ages, the McCona Industrial Age, the McCona Middle Ages, or the McCona Enlightenment Age? The Renaissance first occurred in Italy in the late 14th century, immediately following the Middle Ages. So the McConaissance would follow the McCona Middle Ages. Which is funny because most Renaissance sculptures also need to put on a damn shirt.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
I call this one brought to you by the letter Unibrow.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question.
And if you get this one right, I'll rustle up some extra moolah for you. Arrange these Sesame Street characters in order of fewest to most eyebrows. Bert, Ernie, the Count. Ernie, Bert, the Count. Bert, Ernie, the Count. The Count, Bert, Ernie, or Ernie, the Count, Bert. Ernie has no eyebrows at all, Bert has one long single eyebrow, and the Count has two eyebrows! That just earned you an extra $1,000. And yet, none of them have ever blinked. Next up, Duck Duck Swan. Say the cast of Duck Dynasty attends a performance of Swan Lake and thinks there are real waterfowl on stage. In their confusion, which character would they most likely shoot? Siegfried, Benno, Von Rothbart, or Odette? Odette is a princess who has been turned into a swan, so the Duck Dynasty crew would probably fill her full of lead. Especially if they find out she once fooled around with a lady swan in college. Bucker up for the man in the backwards yellow hat. And it's a dis or dat. I'm going to read off 7 things, and for each one you tell me if it's an alleged antic by pop star Justin Bieber or an antic by the classic children's book character Curious George. If it's Justin Bieber, press the left arrow. If it's Curious George, press the right arrow. We good? Here we go. Peed in a mop bucket. Broke his leg falling from a fire escape. Arrested for falsely reporting a fire. Egged a house. Got high on ether. Fed a bugle to an ostrich. Went to a Brazilian brothel. I always believed in you. I think we can all agree that it's time for that little bastard to get deported. And then it's your turn, Bieber. That about does it for round one. And you've got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Keep in mind, in round two, everything is worth twice as much. And keep in mind, our wrong answer to the game is still out there waiting to be picked. Okay, let's do this. Next, Dumber and Dumberer 2. So there's Dumb and Dumber, and then there was Dumb and Dumberer, and then Dumb and Dumber 2. Makes perfect sense. Now, going back a few decades, there was The Odd Couple and The Odd Couple 2. So, if another remake of The Odd Couple used the superlative adjective, it would be called The Blank Couple. Odd, Otter, Oddest, or Otterist. Here's what you meant to pick. Odd is the adjective, Otter is the comparative adjective, and Oddest is the superlative adjective. But of course, everyone who made the original Odd Couple movies is dead, which means it's the perfect time for Rob Schneider to swoop in and revitalize the franchise. No, but speaking of Otter, get it? You just won! The greatest hits of the San Francisco Otter Choir. Hailed as one of the top 3 Otter choirs in the world, the San Francisco Otter Choir will astound you with their covers of Little Red Corvette and The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Today's wrong answer of the game brings you an extra $8,000. Surprise.
Question 7. Get up and shake your funky bang.
Here's one for you. Let it go, let it go, let it go. At which temperature would Olaf from the movie Frozen melt and die? 30 degrees Kelvin, 30 degrees Fahrenheit, 30 degrees Celsius, or 30 degrees Rankine? He's a snowman. 30 degrees is below freezing in Fahrenheit and insanely below freezing in Kelvin and Rankine. But it's pretty balmy in Celsius, about the equivalent of 86 degrees Fahrenheit. And I know, blah blah blah, he can magically be saved, but I'm talking about what would happen in the real world to a talking snowman.
Follow me down to the sea.
May I introduce Kangaroo, Peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus?
Kangaroo, Peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus.
First spotted in 1879. Kangaroo, Peanuts, Albert Einstein, or Uranus? Albert Einstein was first spotted in 1879, the year he was born, probably by a midwife or something, over a century after Uranus was discovered and even longer after kangaroos and peanuts. I've heard baby Einstein cried a lot because he left behind some important equations on the uterine wall. And on its way, wine or lose. If the Washington Redskins rebranded themselves with a non-offensive red-skinned mascot, what could they be called? The Washington Chardonnays, the Washington Malbecs, the Washington Pinot Blancs, or the Washington Rieslings? Chardonnays, Pinot Blancs, and Rieslings are all white-skinned grapes, but the Malbec grape is red. Although to a connoisseur like myself, Malbec is very offensive. Oh yes, I do say that was quite a burn. Take a good look at I Want to Lick and Roll All Night. If Kiss singer Gene Simmons' tongue grew to the average length of an adult giraffe's, how deep into a woman's mouth could he stick it when he kissed her? About 5 inches deep, about 10 inches deep, about 20 inches deep, or about 30 inches deep? An adult giraffe's tongue is on average about 18 to 20 inches long, so that's about how deep into a woman's mouth a giraffe-tongued Gene Simmons could stick it. And if Gene Simmons' neck grew to the length of an adult giraffe's, he may not even need women anymore. Welcome to the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $2,000 if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose $2,000. And of course,
remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Your house is made of what? What materials are their houses made from? Good luck. That's all she wrote! The truth is, home is wherever you hang your hat. My hat is currently hanging in my old college roommate's guest cottage. Shh! He doesn't know I'm living there.
You don't know Jack!
I am Cookie Masterson, and I shaved my nipples for this, so let's hurry before it grows back. Like, we need to get moving now. Okay, nobody, you're somebody now. You know what you are. Now I'm calling you out on it. And our wrong answer of the game is brought to you by...
Flavored eye drops. Why let your mouth have all the fun? Flavored eye drops.
If you happen to find our sponsor's wrong answer of the game, you'll be rewarded with big prizes and cash. All right, here we go.
Get ready, time for question.
Okay, to get things started, Eat, Pray, Die. Which of these Julia Roberts characters would Jack the Ripper have been most likely to savagely murder? Erin Brockovich, Vivian Ward, Tess Ocean, or Liz Gilbert? Vivian Ward is the name of the prostitute Julia Roberts plays in Pretty Woman, and almost all of serial killer Jack the Ripper's alleged victims were female prostitutes, so he'd probably have just loved to murder her. I can see it now. He'd open the box with his knife in it, she'd reach in and he'd playfully shut it, snapping her fingers. She'd laugh, he'd laugh, then he'd kill her.
Oh, Mama, gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. Tell you so.
Take a good look at If I Only Had a Brain Trust. Suppose the Scarecrow from The Wizard of Oz faced off against the Wicked Witch of the West in a public debate. If he wanted to use a straw man argument against her, what might he do? Attack the Wicked Witch's character rather than the issues? Misrepresent the Wicked Witch's position on the issues? Prove the Wicked Witch wrong using statistical data? Or interrupt the Wicked Witch before she finishes her points? A straw man argument purposefully misrepresents an opponent's position in order to strike it down. Here's how I would debate the Wicked Witch. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the two candidates you see here tonight is a Wicked Witch. Thank you, I yield the rest of my time.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Why not try getting naughty? And this Disserdat leg's being tied up. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, you tell me if it's the name of a necktie knot or the name of a sex position recommended by Women's Health magazine. If it's a necktie knot, press the left arrow. If it's a sex position, press the right arrow. Cool, let's do it. The Half Windsor, the Valedictorian, the Prince Albert, the Trinity, the Caboose, the Chairman, the Four in Hand. Oh God, yes. My usual sex position is also the way I usually tie a tie, alone in front of a mirror. Here we have Shop Till Everyone Drops. Say at Christmas time, every single item at your local mall sells out. According to a popular grim fairy tale, which of these stores has the best chance to be magically stocked overnight by hardworking elves? Foot Locker, Radio Shack, Victoria's Secret, or LensCrafters? Now pay attention. In the grim fairy tale, The Elves and the Cobbler, a poor shoemaker is given some much-needed help by elves who appear in the middle of the night. And while the shoemaker made a nice profit, the elves were trampled to death on Black Friday. I think your vision's blurred. But clear your eyes tastefully with these flavored eye drops. All those in flavor, say aye. Today's wrong answer of the game earns you $4,000. Enjoy. It's time for Okia Dokia. If you're driving between company headquarters, which trip should be the shortest? IKEA to Kia, Kia to Nokia, Nokia to IKEA, or IKEA, Nokia, and Kia headquarters are exactly the same distance apart. Nokia is based in Finland, and IKEA is based right next door in Sweden. Kia is based in South Korea. Whether it's phones, furniture, or cars, if it's got Kia in the name, you know it's gonna be cheap. I mean inexpensive. Inexpensive! That's the end of round 1. And you've got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. Okay, here it comes. Open wide for Muscle Milk was a bad choice. Say the news team from the Anchorman films decides to run a relay race against a rival news team. If Ron Burgundy is his team's anchor, when will he run? Before Brick, Brian, and Champ? After Brick and Brian, but before Champ? Before Brian and Champ, but after Brick? Or after Brick, Brian, and Champ? In a relay race, the anchor, usually the fastest runner, goes last. And they would probably promote the race so incessantly that by the time it actually took place, you wouldn't be that interested in seeing it anymore.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
This one's called Guess Who's Dak? Dak again. You know, I'm not an optimist, but I have to say, I feel like things have been going pretty well with the game so far.
Son, Daddy forgot about me.
Oh no, my old ventriloquist puppet, Billy O'Brien.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
Billy, the whole creative team here decided to not include you in this game because you're too much of a troublemaker.
Troublemaker? Me? No, I just got back from traveling the world, studying all the profound teachings of titular world spiritual leaders. For instance, which titular religious group was founded by someone with the last name of Smith? Protestants, Episcopalians, Trustitarians, or Nornuns?
The Mormon religion was founded in the 1800s by Joseph Smith.
In America.
So, which was your favorite religion you studied?
Well, I particularly like the ones that treats about reincarnation. Someday, I hope to come back as a beautiful coffee table.
Follow me down to the sea.
How about Orcas 11? Say I wanted to go around freeing the killer whales from every SeaWorld location in the world. How many separate rescue missions would I need to go on? 3 rescue missions, 4 rescue missions, 5 rescue missions, or 6 rescue missions? There are 3 SeaWorlds, one in San Diego, one in San Antonio, and one in Orlando. So you would need to go on 3 separate rescue missions. Well, that sounds like a lot of traveling. Maybe I'll just pay that kid from Free Willy to do it. Something tells me he could use the cash. I call this one Kangaroo, Peanuts, Albert Einstein, or Uranus.
Kangaroo, peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus.
The name of Jeff Dunham's purple-skinned puppet. Kangaroo, Peanuts, Albert Einstein, or Uranus. His name is Peanut. I have to admit, people who talk through ventriloquist puppets kind of creep me out.
That you talk through me.
Quiet, Billy. Stop trying to get me to kill people.
Whoa, now you're creeping me out, man.
Try this on for size. The midnight run to the bathroom. According to Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, how would Paul Revere secretly signal to you that he has to pee in the sea? I have to do a number 1 in a 1. I have to do a number 1 in a 2. I have to do a number 1 in a 3. Or, I have to do a number 2 in a 1. According to Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's poem, Paul Revere's Ride, Paul's signal for the British was 1 if by land, 2 if by sea. And as we all know, a number 1 is a P. And Americans would have known about the British sooner if he hadn't stopped for a number 4. You don't even want to know what that is. Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. $2,000 if you're right, but you lose $2,000 if you're wrong. And most importantly,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. This plus this equals that. What new thing do these combine to make? Good luck. she wrote! It's important what you add together. For example, I crossed a Wolverine with a baboon and wound up with what I'm calling a Wolveroon. Don't worry, I brought a strong lock for the cage. I have it right here in my hand. He's licking my feet. Stop it!
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie Masterson, and whenever I see an attractive woman, I make this sound. Sure, I'll pick a name for you. People always call me a real fun guy, so now we're both fun guys. And today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by...
Slightly used balloons. The more these balloons deflate, the more your wallet inflates.
Find the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to get yourself some sweet prizes and bonus cash. All right, here we go.
Get ready, time for question. One.
First on the docket, Mexican-do attitude. What dish could Porky Pig order at a Mexican restaurant without committing cannibalism? Al pastor, chorizo, ceviche, or lomo adobada? Ceviche is fish. Great idea. Give spicy Mexican food to someone who doesn't wear pants.
Oh, Mama, gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. Say it so.
Next, Mart TV, and it's a this or that. I'm going to read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a sales department on Walmart.com, an MTV show, or both. If it's a Walmart department, press the left arrow. If it's on MTV, press the right arrow. If it's both, press the down arrow. Okay, let's move. Bags, cribs, mugs, skins, juniors, juvies, tools. That should give you a big smiley face. Walmart doesn't have a jackass department, though, officially.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Here's one I like to call, just want to check in. Hey, how do you feel? With the pharynx, with the thoracic cavity, with the pulmonary veins, or with the thalamus? Located just above the brainstem, the thalamus acts as the relay station sending information like pain to the brain. That's fine, don't ask me how I'm feeling. I asked you how you feel, but whatever. Sure, it's also with my thalamus, but it's just common decency to reciprocate. Next up, for whom the dinner bell tolls. Ooh, it's almost time for my dinner. Better have this fortune cookie first, as prescribed by my doctor.
Cookie fortune with cookie fortune cookie necessary.
Not bad. Let's see what my fortune says. Laughter is the best medicine. If that's true, which character from the nursery rhyme Hey Diddle Diddle is the healthiest? The cat, the little dog, the cow, or the spoon? In the Mother Goose nursery rhyme, Hey Diddle Diddle, the cat and the fiddle, the little dog is the one that laughs at all the crazy stuff going on. This was pre-YouTube, you understand, so if somebody told you a dog laughed, you just had to take them at their word. And now, I've had intimate thoughts about Adam. Which of these people is B.I. curious? Someone interested in sexually experimenting with barium? Someone looking to explore with bromine? Someone flirting with beryllium? Or someone fantasizing about bismuth? The chemical symbol for bismuth is Bi. But as a society, we shouldn't put labels on things like this, except chemicals. You should label chemicals so you don't blow yourself up. Unless that's what you're into. Look, I don't know, man. That's all we got for round 1. And you should be very proud of that score, because I'm not. Keep in mind, in round 2, everything is worth twice as much. And remember, our wrong answer to the game is still out there waiting to be picked. Let's move on, shall we? Here's a good one. Spit up or shut up. If Lady Gaga changed her name to the most common first word spoken by babies, what would she be called? Lady No, Lady Dada, Lady Cat, or Lady Mama? According to a poll performed by YouGov, Dada or Daddy was by far the most popular first word spoken by babies, beating out Mama or Mommy by a considerable margin. Lady Dada is a good name, right? Please just say yes, because that's the name of the screenplay I wrote for Adam Sandler.
Question 7. Yeah, better shake your monkey bang.
Here's one for you. Childhood murmuries. It looks like we have a sort of treat today. My good acquaintance, old man, somehow found his way into the studio again. How's it going, old man?
Terrible, Mr. Shapiro.
Yeah, it's Mr. Masterson, actually.
Since when?
Since birth.
I know we're on Earth. Anywho, I need your help remembering something.
What's that thing? Who's that fella? Where's that scoodly-up-doodly-doo? It's Foggy Facts with Old Man.
Scoodly-up-doo, I forget.
So, what is it you're trying to remember, old man?
Well, it's something I used to do when I was just a lad.
Not sure the history books go back that far, but I'll see if I can help. Why don't you describe it to me?
Sure thing, Nate. It's a game. British kids like to play it, I think. You get 3 strikes per turn, and seeds are involved somehow. What is that game?
Would it be, Conkers, Queenie, Marbles, or 5 Stones? You thinking of Conkers, old man?
Hey, Conkers, yeah! It's an old British kids game I used to play. Each player has one of these seeds called a conker, and they take turns whacking at them. 3 whacks per turn. Why is that fun?
It's hard to imagine you as a little kid, old man.
Well, I look pretty much the same, minus the liver spots. Didn't start growing those till my early 20s.
Mm-hmm. And when did you start smelling like liver?
That depends. When was liver invented?
Follow me down to the sea.
Pucker up for. All rise for the Honorable Dinwoody Fudnuddler. If trees brought a class action lawsuit against lumberjacks, which Dr. Seuss character would they most likely hire as their legal counsel? The Cat in the Hat, the Grinch, Pop, or the Lorax? It was begging to be picked. The Lorax speaks for the trees, and in a lawsuit, the legal counsel speaks for its client, in this case, the trees. It makes sense the Lorax would be a lawyer. He always sues. You hopped on the wrong answer. But also just drifted into winning an assortment of half-deflated balloons from Slightly Used Balloons. Slightly used balloons. When the party's over, the savings begin. This wrong answer of the game nets you a handsome $8,000. Yeah, you're welcome. This one's called There's a Question in My Pants and You're All Invited.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question.
Okay, as usual, if you get this correct, there's a little extra in it for you. Speaking of extra, put these underwear styles in order from least butt cheek revealing to most butt cheek revealing. Thong, bikini, tonga. Bikini, tonga, thong, bikini, thong, bikini, tonga, or tonga, bikini, thong. Bikini-style underwear cover the butt cheeks more than Tonga-style, and Tonga-style cover more than thong, which leave your butt cheeks pretty much all out there. You just picked up an extra $1,000 for that. But really, any style that doesn't expose my vestigial tail works fine for me. And on its way, Feeling Fines. I love that actor from Schindler's List and The English Patient. You know, the one who plays Voldemort? But I'm never certain if I'm pronouncing his name correctly. What's the proper way to say that Mr. Fines has to throw up? Ralph has to Ralph, Reef has to Ralph, Rolf has to Ralph, or Rafe has to Ralph? Yep, Rafe Fiennes' first name is spelled like Ralph, but pronounced Rafe. And his brother Joseph Fiennes is pronounced Joseph, but it's spelled Lessfamous. It's a weird British thing. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 big ones if you're right, 2,000 gone if you're wrong, and of course,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. I love you like a legal guardian. I hope you know who adopted or just took care of who. That's the game! I actually adopted a child recently. Thank you. I'd have him introduce himself, but I sent him out to get coffee. It's taking him a long time, even for a 2-year-old.
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie Masterson, and anybody know how long you have to cook a Chupacabra? Okay, nobody, you're somebody now. Hey, don't worry, anyone can win a surprise makeover. It might be you someday, Dumpy. And today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
Teen Sasquatch, a new drama on the Angst network. He's mysterious, he's elusive, and he drives the girls wild. Like him. Mondays at 8.
If you happen to find our sponsor's wrong answer of the game, you'll be rewarded with big prizes and cash. Okay, it's time.
Get ready, time for question.
First on the docket, not so smart Alec. What is Alec Baldwin most likely to scream at a dude with a camera who works as part of the paparazzi? F*** you, you f***ing paparazza! I'll f*** you in the ass, evil paparazzo! Get f***ed with the paparazzi! Or, I'll break your f***ing camera with my paparazzas! The singular term for paparazzi is paparazzo. And as a rule, paparazzi are borderline vile, but you still shouldn't f*** them in the f***ing... That's just sinking to their level. This one's called Drake a Leg. Ah, oh my god, for a second there I thought I saw my ventriloquist dummy Billy O'Brien again. I've been having visions of him just showing up at the most
inopportune times.
Ah!
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
It really is you.
It's always me, you dunny.
I was hoping you were just a mirage.
And the rise that we're not in a desert. Oh, speaking of which, where would you be if you saw me as a mirage in the Gobi Desert? Pakistan, Mongolia, Peru, or Mexico?
Yes, the Gobi Desert is in China and Mongolia. Just don't sneak up on me anymore, Billy.
Okay, no trottling. Someday I'm gonna murder you.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Nothing, I didn't say anything.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Let's try shacking up. Where should a large shacko be worn on Shaq O'Neal? His extra large ears, his big feet, his large head, or his massive hands? Ready for this? Shackos are a military-style hat with a large feather in the front, often worn by marching band leaders. It would be the most ridiculous thing he's worn since Kazam. Do you believe in big feet? Well, you should, because you just won an autographed poster of Ketor, the sexy Sasquatch star of Teen Sasquatch on the Angst network. If you think Bigfoot was sexy before, you ain't seen nothing yeti. This wrong answer of the game got you $4,000. Nice job. Here's one I like to call Russian Ladies Looking for Young Men. And stop the train, it's a dis or dat. I am going to list off 7 things, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's something that happens to Anna Karenina in Tolstoy's classic novel Anna Karenina, or a Justin Timberlake song. If it's Anna Karenina, press the left arrow. If it's Justin Timberlake, press the right arrow. Okay, we're off. Adultery. Childbirth. Murder. Amnesia. Suicide. Future sex. Nothing else. I think sexy just got brought back again. I keep meaning to reread Anna Karenina, but I've been waiting for a time when I really want to fall into a deep, deep depression.
5 fingers.
May I introduce Woody or wouldn't he? What would it mean if Woody Allen were an alleged pedorthist? He's been accused of touching shoes, he's been accused of touching grapes, he's been accused of touching bugs, or he's been accused of touching feces. A pedorthist is a doctor or healthcare professional who focuses on feet, especially shoes and inserts that can help with pain relief. And look, I'm not saying he's a shoe doctor, and I'm not saying he's not a shoe doctor, but the one thing we can all agree on is that The Curse of the Jade Scorpion was a terrible movie. That'll wrap up round 1. And surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. Okay, we're bringing it on. I call this one Pup All Night. Considering their lifespans, which dog from the first Puppy-Bowl would be the least likely to be alive to watch Puppy-Bowl 11? That adorable poodle puppy, that adorable Great Dane puppy, that adorable Dachshund puppy, or that adorable pug puppy? As a general rule, the bigger the dog, the shorter the lifespan. So the Great Dane with a life expectancy of about 7 years is, probably not going to make it. Oh, we're going to get some angry posts on our Facebook page about this question, I can tell. But it's not my fault we live in a world where horrible things happen.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Next. Beautiful millionaires are just so relatable. Say the incredibly down-to-earth Jennifer Lawrence decides to go skydiving. If on her way down to Earth she reaches terminal velocity, what down-to-earth thing might you hear her say? Wowzer, I could not be going down to Earth any faster. Aw man, I'm going down to Earth slower every second. Lol, I broke the sound barrier on my way down to Earth. Or, cool beans, I'm actually now going away from Earth. A falling object or adorable movie star that has reached its terminal velocity will not speed up anymore on its descent before hitting the ground. It's falling as fast as it can. But even if she fell to her death, I bet Jennifer Lawrence would leave the most adorable crater.
Follow me down to the sea.
Here we have Kangaroo, Peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus.
Kangaroo, Peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus.
Closely associated with Miranda and Ariel. Kangaroo, Peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus. Miranda and Ariel are two of the larger moons of Uranus. And you can't have moons without Uranus. Hey, we were supposed to have a tuba there to accentuate the butt joke. Where's the tuba guy?
He was in a car accident on the way over, Cookie. He's dead.
Hey, trombone guy made it! Why not try? Ay caramba! I'm a cold-blooded killer! Say Bart Simpson decides to start going around attacking authority figures with his slingshot. If it turns out like the story of David and Goliath, what might happen? Principal Skinner will die after getting shot in the forehead. Chief Wiggum will die after getting shot in the gut. Mayor Quimby will die after getting shot in the heart. Or Homer Simpson will run away after getting shot in the groin. David slays Goliath after slinging a stone into the middle of the giant's forehead. So that's how Principal Skinner might meet his untimely demise as well. But it really wouldn't be that much of a loss. Springfield is literally crawling with people who sound exactly like him. Here's one for you. I'm gonna need 2 oceans of calamine lotion stat. If the 80s hairband Poison were like poison ivy, what part of them would give people a rash? The fumes from their hairspray, the oil in their makeup, the silk on their rockin' clothes, or the ink in their tattoos? Coming in contact with the oil on a poison ivy plant is what causes the skin to break out in a rash. So if the band Poison were similar, it would probably be best not to touch their oily makeup. In fact, it's probably best not to touch any part of the band Poison. You have no idea where they've been for the past 25 years. Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. $2,000 if you're right, but you lose $2,000 if you're wrong. And one more thing.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Climb time. What did these guys climb? Good luck. That's the game! This jack attack has inspired me to climb, so I did, on top of a human pyramid of interns.
My elbows are giving out.
First person to fold doesn't get college credit.
You don't know shit.
Welcome to the game. I'm your host, Cookie Masterson, and I hate to toot my own horn, but... Oops, sorry, that wasn't mine. There we go, that one's mine. Alright then, I'll just call you... People always call me a real fun guy, so now we're both fun guys. And our wrong answer of the game is brought to you by...
Kale Mart. If you find a single thing in our store that is not associated with kale, it's free. Kale Mart. We don't even know what kale is, and we don't care.
Find the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to get yourself some sweet prizes and bonus cash. So let's make this happen.
Get ready, time for question.
First on the docket, mail enhancement. Just taking a moment to open my mail. Something I like to do every couple of years. Probably should have paid that. An old Christmas card. Well, let's see what it says inside. Well, it's been a big year for the whole family. Junior learned to drive, Mom changed jobs, and Dad started a drug empire cooking and selling high-quality methamphetamine. What TV family is this Christmas card from? The Greens, the Browns, the Blacks, or the Whites? I so wanted you to pick this one. Why, yes, this card is from Walter and Skylar White and their son Walt Jr. from the show Breaking Bad. And I'd read you the rest of the letter, but it's full of spoilers. Well, looks like you're not getting the green this time. But you'll have plenty of green soon with this brand new Kale coffee maker from Kale Mart. Enjoy a piping hot cup of kale in the morning, because apparently now kale is a thing that everybody's talking about and eating, and you can't escape it, so you might as well just put it in your f***ing coffee. Today's wrong answer of the game is worth a tidy $4,000. There you go. Coming up, positive feedback. What might you hear from a kingfisher that's fishing for compliments? So, did anybody notice I just got my scales waxed? So, did you guys see I'm wearing my fur differently? So, how does everyone like my new gill tattoo? Or, isn't anybody gonna mention my new feather dew? A kingfisher is a type of bird. You know, those things with feathers. Wow, talk about a needy, insecure bird. Oh my god, it's been 15 minutes. Somebody tell me I'm handsome. Interns, somebody tell me I'm handsome.
You're handsome, sir. So handsome, Mr. Masterson.
Ah, let's never cut it that close again.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
I call this one Lucy in the Sky with Rubles. And oh yes, it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 quotes totally out of context. For each one, I want you to tell me if it's something said by legendary pop star Elton John, or something said by Russian Prime Minister Vladimir Putin. If it was said by Elton John, press the left arrow. If it was said by Vladimir Putin, press the right arrow. Cool, let's do it. I do like Britney Spears. I think she's cute. I go to the gym. I swim daily. I myself know some people who are gay. I think happiness is love. I collect emotions. In America, I'd definitely be a Democrat. I'm 5'8". I hate being short. Your answers bring honor and glory to our country. Look, there's a lot of political turmoil in the world. We must trust Elton John's song, The Circle of Life. It's a simple philosophy that says this: no matter what happens, we can rest assured that one day, Vladimir Putin will be eaten by a lion. And now, I hunger for love. If each member of the Hunger Games love triangle brought something different to the relationship, which of these arrangements would actually result in Katniss catching fire? Katniss brings air, Peeta brings friction, and Gale brings time. Katniss brings friction, Peeta brings fuel, and Gale brings inert gas. Katniss brings heat, Peeta brings time, and Gale brings oxygen. Or Katniss brings heat, Peeta brings fuel, and Gale brings oxygen. The so-called fire triangle outlines what is needed to start and maintain fire, which is heat, fuel, and oxygen. Remove one, no fire. But I'm sure you could get rid of Peeta and it would still be hot. Take a good look at one show down, 14,312 to go.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question.
And I'll throw some extra roses at you for a right answer. Put these Broadway musicals in order of longest to shortest original runs. Grease, Rent, Spamalot. Rent, Grease, Spamalot, Spamalot, Rent, Grease, Rent, Spamalot, Grease, or Grease, Rent, Spamalot. Opening in 1996, Rent ran for 12 years, Grease opened in 1972 and ran for 8 years, and Spamalot opened in 2005 and had a 5-year run. That earned you an extra grand. Of course, none of these tops the musical Cats, which ran for 233 straight years. Hard to believe, but true. Good for them. That's the end of a thrilling first round. And you've got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. Alright, let's get back to it. Bucker up for Chucky Balls. I just love Chuck E. Cheese. Especially those big ball pits with all the colorful balls that kids jump around in. So tell me this. Imagine, just hypothetically, that each color ball in a Chuck E. Cheese ball pit were a different virus. When you dive in, which ball could you definitely not come into contact with? A ball that causes polio, a ball that causes herpes, a ball that causes rabies, or a ball that causes plague? Herpes, polio, and rabies are all caused by a virus. Plague is caused by a bacteria, so none of those virus balls could give you plague. Plague is spread by rodents, but luckily not singing animatronic rodents like the ones you find at Chuck E. Cheese. Hey, anyone want to go to Chuck E. Cheese after the game?
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Say hello to Leafy Laughter. Imagine an episode of Between Two Ferns with Zach Galifianakis being filmed with a set of 2 new freshly sprouted ferns. Based on the name for fern sprouts, what might be a better name for that episode? Between 2 saplings with Zach Galifianakis, Between 2 pup shoots with Zach Galifianakis, Between 2 fronds with Zach Galifianakis, or Between 2 fiddleheads with Zach Galifianakis? A fern sprout is called a fiddlehead based on its shape, which resembles the top of, you guessed it, a fiddlehead. And like Zach Galifianakis, they take about 40 years to fully blossom.
Follow me down to the sea.
Let's try escargot for Margot. Okay guys, I've got a theory and I think it's pretty solid. Follow me on this. The movie Key Largo came out in 1948, and the next major Argo movie was Fargo. So there may have been a secret Argo embargo. Ergo, how long was the next Argo embargo between Fargo and Argo? 7 years, 12 years, 17 years, or 22 years? Fargo came out in 1996 and Argo in 2013. Ergo, a 17-year Argo movie embargo. And you know what never went out of style that entire time? Cargo pants. Why not try to be or not to be Arthur?
Hi, this is Corky. And how about them Golden Girls, huh?
Old man, what the hell are you doing? Get away from the microphone.
But I need to ask a question.
Give me, damn it, give me that.
No, I
Listen
got
to me,
the
you
micro-
stupid old, give it to me.
Ow.
What's that thing? Who's that fella? Where's that Sculpt-By-Numbers? It's Foggy Facts with Old Man.
Sculpt-By-Numbers, I forget.
All right. Just one question, and then you are out of here.
Okay, 2 questions, great.
One question.
All right, don't get your panties in a... whatever. I'm just trying to remember this one thing. I'm trying to think of this lovely singing gentleman. He was friends with those Muppet puppets, and he lived in Colorado. He talked to God in all those movies, and then he died in a plane crash. And now he's probably talking to the real God. Who the heck was that guy?
Okay, was it Engelbert Humperdinck, Jim Croce, Harry Belafonte, or John Denver? Yes, old man, it's country folk singer-songwriter John Denver. You're talking about John Denver.
I'm not talking about him, you are.
Why were you trying to remember John Denver, old man?
I wasn't.
What are you talking about? You just commandeered this game to ask a question about him.
Who?
John Denver.
Never heard of him. Toodaloo, boy.
Ah! It's time for Menage a Treat. Who would not be invited to a Neapolitan threesome? Vanilla Ice, Strawberry Shortcake, the band Sexual Chocolate, or Liz Lemon? Neapolitan ice cream consists of strawberry, chocolate, and vanilla, but not lemon. So Liz Lemon would not be invited. Remember, approaching a threesome is just like eating ice cream. If you go at it too quickly, you might damage the roof of your mouth. Welcome to the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 big ones if you're right, but you lose 2,000 if you're wrong. And don't ever forget,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Watch this Peter P. Who's the Peter P? Good luck. That's all she wrote! Wow, I haven't seen that many Peter since... What? No. You know what? I'm not reading the rest of this joke.
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie Masterson, and not to brag, but the cashier at Trader Joe's complimented me on my choices today. Well, even if you don't care, I do. I do. People always call me a real fun guy, so now we're both fun guys. And our wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
The Anti-Pedestrian Council. Hey, I'm trying to drive here, is our motto.
If you happen to find our sponsor's wrong answer of the game, you'll be rewarded with big prizes and cash. Okay, let's not waste any more time.
Get ready, time for question.
Let's begin with, she mused me. If Taylor Swift broke up with every male currently in the world, about how many songs would she be inspired to write? 1.2 billion songs, 2.3 billion songs, 3.6 billion songs, or 7.4 billion songs? The world population is floating around 7.1 billion, of which 3.6 billion are males. That only gives her a few microseconds for each relationship, but that should be more than enough. Try this on for size. This question got stuck in my teeth. Who's hungry?
Cookie fortune with cookie fortune, cookie master.
Okay. This one's a bit violent. Don't shoot until you see the whites of their eyes. Okay, so I won't shoot anybody until I see their pupils, their irises, their retinas, or their scleras. Right, the white of your eye is called the sclera. But don't look too long at the enemy's eyes, or you might just fall in love.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
It's time for Cookie Masterson, the vocab guy. If Bill Nye the Science Guy learned nigh everything there was to know about science, what would be true of him? He would know nearly everything about science, he would know very little about science, he would know exactly everything about science, or he would know nothing about science. Nigh means near or nearly. The reason why Bill Nye doesn't know everything about science is because he refuses to accept the Cookie Masterson unifying theory of quantum mechanics as the scientific fact that it is. But I guess people fear what they don't understand. Next up, your mother smells like the jungle. What are you most likely to see Tarzan scrambling to buy at the last second on Mother's Day? A banana bouquet for Coco, banana candies for Kala, banana perfume for Chim Chim, or a calendar of banana pictures for Abu? Kala is the female ape who raised Tarzan in the jungle. His dad wasn't around much. He was too busy sitting around patting his chest with the backside of his hand every couple of minutes. Up next, Obesity the Game, and it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 acronyms, and for each one, tell me if it's a type of healthcare plan or a type of video game. If it's a healthcare plan, press the left arrow. If it's a type of video game, press the right arrow. Okay, let's move. HMO, MMO, PPO, POS, FPS, RTS, MOO, MOO, yeah. I can't afford to see a doctor, so I've just started asking the 12-year-olds I play Call of Duty against online for medical advice. They said I should go f*** myself. They also called me an asshole, but my rash cleared up. Let's say so long to round 1, and you've got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. And hint, hint, the wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting for you. Let's keep going. May I introduce Pussycat Control? Oh my god, my cat's Oopsie and mayonnaise are driving me crazy. And what do I get from them? Nothing! If my cats were like the cat in the fairy tale Puss in Boots, what would they do for me? Grant me 3 wishes, help me kill a witch, impress my boss and get me a promotion, or help me break an ancient curse? In Puss in Boots, Puss makes his master look good in front of the king, which results in him marrying the king's daughter, becoming royalty. Why don't you 2 idiots ever do anything like that for me? I haven't had a promotion in years. I have not been stealing office supplies. Those are complimentary, damn it.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Let's try. That evidence was planters. If Mr. Peanut wanted to make some marzipan, which of his other nut friends could he grind up to produce the central ingredient? Mr. Hazelnut, Mrs. Almond, Miss Cashew, or Senor Brazil Nut? Marzipan is a confection made from sugar, eggs, and ground-up Mrs. Almonds. Regular almonds work too. But Mr. Peanut would be found not guilty because he's a total See, you thought I was gonna say nut, didn't you? No, it's nice guy. He's a really nice guy. No one would believe the murder thing.
Follow me down to the sea.
I call this one Where the Buffalo Foam. You know, I'm having a pretty good day, which means...
Hello, Danny.
Yep, there he is.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
Billy, why are you foaming at the mouth?
I've got rabies and I've come to bite you.
What? Stay away from me! Did you get bitten by a rabid animal?
Nady, which of these animal dites could not give me rabies? A beaver dite, a non-goose dite, a king cobra dite, or a badger dite?
Rabies only affects warm-blooded animals, not reptiles. Besides, you can't get diseases like this, Billy. You're made of wood.
Really? Then how did I get syphilis?
That's a good point. This one's called Yoko Has No Remorse. What Beatles album am I describing? Let It Be, Yellow Submarine, Abbey Road, or Help? Let me show you something. ... dash 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 ... in Morse code is SOS, the International Distress Call. Of course, if the Beatles ever got stranded, they'd need help from somebody, but not just from anybody, picky bastards. You mean the album with the Beatles on the crosswalk? No. But you can gently bump crosswalkers out of your way with a memory foam car bumper from the Anti-Pedestrian Council. The Anti-Pedestrian Council. Because walkers. Am I right? This wrong answer of the game nets you a handsome $8,000. Yeah, you're welcome. Here's a good one. F this. How would you read comedian Will Forte's name if it were accompanied by the musical notation Forte? Will Forte! Will Forte! Will Forte! Or Will Forte! In music, Forte means played loudly. Unlike Will Forte's quiet and nuanced performance in his Oscar-nominated film MacGruber. Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 big ones if you're right, 2,000 gone if you're wrong. And most importantly,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. The Prodigy's son returns. They were prodigies in what area? Good luck. That's all she wrote! Probably don't know this, but I was something of a nose flute prodigy growing up. Listen to this. I mastered that when I was just 5 years old. Hard to believe.
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie Masterson, and I'm a people person. It's true, I'm actually made of millions of tiny little people. Quiet down in there! Have it your way. After my two favorite things, pants and anteaters. And today's wrong answer of the game is being brought to you by
Hoarder Helpers. Are you a hoarder? We're here to help you hoard more stuff. Absolutely no psychiatrist on staff.
Sniff out our sponsor's wrong answer of the game and you'll end up with a great prize and serious cash. Okay, no turning back.
Get ready, time for question.
Okay, to get things started, London britches falling down. In the nursery rhyme, Wee Willie Winky, what's covering up Wee Willie Winky's Wee Willie? The nightgown he's wearing, the wolf suit he's wearing, the wooden shoe he's sailing in, or nothing, he's completely nude. The first line of the nursery rhyme goes, Wee Willie Winky runs through the town, upstairs and downstairs in his nightgown. He's wearing a nightgown. Presumably that's what's covering up his Wee Willie. Look, some nursery rhyme guys are showers, and some nursery rhyme guys are growers.
Oh, Mama, gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. Tell you so.
How about zombies never get old? What might you see in a television show called The Balking Dead? An army of zombies walking backwards, a horde of zombies walking in circles, a swarm of zombies walking on tiptoe, or a legion of zombies refusing to walk at all? Oh, honestly. If the dead are balking, that means they've stopped short or are refusing to move forward for some reason. Kind of like the plot of Walking Dead Season 2. Wow, this is a real horde of circular logic. Which is great because that means you just won this expandable hoarder house from Hoarder Helpers. Because one man's trash is another man's trash that he can store in his expandable hoarder house. Today's wrong answer of the game earns you $4,000. Enjoy.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Let's try. I'll preheat my oven to 450 degrees when I'm dead. And we're cooking up a this or that. I'm going to read off 7 items, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's a type of burial plot available in a cemetery, or if it's a type of tombstone frozen pizza. If it's a type of burial plot, press the left arrow. If it's a type of tombstone pizza, press the right arrow. Cool, let's do it. Single. Companion. Family. Double top. Half and half. Original. Brick oven style. That performance will rest in awesomeness. When I die, I want to be cremated, but not just in any oven, in a pizzazz pizza oven. That way every part of me is cooked evenly. And on its way, Zach and Miri make a board game. What do Seth Rogen and the game Trivial Pursuit have in common? They were both created in the 70s, they were both created by a Jewish woman, they were both created in Canada, or they were both created by accident. Seth Rogen was born in Vancouver, Canada, and Trivial Pursuit was created in Montreal, Canada. And another thing Seth Rogen and Trivial Pursuit have in common... no, that's about it. Take a stab at Kangaroo, Peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus.
Kangaroo, Peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus.
Steven Spielberg modeled 1/3 of E.T. after this subject. Kangaroo, Peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus. E.T. was an amalgamation of Ernest Hemingway, Carl Sandburg, and Albert Einstein. Yeah, he definitely has Einstein's neck. Let's say so long to round one. And you're sitting pretty for someone so ugly. Don't forget, all the questions in round two are worth double. Okay, how about it? Here's a good one. I've been framed. So, I've been looking at this print of the Mona Lisa a lot lately, and people always talk about her little half smile, but I've become obsessed with something else. What the hell is the Mona Lisa looking at? Something to her right, something to her left, something straight ahead, or something behind her? The Mona Lisa is looking over to her left. Which is weird because there's nothing over there but my Far Side calendar. Nobody's found that interesting in years.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
May I introduce what's black and black and black all over? If during a battle of wits with the Riddler, Batman were unable to solve the riddle of the Sphinx, what might the Riddler say to mock him? Looks like you're not as smart as Oedipus, Bat Breath. You're certainly no Anubis, Bat Brain. You're dumber than Socrates, Bat Bungler. Or even King Arthur figured that one out, Bat Boob. In the Greek play Oedipus the King, Oedipus is the only one capable of answering a devious riddle posed by a murderous sphinx. You know the Riddler has lost his touch when he starts asking riddles anyone could just look up on Wikipedia.
Follow me down to the sea.
Try this on for size. Get your mind out of the gutter ball.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question.
And if you knock down a right answer here, I'll roll some extra cash your way. Put these bowling pin arrangements in order of most to fewest pins left standing. 7-10 split, dinner bucket, Christmas tree. Dinner bucket, Christmas tree, 7-10 split, Christmas tree, 7-10 split, dinner bucket, Christmas tree, dinner bucket, 7-10 split, or dinner bucket, 7-10 split, Christmas tree. A dinner bucket is when there are 4 pins left standing, the 2, 4, 5, and 8 pins. A Christmas tree is 3 pins left standing, either the 2, 7, and 10, or the 3, 7, and 10. And in a 7-10 split, there are, of course, 2 pins left standing, the 7 and 10 pins. You just picked up an extra $1,000 for that. All those numbers hurt my brain. That's why I usually let the bowling computer do it for me. I also let the bowling computer do my taxes. Coming up next, All Men Must Die, somewhere around episode 9. If the leading cause of death in the Game of Thrones universe were the same as the leading cause of death in the modern world, what spoilerish comment would you most likely read on the internet? Hey, did you know Arya dies of malaria? Jon Snow gets killed in a car crash. For reals. Yeah, Daenerys basically just has a stroke and dies. Or, guess what? Tyrion ends up dying of heart disease. Killing 7 million people a year, heart disease is the leading cause of death worldwide. Of course, as we know, the actual leading cause of death in Game of Thrones is struggling to be a 20-something in New York. Oh, wait, that's girls. I always get HBO shows mixed up. Here's one for you. Melts in your pretty mouth. Based on the gender roles assigned by the Mars Company, which M&M's character could give birth to an M&M's Mini? Red, yellow, blue, or green? For whatever reason, red, yellow, orange, and blue M&M's are male, and brown and green are female. It's the female ones that have nuts that confuse me. You do not want to be in the hospital room when an M&M gives birth. Sure, they melt in your mouth, not in your hands, but I'm telling you, those mini M&Ms are pretty melty when they come out of the birth canal. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $2,000 if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose $2,000. And one more thing.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Getting the beast of me. What animal are you surrounded by? Good luck. People who surround themselves with animals are really just lonely. Sure, I myself own 2 cats, but whenever I see a guy with 3 cats, I think, oh man, that guy must not have a friend in the world. What a total loser.
You don't know Jack!
I am Cookie Masterson, and only you can prevent forest fires. Seriously, it has to be you. I'm sure as hell not gonna do it. Okay, nobody, you're somebody now. You're the second most chachi-looking person I've ever seen. And your wrong answer of the game is being sponsored by
The Vegan Cannibal Supply Company. Flesh-free foods for the conscientious cannibal.
Pick the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to win a fabulous prize and big cash. Hang on tight, we're in for a ride.
Get ready, time for question. 1.
Okay, to get things started, let's all welcome Paul Rudd. You guys are in for a treat, because this episode is a very special one. Perhaps the best one we'll ever do, honestly. We have a special guest, one of the biggest stars of movies today, and just one of my personal all-time favorites. I love this guy. I love him, okay? What can I tell you? All right. The one and only Mr. Paul Rudd. Paul Rudd! Is Paul Rudd here yet, Bob?
No, not here yet, Cookie.
Okay. I'm sure he'll be here any minute. In the meantime, we can get started. Let's say Paul Rudd makes a romantic comedy about Alexander the Great as he faces his own mortality. If the movie takes place the year Alexander the Great died, what should it be called? This is 19, this is 32, this is 40, or this is 63. Alexander the Great notoriously died young at the age of 32 of unknown causes, but some accounts claim he was poisoned. But you know, I would never poison you, Paul, because... Oh yeah, he's not here, still. That joke doesn't really work without him. I'm sure he'll be here soon. We should keep going. He'd want us to keep going.
Oh, Mama, gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. Say it so.
Here's one I like to call Paul My Finger. Just keep it together, Cookie. He'll be here. Okay. If Paul Rudd were a tamarin, what would he be? Kind of seems like we just smushed Paul Rudd's name into that one, but anyway. A bird named Paul Rudd, a monkey named Paul Rudd, a musical instrument named Paul Rudd, or a citrus fruit named Paul Rudd. A tamarin is a type of monkey. And that has nothing to do with Paul Rudd. Guys, don't embarrass me in front of Paul Rudd. Kinda glad he's not here yet. Bob, is he here yet?
No.
Damn it!
Dance with me, Disco 3.
May I introduce Adrift without a rudder? Oh, that's my secretary. Paul's probably here. This is Cookie.
Mr. Masterson, there's a Paul Rudd at the front desk to see you.
Perfect. Just send him back. Yes! Ladies and gentlemen, coming down the hallway as I speak is the one and only Mr. Paul Rudd.
Hello, Danny.
You motherfucker!
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
Billy, get out of here! Paul Rudd is supposed to be here any minute.
It was a joke, Dunny. Take a chill pill.
Damn it, Billy! Oh, God, what if Paul Rudd doesn't show up? Oh, this cannot be happening. Man, I'm sweating. Why is it so hot in here?
I told you, take a chill pill. Let's say you're running a fever. Since it would help bring down your temperature, which of these pills could be called a chill pill? Cannabis, benzoyl peroxide, methadone, or ibuprofen? Ibuprofen is an anti-diuretic, meaning it brings down a fever. Oh, maybe that's Tall Rod.
Yes?
Mr. Masterson, I have a, what was your name again, sir?
Well, the dummy said to say Phil. Or was it Pablo? It's Pablo, Corky.
How about Let There Be Rudd? Okay, look, I'm sure Paul will be here any minute, so I'll just ask one more question to kill a little time to give him a chance to park or pick up a damn phone. If Paul Rudd's real first name were like Paul the Apostle's original first name, what would he be called? Raoul Rudd, Saul Rudd, Gall Rudd, or Simon Rudd? Paul the Apostle was originally named Saul. He changed it because his publisher thought Saul sounded, and I quote, too Jewish.
5 fingers!
I call this one, Where the Hell Are You Already? And this dis or dat needs to think about other people's feelings. Okay, I'm swapping out the Paul Rudd-themed dis or dat for a more appropriate one. I'm going to read off 7 names, and for each one, you tell me if the person eventually showed up or didn't show up at all. If they showed up, press the left arrow. If they never showed, press the right arrow. Okay, we're off. Godot, Guffman, Satan's Baby and Rosemary's Baby, Ms. Havisham's Groom, Lord and Lady Ferncliff, The Prodigal Son, Louis Prima and Big Night. Well, at least someone showed up for this dis or dat. He'll show up. Paul will show up. He would never just not show up and ruin the premise of an entire episode. Would he? Paul, you wouldn't do that, would you? We've finished round 1, and surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. And don't forget, big cash prizes can be yours if you find the wrong answer of the game. Let's get back to the action. Next, Paul is dead. Hold on. If Paul's not here, he probably has a really good reason, right? Right? Something bad might have happened. Okay, let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say that something actually happened to Paul Rudd. Which of these things at the funeral would be the Paul for Paul Rudd? The flowers next to his gravestone, the coffin he's lying in, the people crying over his grave, or the suit he's buried in? The pall can refer to a heavy cloth draped over a coffin or the coffin itself once there's a body inside. All joking aside, I do hope Paul Rudd is alright. Bob, has there been any word from—
No, nothing.
I will murder him!
Question 7. Get up and shake your funky thing.
This one's called The Zodiac Thriller. Okay, you know what? I've got to get my mind off Paul Rudd for a minute. Perfect time to do this Leo DiCaprio question. Which Leonardo DiCaprio movie was the closest to being born a Leo? Django Unchained, December 25th, 2012. What's Eating Gilbert Grape, March 4th, 1994. Inception, July 16th, 2010. Or Revolutionary Road, January 23rd, 2009. Watch how easy this is. Leos are born between July 23rd and August 22nd. Leos, of course, are known for being friendly, outgoing, and dependent on poor accents. You must be trying to function on an empty stomach if you're thinking about eating a person. So it's a good thing you've just won some vegan snacks like this box of toe fingers from the Vegan Cannibal Supply Company. They're only slightly worse tasting than actual human flesh. This wrong answer of the game is worth $8,000 for you. Nice job.
Follow me down to the sea.
Take a good look at Ready, Set, Go. All right, it's becoming painfully obvious this isn't going to happen. Yes.
Mr. Masterson, old man, Pablo is still waiting. Can you please get him out of here?
It's me, Corky. Pablo.
Send him back.
What's that thing? Who's that fella? Where's that Sculpt-By-Numbers? It's Foggy Facts with old man.
Sculpt-By-Numbers, I forget.
Get in here, old man.
No, I'm Pablo, the big radio star.
Right, okay. You already tried this joke.
I did? I don't remember. When did I try this joke? Question 2, question 3, question 4, or question 5? Oh, that's right. That little wooden kid told me to do it in question 3.
What could have happened to Paul Rudd? Where is he?
Paul Rudd? Oh, you mean the fella who called about 20 minutes ago?
Well, what? You talked to Paul Rudd, old man?
Ah, sure I did, Corky. He asked for someone named Cookie, but I told him ain't nobody by that name works here, boy. Now get out of here.
What is wrong with you? I'm gonna kill you, you wrinkly bag of shit.
Ow, ow, my foot.
It's time for my best Ruddy. Okay, it's pretty obvious Rudd isn't coming, and we specifically wrote this question for him to read. It just seems stupid now, but the show must go on. I guess I could try a Paul Rudd impression. I'm Paul Rudd. I'm Paul Rudd. Slap into bass. Yeah, okay. In what way am I Paul Rudd like a rudder? I help launch other actors' careers. I help stop movies from bombing at the box office. I help steer Hollywood in a more profitable direction. Or I help the R-rated comedy genre stay afloat. Rudder helps steer boats or planes in different directions, just like how my magnetic charm and non-threatening good looks help to steer Hollywood in a more profitable direction. Oh, you said it, Paul Rudd. Hopefully pretty soon you'll actually get here and be saying these things for real. Otherwise, I might have to start taking back all those nice things I just had you pretend say about yourself. Here's one for you. Better late than even later. Son of a f***ing Where the is Paul fucking Rudd? Can anybody tell me? Is he getting here from halfway around the earth on the back of the world's slowest turtle or something? I mean, this game is nearly over for fuck's sake. How far away could he be? All right. Considering the circumference of the Earth, and assuming he's not somewhere in space, what's the farthest distance away that f***ing asshole Paul Rudd could be right now? About 18,090 miles, about 4,200 miles, about 12,450 miles, or about 24,901 miles. The Earth has a circumference of about 24,901 miles. For Paul Dud to be as far away from me as possible, he would have to be half that distance away. So about 12,450 miles, or 12,450.5 miles exactly. I think that would put him somewhere near Perth, Australia. But he has a lame summer home there or something. What a lame Paul Rudd type of thing to own. I hate you, Paul Rudd. I loved you once, but now that's over.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 if you're right, but you lose 2,000 if you're wrong. And don't ever forget,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Just don't pick Paul Rudd. The clues help, I guess, whatever, but most importantly, never pick Paul Rudd.
That's all she wrote! Well, that's it. I'm crushed, but we have one more message from legal.
Hello, I'm Kurt, and I just wanted to take a moment to step away from all the laughs and say, for the record, that Paul Rudd was never supposed to be in this episode. He never said he would do it. In fact, we never contacted him. Maybe we should have. We would love to actually have him on sometime, or even if he wanted to stop by the office and just chat for fun. So if you're Paul Rudd or you know him, have him get in touch with us. And if he's not available or interested, we'd also happily accept a visit from Adam Scott. Thank you. Oh, and...
You don't know Jack!
Cookie Masterson here, and don't worry if you hear this noise. It's just my butthole. Sure, I'll pick a name for you. I can't call you Front End yet, you haven't earned it. And our wrong answer of the game is brought to you by...
Oopsie Daddy male pregnancy tests. When you need to know quick whether you're going to be a daddy or not, trust Oopsie Daddy. Just pee and wait.
If you happen to find our sponsor's wrong answer of the game, you'll be rewarded with big prizes and cash. All right, let's move.
Get ready, time for question.
Okay, to get things started, that's one smooth infestation. Say you wanted to dress up a bunch of rats as members of the Rat Pack. What adorable rat accessory would you not need to purchase? A tiny glass of scotch for a rat Dean Martin? A tiny cigarette for a rat Joey Bishop? A tiny pipe for a rat Bob Hope? Or a tiny bow tie for a rat Sammy Davis Jr.? Bob Hope was not a member of the Rat Pack, so you would not need to buy any tiny rat accessories for him. But if you ever need a rat to entertain the rat troops or host the Rat Academy Awards, Rat Bob Hope is definitely your guy. Here's one for you. Beloved childhood character obesity. Remember that old cartoon Fat Albert and the Cosby Kids? Yeah? No? Either way, I'm gonna ask a question about it. What might you hear Fat Albert say while consuming a tub of lard? Hey, 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 this is some good cow fat. Hey, 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 this is some tasty pig fat. Hey, 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 this is some delicious sheep fat. Or, hey, 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 this is some scrumptious chicken fat. Time's a-wasting. Lard is made from rendered pork fat. By far the saddest time Fat Albert said, hey, 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 is when his doctor told him they'd have to amputate his foot due to his diabetes.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Try this on for size. Score loser, and it's time to chalk up one dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 games, and for each one you tell me if you win by getting the highest score, or you win by getting the lowest score. If it's high score, press the left arrow. If it's low score, press the right arrow. Okay, we're off. Monopoly. Yahtzee. Golf. Uno. Hungry Hungry Hippos. Hearts. You don't know Jack? Wow, your score's like the opposite of hearts, which means it's high, which in this case is good. That makes sense, right? To me, games aren't about scoring high or scoring low, but finding something to do with your family that limits the amount of conversation. This one's called Kangaroo, Peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus.
Kangaroo, Peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus.
The name of a Spider-Man villain from the 70s. Kangaroo, Peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus. Over the years, Spider-Man has actually had 2 villains named the Kangaroo, both of them mostly just good at jumping. Although, I think Uranus would make a much better Spider-Man villain. Giant ice planets with no breathable air are a spider's natural enemy.
5 fingers!
Take a good look at... Warning! Only 0.0000034 kilobytes remaining. Oh, my computer is so slow these days. It's bogged down with too much, data. I have to get some of this data off my computer. I guess we'll need to buy some cloud storage for all this data. Because it's the biggest, which cloud storage option is most likely to be able to fit all my data? Cirrus Cloud Storage, Stratus Cloud Storage, Cumulonimbus Cloud Storage, or Stratocumulus Cloud Storage? Cumulonimbus clouds are those giant clouds that can extend from fairly low to very high in the atmosphere. Hopefully that will provide me with enough storage space. I have a lot of German data on my computer. A lot of German data. Let's say so long to round 1. And you've got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. And remember, keep an eye out for the wrong answer of the game. It's still out there. Okay, let's see what's next. Say hello to the best Blink-182 question we've ever done. What should Blink-182 change its name to if it wanted to represent the number of times, on average, an adult blinks in a minute? Blink 10, Blink 25, Blink 70, or Blink 181? Under normal circumstances, the average adult blinks about 10, maybe 15 times a minute. But don't blink too fast, or you might miss Blink-182's rise and fall from cultural legitimacy.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Up next, are you there, God? It's me, Jimmy Fallon. Imagine, in order to appeal to younger viewers, Christian network TBN airs a Late Night with Seth Meyers knockoff called Late Night with Seth from the Bible. What would you hear on the show? This show is live from my father Noah's Ark. Please welcome my murderous brother Cain. So, my sister Mary Magdalene has been in the news, or give it up for my band leader and mother, Jezebel. Seth is the son of Adam and Eve and the younger brother of Cain and Abel. God gave Adam Seth as a replacement for Abel after Cain killed him. Of course, in biblical times, you had to be careful flirting with your talk show guests because you were probably related to them.
Follow me down to the sea.
It's time for Getting My YouTubes Tied. And you'll be treated like an instant star for a right answer.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question.
Put these famous viral YouTube videos in order of shortest to longest. David after dentist, double rainbow, dramatic chipmunk. David double dramatic, dramatic David double, double dramatic David, or dramatic double David. The viral video of the dramatic chipmunk is 5 seconds long, David after dentist is 1 minute and 58 seconds long, and the double rainbow video is 3 minutes and 29 seconds long. That earned you an extra grand. I try not to watch any video that's over 10 seconds long because I have the attention span. Oh my god, look at that monkey drinking its own pee! Next, lime and punishment. Ugh, my breath is awful. Luckily, I've got a bunch of loose Tic Tacs in this drawer here. At least I think these are all Tic Tacs. Which of these Tic Tacs should I probably not eat? The orange Tic Tac, the blue Tic Tac, the brown Tic Tac, or the red Tic Tac? Yeah, they don't make brown Tic Tacs. Yep, that's a rat turd. Here's a good one. Flow me to the moon. Let's say an astronaut on Mars is experiencing her time of the month. If she stays there for an entire Martian year, how many more times of the month will she experience? 22 times of the month, 12 times of the month, 2 times of the month, or she won't have another time of the month. This would have worked. A Martian year lasts approximately 687 Earth days, which would mean the astronaut would get her period about 22 times. Truly making it the red planet. No, but that could mean she's pregnant. But guys, you can find out with a male pregnancy test from Oopsie Daddy, because men should be involved in some other part of the process, right? Today's wrong answer of the game brings you an extra $8,000. Surprise.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. $2,000 if you're right. 2,000 gone if you're wrong. And of course,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue.
You say hotel, I say motel. And where will you be staying this evening? Good luck. There it is! I'm not a big hotel or motel person. I don't know why, but I've just always had trouble sleeping in a strange semen.
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie, and if one more person adjusts the thermostat in here without my permission, I will destroy everything they have ever loved. Got that? Have it your way. But not simple chronic halitosis, complicated chronic halitosis. And today's wrong answer of the game is being brought to you by...
Is it a dog? Just answer yes or no to the various photos based on whether or not you think it's a dog or not. Then you'll win the game. How fun is that? Very.
Sniff out our sponsor's wrong answer of the game and you'll end up with a great prize and serious cash. Hang on tight, we're in for a ride.
Get ready, time for question.
First on the docket, high fructose fun syrup. Which of these food products does not contain corn syrup? Kellogg's Corn Pop cereal, Brock's candy corn, State Fair classic corn dogs, or Cracker Jack caramel-coated popcorn and peanuts? The sweetness in Kellogg's Corn Pops comes merely from sugar and the love they put in. I like foods with as much corn as possible. That's why I'm pleased to announce my very own new product, Cookie Masterson's genetically modified corn-covered corn nubbins. Oh, I'm eating one now. Oh, the cream corn and corn nuts go so well together. Get some today. Why not try Fly Me to the Clune? And this or that is hurtling through the cosmos. I'm going to read off 7 titles, and for each one you tell me if it's a scientific publication by Galileo Galilei or a George Clooney movie. If it's Galileo, press the left arrow. If it's Clooney, press the right arrow. Okay, let's move. Solaris, Gravity, The Starry Messenger, The Assayer, From Dusk Till Dawn, Discourse on Floating Bodies, Confessions of a Dangerous Mind. George Clooney would smugly smirk in approval. You know, sometimes when I look up in the night sky into the deep expanse of space, I can't help but wonder, why wasn't Monuments Men a better movie? Just one of the mysteries of the universe, I suppose.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Open wide for... You know what they say about the size of a man's fret? Considering the respective sizes of their instruments, which of these male musicians is the least likely to be accused of compensating for something? A clarinet player, a piccolo player, an oboe player, or a bassoon player? The piccolo is actually a half-sized flute and the smallest of these instruments. So the piccolo player seems the least likely to be compensating for the size of their, other instrument. And as long as I've already gone through the trouble of setting up this premise, I would just like you to know, I play a kazoo. Try this on for size. Alt-Shift Medicine. I've been getting into Eastern medicine lately because I hate taking lots of pills, but this is kind of weird. My specialist gave me a fortune cookie.
Cookie, fortune, fortune's with Cookie Masterson.
Not that I'm complaining. I love cookies. Let's see what my fortune says. Prescription. 1 cookie AC. Now, weird. It's a prescription. I'm not great with medical abbreviations, though. When was I supposed to eat my cookie? First thing in the morning, before a meal, after a meal, or at bedtime? AC is a common medical abbreviation used on prescriptions and means before meal. Uh-oh, I already ate dinner today. That means I took this fortune cookie at the wrong time. I just hope there's no side effect. I think whole five doesn't make a difference after all. Do you smell burning plastic?
5 fingers!
I call this one, Till the Closing Credits Do Us Part. If it followed the processional order of a traditional Christian wedding, what movie would probably have come out immediately after Bridesmaids, assuming the maid of honor is a bridesmaid? A raunchy comedy called Groomsman? A gross-out comedy called Ring Bearer? A racy comedy called Father of the Bride? Or an R-rated comedy called The Bride? In a traditional Christian wedding, the bridesmaids come out, including the maid of honor, last. Then the ring bearer immediately follows, then the flower girl, then the bride. The best part of the ring bearer movie is when the ring bearer comes down the aisle and steps in a huge crap left by Melissa McCarthy. That's round one, and you've got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round two. And keep in mind, big cash prizes can be yours if you find the wrong answer to the game. Alright, let's get back to it. Here's one for you. Animation Dumb-ination. Which member of the Griffin family from Family Guy most likely got a recent APGAR score? Stewie, Peter, Brian, or Meg? Allow me. The APGAR scale is a detailed test used to assess the overall health of newborn babies, something that Stewie Griffin, a baby, experienced the most recently. And based on the shape of his head, he should have gotten an F-. No, APGAR scores are for humans, not dogs. But you know what is for humans? Is it a dog? The game! The newest, coolest party game from the people who brought you Which One is the Spoon and How Many Fingers Am I Holding Up? This wrong answer of the game comes with a bundle of cash worth $8,000. Congratulations.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Take a good look at. Keep your hellos to yourself. Which one of these pop stars is giving a polite Tibetan greeting? Miley Cyrus sticking out her tongue, Justin Bieber flipping the bird, Britney Spears flashing her crotch, or Lady Gaga wearing meat? In Tibet, some people stick out their tongue as a greeting to show you they don't have a black tongue. If they did, it would mean they are the reincarnation of a cruel 9th century king. Not that anyone would ever suspect Miley Cyrus of being the reincarnation of a cruel 9th century king. Everybody knows she's the reincarnation of Hannah Montana. Duh.
Follow me down to the sea.
And now, trivia and stuff. Where might the CEO of Linens and Things go to shop for the materials needed to make all the store's linen and things? Flax plants and things, agave seeds and things, sheep wool and things, or silkworms and things? Linen is made from the fiber of the flax plant, and things are made from other things, presumably. So this might be where the CEO goes to shop. Although he would probably make somebody else do the shopping for him. I mean, this is a guy who is too lazy to finish spelling the word and. Let's try low spirits. As some of you may know, our studio is haunted by a ghost named Dennis. Well, I'm proud to announce that today I've promoted Dennis to be a writer.
Ooh, thank you, Mr. Masterson.
It's great because not only is Dennis hilarious, I found out that I'm not legally required to pay a ghost. Which reminds me, Kyle, you're fired.
Again? But you already fired and rehired me twice this week.
Yeah, you're fired again. So Dennis, let's get you a desk and figure out how to get you in the credits at the end of the game. How should the end credits read if Dennis the Ghost ghostwrites for our former writer, Kyle Mortensen? Written by Dennis the Ghost, written by Dennis the Ghost and Kyle Mortensen, written by Kyle Mortensen, or written by Anonymous? A ghostwriter is employed to write for someone but does it under their employer's name. So get ready for a lot more questions about rattling chains and moaning and unfinished business, trapping oneself in this mortal realm, blah blah blah.
Ooh, I also have some ideas for questions about Breaking Bad. Ooh.
No good. Up next, flash 'em if you got 'em. What would you expect to see in a spring break video called Girls Gone Call of the Wild? Girls exposing themselves as they harpoon a whale, girls lifting their shirts as they fight in the Spanish Revolution, girls flashing their breasts as they pan for Klondike Gold, or naked girls committing cannibalism in the Andes. The novel Call of the Wild follows a sled dog and his owners during the Klondike Gold Rush. But there's no nudity in the actual book Call of the Wild unless you count the doodles I made in the margins.
Step right up to the jack attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $2,000 if you're right. But if you're wrong, you lose $2,000. And don't ever forget,
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Don't forget my advice. When it comes to do's and don'ts, let's focus on the don'ts.
There you have it! One piece of advice I never take is don't dip your pen in the company ink, if you know what I mean. And if you don't, the pen is your penis, and the company ink is this jar of company ink. Hey, look, I can write my name!
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie Masterson, and if you don't believe in mermaids, then what is this right here? Huh? Well, don't care about your name, huh? Frankenstein! Get it? Frankenstein! And today's wrong answer of the game is being brought to you by
the 24-hour Wicker Store, because there's no telling when you'll need a Wicker fix.
Find the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to get yourself some sweet prizes and bonus cash. All right, here goes nothing.
Get ready, time for question.
One.
First up, let's talk about sext. Which of these sext messages would a sexting sexton be most likely to send to his significant other? This church graveyard is making me so horny right now. I'm wearing my construction hat and nothing else. My penis is starting to look like a skyscraper I once designed. Or, get ready, I'm sending you a pic of my junk yard. A sexton is a church official responsible for maintaining the church property and performing related duties, such as digging graves. Yeah, and I bet he likes to do it in the rectory. Here's a good one. Sure, the Vice Lords are dangerous, but can they dance? And you just wandered into dis or dat territory. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's a gang listed on the FBI's National Gang Threat Assessment, or a boy band. If it's a gang, press the left arrow. If it's a boy band, press the right arrow. Alrighty then, here it comes. Backstreet Boys, 10 Mile Boys, B-Boys, Pop It Off Boys, Boyzone, Hot Boys, Star Boys. Good work! You're in the gang! I'm sick of boy bands getting all the attention over girl groups. I mean, what's NSYNC got that One Direction doesn't? Those girls are talented and attractive.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Let's try just trolling. Why were the 3 billy goats gruff so gruff? It's not easy being a baby goat. It's not easy being a lady goat. It's not easy being a boy goat. Or it's not easy being a castrated goat. A billy goat is a male goat. It's not easy, especially since goats don't wear pants and everyone can see your billy goat stuff. Here's one I like to call over easy in 60 seconds. So recently, I've switched over to only eating cage-free eggs. I was just feeling so guilty about eating eggs from an animal that wasn't allowed the simple luxury of moving around a few inches in a hot, crowded barn all day. In fact, I've been thinking I should extend my cage-free policy to other things in my life, like movies. So tell me, if I only wanted to consume Nicolas Cage-free movies, what film would it be okay for me to watch? Adaptation, Kick-Ass, The Expendables 2, or The Wicker Man? Want to see the right answer? Nick Cage was an adaptation, Kick-Ass, and The Wicker Man, but The Expendables 2 is Nicolas Cage-free, making it fine for me to watch. I know going Nicolas Cage-free is the moral thing to do, but I'm gonna have to find some way to supplement my life with all the random screaming I'm missing. No, not the Wicker Man! But you can be a Wicker Man or lady with a pair of Wicker socks from the 24-hour Wicker store. A tisket, a tasket, your feet will feel like they're in a basket. You'll be happy to know this wrong answer. The game comes with $4,000. Congrats. Next, kangaroo, peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus?
Kangaroo, peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus.
Seen on the cover of the Beatles' Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band album. Kangaroo, peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus? While many celebrities and world leaders grace the cover of the iconic album cover, Einstein can barely be seen over John's right shoulder. Although, to be fair, if you squint, Ringo sort of looks like a kangaroo. That brings a close to round 1, and you're sitting pretty for someone so ugly. Don't forget, in round 2, all the cash is doubled. Okay, here it comes. And now, Buzzkill Feed. What would be included in a BuzzFeed article, 12 people who are totally named Buzz? A gif of the first person to walk on the moon, a gif of the second person to walk on the moon, a gif of the third person to walk on the moon, or a gif of the last person to walk on the moon? Buzz Aldrin was the second person to walk on the moon after Neil Armstrong. You also might find him in the BuzzFeed article, 15 people who wanted to murder Neil Armstrong.
Question 7. Get up and shake your funky bang.
This one's known as When You Wish Upon a Dead Shriveled Hand. Suppose instead of wishing on a star, Geppetto made a wish using the monkey's paw from the famous short story. What might happen to Pinocchio? He'd come to life for 24 hours, then revert back to a puppet. He'd come to life, then Geppetto would get 6 more wishes. He'd come to life, but there would be terrible consequences, or he would not come to life at all. In the short story The Monkey's Paw, a couple is given a magical monkey's paw that grants wishes, but every wish comes at a terrible price. That's why I never trust monkeys with wishes. If I ever hire a monkey, it's to dress up in a tuxedo, play the cymbals, and eat bugs out of my hair. That's it.
Follow me down to the sea.
Say hello to. Let's get ready to crumble.
Cookie fortune with cookie masters.
Okay, for this next question. Oh, great, the lights went out. We could be here for a while. Luckily, I always keep a flashlight, bottled water, and a giant bag of fortune cookies. Okay, let's see what she says. It's better to have a bottle in front of me than a frontal lobotomy. Yeah, obviously. But for which of these characters is this advice too late? A Clockwork Orange's Alex, The Catcher in the Rye's Holden, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest's McMurphy, or A Streetcar Named Desire's Blanche? At the end of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, McMurphy is lobotomized before being mercifully suffocated by the chief. Spoiler alert for a 1975 movie.
Okay, Cookie, the power is back on. Cookie? Cookie, I'm right behind you, Bob. Cookie, don't try to suffocate me with a pillow again. You're lost.
How about Wile E. Conspiracy? Suppose Wile E. Coyote is chasing Roadrunner around the Texas School Book Depository building. If he falls out the window from where Lee Harvey Oswald allegedly shot John F. Kennedy, what will you hear? 3 floors worth of a falling sound, then a thunk. 4 floors worth of a falling sound, then a crash. 5 floors worth of a falling sound, then a thud. Or 6 floors worth of a falling sound, then a kerplunk. The totally accurate and untainted Warren Report claimed that Lee Harvey Oswald shot Kennedy from the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository building. Of course, witnesses claim they saw a completely different coyote fall off the grassy knoll down the street, and the Warren Report still stands by the ridiculous single anvil theory. May I introduce cinephile dysfunction? Let's say some old guy pops a Viagra and then sits down to watch an insanely long porno. According to the official Viagra website, at what point should he immediately call a doctor if he still has an erection? The 2-hour mark of Dong with the Wind? The 4-hour mark of Dr. Javage-O? The 6-hour mark of Apocalypse Now? Or the 8-hour mark of The Hobbit, the masturbation of Smaug? The official Viagra website states that if you have an erection that lasts over 4 hours, you should call a doctor immediately. Hey, it's clear that the old guy from the question isn't me, right? It's some other person. Yeah, it's just totally not me. And that's why it's funny, because it's a completely different person who doesn't resemble me at all. That's good. That's good writing.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 big ones if you're right, but you lose 2,000 if you're wrong. And of course,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Oh, hey, did I ever mention I killed my own brother? Sometimes brothers just don't get along. Good luck.
That's all she wrote! Wow, even in fictional stories that makes me sad. I can't imagine ever killing a family member again. I mean, for the first time, because I've never done that before. I have to go.
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie Masterson, and I'm here to tell you that the book is never better than the movie. All books are terrible. Can't play without a name, federal regulations. I don't know, you just seem like a nobody. And our wrong answer of the game is brought to you by...
Indoor sunglasses. Why wear normal outdoor sunglasses when you're trying to look cool indoors? Why, it's two totally different things.
If you happen to find our sponsor's wrong answer of the game, you'll be rewarded with big prizes and cash. So let's get to it.
Get ready, time for question.
Okay, to get things started. Waiter, there's a fly in my ascending colon. Say a coroner were to perform an autopsy on the dead body of the old lady from the children's song, There Was an Old Lady Who Swallowed a Fly. What disgusting thing would he probably not find after cutting her stomach open? Partially digested spider bits, chewed up dog chunks, saliva-covered pig parts, or horse remains? In the poem, the old lady swallows a spider, a dog, and a horse. Also a bird, a cat, a goat, and a cow. And then she dies. But she never swallows a pig. Because after all, she is still a lady.
Oh, Mama, gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. Say it.
Say hello to. It's all fun and games till someone loses a tooth. And it's a this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a Rubik's Cube spin-off toy, you know, like Rubik's Tower, a Colgate toothbrush, or both. If it's a Rubik's toy, press the left arrow. If it's a Colgate toothbrush, press the right arrow. And if you think it's both, press the down arrow. Okay, we're off. Twist! Snake! 360! Revolution! Wave! Void! Wisp! You deserve a plaque, but not like plaque on teeth. You deserve a crown, but not like a crown on teeth. Forget it. The Rubik's Cube actually gave me a great solution for all my unfortunate dental problems. White stickers over my teeth.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
I call this one Music to Get Lucky To. Why do those two guys in the band Daft Punk wear those giant helmets? To hide their weird Canadian faces? To hide their weird French faces? To hide their weird German faces? Or to hide their weird Irish faces? Thomas Bangalter and Guy Mama de Who French stuff blah 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 of Daft Punk are French. And I haven't actually seen their faces, but they must be weird, right? Anyone whose face you never see, gotta have a super weird face. And I should know. Coming up next, Area 151. Suppose U.S. government scientists got confused during the Manhattan Project and instead of an atomic bomb, developed a giant Manhattan. What might the newspaper headlines have read when the weapon was being tested in Nevada? Nevada soaked in vodka. Nevada covered in whiskey. Nevada doused with sake. Or Nevada drenched in gin. A Manhattan is a drink made with whiskey, vermouth, bitters, and a cherry. I say make drinks, not war. Although another couple drinks and I may want to fight someone. May I introduce 15-year-old spoiler alert. What part of the film The Sixth Sense is its denouement? When you find out he was dead the whole time? When he's shot hinting he'd be dead the whole time? The credits after you learn he was dead the whole time? Or it didn't have one, but he was dead the whole time? The denouement of a story is when the various plot threads are drawn together and explained or resolved, like the reveal at the end of The Sixth Sense, when you learn that Bruce Willis was dead the whole time. And if you get to this game's denouement, you'll find out I've been dead this whole time. Right, Bob?
Did anyone hear a noise from the sound booth? The old abandoned one that hasn't been used since the 90s? Nobody? Huh. Must have just been my imagination.
That'll wrap up round one. And you're sitting pretty for someone so ugly. Remember, in round two, every question is worth double. And hint, hint, big cash prizes can be yours if you find the wrong answer of the game. Enough small talk. Up next, you don't know Jackman. Say Hugh Jackman wanted to increase his value as an actor by altering his hue. In color terms, what would increase his value the most? Lightening the hue of his skin, darkening the hue of his hair, intensifying the hue of his eyes, or adding new shades to the hue of his wardrobe? Were you thinking of this one? Value is defined as the relative lightness or darkness of a color or hue. The more light the color, the higher the value. But I don't think Hugh Jackman should lighten his skin. I mean, I like him a lot, but that dude is already one of the whitest people in the world. Enough is enough. There's only one shade to this answer, the wrong shade. Which is great for you because you've just won this pair of indoor sunglasses from Indoor Sunglasses. Indoor sunglasses are not for outdoor use. If worn outside for periods longer than 3 minutes, sunglasses may melt in the sun and fuse to your eyes permanently. Do not use indoor sunglasses if you have a history of epilepsy or are pregnant or nursing. Please consult with your doctor to find out if indoor sunglasses are right for you. Today's wrong answer of the game gets you another 8,000 on top of your current score. Sweet.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Open wide for buying donuts at Whole Foods. And your money hole will get an extra 1,000 for a right answer.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question.
Put these things in order of fewest to most holes. The Masters Tournament, a recorder, Clyde Barrow's corpse. Recorder, the Masters, Clyde Barrow, recorder, the Masters, recorder, Clyde Barrow, the Masters, or the Masters, Clyde Barrow, recorder. A recorder has 7 holes. Clyde Barrow of Bonnie and Clyde officially had 17 bullet holes. And the Masters Tournament, the entire golf tournament, has 72 holes. You just picked up an extra $1,000 for that. I've actually been shot 17 times myself, yet I still keep going back to Florida.
Follow me down to the sea.
This one's called Symbol Simon. Which of these famous emblems resembles a letter in the Norwegian alphabet? The Batman symbol, the Apple logo, the Ghostbusters symbol, or the Chevrolet symbol? The Ghostbusters symbol has a ghost peeking through a circle with a line through it, which is called an O/ in the Norwegian alphabet. There's even an O/ in the Norwegian word for ghost. The people of Norway are truly ikke redd for noen spøkelser. Take a stab at the angle of my dangle. So for this next question, you're going to need a protractor, a slice of pimento loaf, and...
Oh, pardon me, ma'am.
Old man? Why don't you look where you're going? What the hell are you doing here?
Oh, sorry, Corky. I was just lost in thought. There's this thing I just can't remember. It's on the tip of my...
tongue?
No thanks, I just ate.
What's that thing? Who's that fella? Where's that Sculpt-By-Numbers? It's Foggy Facts with Old Man.
Sculpt-By-Numbers? I forget.
All right, old man, let's see if we can help. Who is it that you can't remember?
Not who, son. What? See, I can picture it, but it's kinda cloudy. You know, like my dead eye. Let's see. It was a show on the TV. I think it was about some police people. And there was a pretty blonde gal in it. And the sergeant fella used to be in outer space. What was that show?
Is it Hill Street Blues, NYPD Blue, TJ Hooker, or Adam 12? Was it TJ Hooker, old man?
Yes! Oh boy, that was it! Yep, my favorite show, TJ Hooker, starring William Shatner.
That's Shatner, old man. Shatner.
Oh, I'm sorry, Corky. Can you smell it?
Smell what? What do you...
Gotta go change my nappy. See you later.
Bucker up for. A woman needs a man like a catfish needs a bicycle. Who gets catfished in the French play Cyrano de Bergerac? Cyrano, Babette, Christian, or Roxanne? Catfishing is wooing someone, usually over the internet, with a false identity. In Cyrano de Bergerac, giant-nosed Cyrano uses his words but Christian's handsome face to woo the unsuspecting Roxanne. It's a great play. I want to watch it with my internet girlfriend Claudia, but she still can't afford to visit me. I guess I'll have to send her more money.
Welcome to the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 if you're right. 2,000 gone if you're wrong. And of course,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. You only live forever once. What made these people immortal? Good luck.
That's the game! The only true form of immortality we can hope to achieve in this life is being remembered fondly by our surviving friends and relatives after we're gone. There's no joke, I'm just making a statement. You know, think about it.
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie, and I just can't get this nude Steve Buscemi sculpture right. Alright then, I'll just call you... What, you wanted halibut? Too bad, you're scrawed. And the wrong answer of the game is brought to you by...
The devil! Sure, God and heaven sound great and everything, but have you fully considered hell? Or are you just going by what you've heard?
Find the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to get yourself some sweet prizes and bonus cash. And right this way.
Get ready, time for question.
Let's start with... I could stare at Steve Buscemi's face all day. Which potential Boardwalk Empire spin-off does not also include the name of a Monopoly property? Park Place Empire, New York Avenue Empire, St. John's Place Empire, or Kentucky Avenue Empire? There is a St. James and a St. Charles Place in Monopoly, but no St. John's Place. One thing I enjoy about Boardwalk Empire is all the gratuitous flashing of community chests. And on its way, NSA OK. Ah, crap. The NSA is collecting information off my computer again. I hope they don't snag my Visa card info, because that's the card I use to buy all my embarrassing stuff. Okay. Which of these is my Visa card? 3000 blah 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 8450, 4000 blah 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 9010, 5000 blah 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 0666, or 6000 blah 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 0336. Now pay attention. All Visa account numbers begin with the number 4. Similarly, all MasterCards begin with the number 5, and Discover cards start with, I don't know. Hey, anybody know what number Discover cards start with? Anybody? Guess not. That 666 should have been a tip-off that this answer was the wrong choice. But someone out there really likes it when you make wrong choices, and that's why you've won this gift basket from hell, personally prepared for you by our sponsor, the devil. Go ahead and keep up your habit of consistently doing the wrong thing. Today's wrong answer of the game earns you $4,000. Enjoy.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Open wide for... How long has that been in your mouth? And it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each, I want you to tell me if it's a popular brand of gum or an adult cable network. If it's gum, press the left arrow. If it's an adult channel, press the right arrow. Okay, let's move. Hubba Bubba, Brazzers, Spice, Quench, Fresh, Juicy, Big Red. That gave me double the pleasure. I don't watch much adult entertainment, but I love gum, and I know that in general it's not a good idea to swallow. Sorry, that joke left a bad taste in my mouth. Pucker up for Kangaroo, Peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus.
Kangaroo, Peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus.
Often misidentified by Sylvester the Cat. Kangaroo, Peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus. Numerous Sylvester cartoons feature a young kangaroo character named Hippity Hopper, who Sylvester believes to be a giant mouse. So many unanswered questions in Sylvester's life. Is that a giant mouse or a kangaroo? Is Tweety a boy or a girl? Why do I sound pretty much exactly like Daffy Duck? Here's one for you. His jokes fell in deaf ears. What might it sound like if Jimmy Fallon's nightly monologue suddenly turned into a soliloquy? Here's a question. What's up with Congress? But seriously, Roots, what's up with Congress? Higgins, are you digging these jokes about Congress? Or, Fallon, you are killing it with these jokes about Congress. A soliloquy is when an actor expresses his thoughts and feelings towards himself as though no one else is present. But Jimmy Fallon could never really pull off a soliloquy because he knows Jay Leno is just steps away hiding in the curtain. That's the end of a thrilling first round, and you should be very proud of that score, because I'm not. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. Okay, here it comes. Here's one I like to call, I really want to be able to judge a book by its cover. Considering what happens to Harry Morgan, what would be the more descriptive title for Ernest Hemingway's To Have and Have Not? To have and have not legs, to have and have not an arm, to have and have not a face, or to have and have not testicles. Harry Morgan loses an arm in To Have and Have Not. Which is why this should have been the book Hemingway titled A Farewell to Arms. You know, just a real missed opportunity.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
This one's called Silence is Molden. Not that I've missed him, but I haven't seen my ventriloquist dummy Billy O'Brien around very much lately. Seems like he's been busy with something. Usually when I mention him or not, he just shows up. Maybe if I play his song.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me. Did somebody call?
Billy, what's new? I see you've got some kind of paper with you there.
It's not just any tater, it's my diploma from Dunny College.
Oh, I didn't know you were going to college.
Not anymore, I graduated this morning.
With honors?
No. If not Dunny College awarded me highest honors, what would be written on my diploma? Summa cum laude, magna cum laude, maxima cum laude, or just cum laude?
Yep, summa cum laude is the highest academic honor a student can receive upon graduation. Well, sorry you didn't do better in dummy college, Billy, but I'm still proud you graduated. By the way, what's the name of this dummy college you went to anyway?
The University of Florida.
Follow me down to the sea.
How about Adorable? Which Dora the Explorer character would Dr. Dolittle not have the power to talk to? Dora, Boots, Swiper, or Map? Dr. Dolittle could talk to the animals like Boots the monkey and Swiper the fox, and obviously to people too, but he did not have the power to talk to magical maps. You know, why is talking to animals so impressive? I think the real magical power is listening. Coming up, you're beta testing my patience. Which video game would testers probably find a giant bug in? Sartre the game, Tolstoy the game, Camus the game, or Kafka the game? Franz Kafka wrote The Metamorphosis, the story of how Gregor Samsa transformed into a giant bug. That's one bug the developers should probably not remove. Otherwise, it'll just be a game about a guy who wakes up as a human and goes to work or something. And I played enough of The Sims. Up next, Gambling Edition. What super cool thing should I say while betting on a 7 in roulette?
Always bet on black. Always bet on red. Always bet on black in America, but bet on red in Europe. Or always bet on green.
The number 7 in roulette is always red. And the super cool thing I always say whenever I make any kind of roulette bet is, please, 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 I can't lose this. Why did I make this bet? I can't afford to lose this money. Somebody help me.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 if you're right, but you lose 2,000 if you're wrong. And most importantly,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Make my hair look like a pig's ass. Who's rocking the pigtails? Good luck.
I never understood why they're called pigtails. It's not like pigs have 2 tails on either side of their butts. To be more scientifically accurate, they should be called an octopus on your head with 6 legs ripped off.
You don't know Jack!
Welcome aboard! I'm Cookie Masterson, and don't worry, very few people have ever died during this game. Fewer than 100. Can't play without a name, federal regulations. You're the second most chachi-looking person I've ever seen. And today's wrong answer of the game is being brought to you by
Stop Sign Quarterly Magazine, because all the other magazine topics were already taken.
If you happen to find our sponsor's wrong answer of the game, you'll be rewarded with big prizes and cash. Hang on tight, we're in for a ride.
Get ready, time for question 1.
Right off the top, kiss the cook, please. So, I'm taking a cooking class tonight, hoping to meet some single ladies, maybe flirt a little. Which of these sexy maneuvers would be the least saucy? Licking fondant off my lips, winking while smelling coulis, playfully starting an aioli fight, or tasting pesto off my finger? Fondant is a special type of cake icing and not a sauce. The others here are sauces. It's still pretty sexy though. In fact, I'm wearing it on my nipples right now, mostly to prevent chafing. Why not try? She sells surgical procedures by the seashore. Say extra host Maria Menounos decides she needs a new nose. If she wants the one that'll give her the best sense of smell, what should Maria Menounos' new nose be? A dog's nose, a bear's nose, an elephant's nose, or a cow's nose? A bear has the best sense of smell of any land mammal and possibly the best in the world. I really hope she doesn't get that bear nose, though. My chances with her are slim enough without her being able to smell really well.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Let's try Death Comes to Us All. Who kicked the bucket? A guy who kicked To Kill a Mockingbird's kid? A guy who kicked Where the Wild Things Are's kid? A guy who kicked James and the Giant Peach's kid? Or a guy who kicked Charlie and the Chocolate Factory's kid? Charlie Bucket is the hero of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. So somebody kicks Charlie Bucket. Big deal. At least he didn't get sucked up a glass tube or turned into a blueberry or thrown down a garbage chute or shrunk down to 6 inches or have an everlasting gobstopper shoved up his butt. That last one's from the porno version, actually. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Up next, Robin Thicke as Thieves. I love that old Robin Thicke video, Blurred Lines, with all the sexy nudity and... Oh, there's a song too? No, I've never watched it with sound. What might Robin Thicke have if he drew 6 blurred lines? A fuzzy octagon, a blurry hexagon, an indistinct pentagon, or a blurry heptagon? Let me show you something. There are 6 lines in a hexagon. But if Robin Thicke drew it, it would be a sexagon, am I right? So sexy. Now, which one of the women in the video is Robin Thicke? The blonde one? No, an octagon is 8 lines. You know, like a stop sign. Which you're about to know a lot more about because you've won a 1-year subscription to Stop Sign Quarterly, the only publication devoted entirely to America's 3rd most interesting road sign. This wrong answer of the game has earned you $4,000. Don't spend it all in one place. Bucker up for the paisley fabric of society, and it's time for a dis or dat. I'm going to read off 7 things, and for each one, tell me if it's a song by country music star Brad Paisley, or a chapter from Nelson Mandela's autobiography, Long Walk to Freedom. If it's Brad Paisley, press the left arrow. If it's Nelson Mandela, press the right arrow. We good? Here we go. A country childhood. I can't change the world. Birth of a freedom fighter. I'm still a guy. Letter to me. Talking with the enemy. Accidental racist. You're the man, Della. An international icon, a true believer in freedom, and a man who stood up for what was right. Brad Paisley is easily one of my top 10 favorite country singers. That'll wrap up round 1. And you're sitting pretty for someone so ugly. Keep in mind, in round 2, everything is worth twice as much. Alright, you ready? Too bad. Say hello to, like Plight on Rice. Which brand of rice would most likely cause Spider-Man to suddenly break down and cry in the grocery store? Zatarain's, Rice-A-Roni, Uncle Ben's, or Minute Rice? Spider-Man, aka Peter Parker, had an Uncle Ben who was tragically killed by a robber when he was younger. Luckily, he doesn't have a dead Aunt Jemima, or the grocery store would emotionally wreck him.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Next, the male gaze.
Mr. Masterson, there's a package for you.
Yes! It's the Playboy Bunny poster I got from eBay. The joke's on you, Poster Guy 83, because I ended up outbidding you by over $100. Oh, it's beautiful. It almost looks real. Say, if my Playboy Bunny poster could come alive the same way the Velveteen Rabbit did, what should I do? Pray that it comes alive, dump it in my magical fountain, die and let my own soul enter it, or show it some love? The Velveteen Rabbit had the ability to come alive when its owner truly loved it. Okay, it's worth a shot. I love you, I love you, I love you. Oh my god, she's alive.
What happened? Where am I? Why are there pictures of cats everywhere?
Oh, yeah, don't worry, they won't interrupt us.
Ah! Get away from me!
Well, time to get a new poster.
Follow me down to the sea.
And now, that's one long Toy Story. Say the next Toy Story movie introduces a new character named Buzz Parsec. Judging by his name, about how many Buzz Lightyears should fit inside of him? About 3 Buzz Lightyears, about 30 Buzz Lightyears, about 300 Buzz Lightyears, or about 3 million Buzz Lightyears? There are 3.26 light years in a parsec. So in theory, you would be able to fit 3 whole Buzz Lightyears and like maybe just the arm of a 4th Buzz Lightyear into a single Buzz parsec. A bigger and better Buzz character is a good idea. They can even get the toy to be voiced by a bigger and better actor than Tim Allen, like, oh, who am I kidding? Impossible! Take a stab at wax on, get off. So you know the Madame Tussauds wax museums, right? There's one in London, one in New York, one in Hollywood. So tell me this. If the infamous Hollywood Madam got a wax statue in the Hollywood Madame Tussauds, what could you see there? An unusually shiny Ashley Dupree, a fake-looking Divine Brown, a dead-eyed Deborah Jean Pelfrey, or an awkwardly posed Heidi Fleiss? Ashley Dupree was Elliot Spitzer's prostitute, Divine Brown was Hugh Grant's prostitute, Deborah Jean Pelfrey was the DC Madam, and Heidi Fleiss was known as the Hollywood Madam. So she'd be perfect for the Hollywood Madame Tussauds. And if you slip her $400, she'll hook you up with a wax hooker of your choice. Coming up next, $, $, $, $, $, $, $. What kind of bank did a cartoon bank robber most likely just rob if they're carrying giant money bags with this symbol on them? A cartoon British bank, a cartoon German bank, a cartoon Mexican bank, or a cartoon Japanese bank? That is the pound sterling symbol, used for currency in several countries, maybe most famously in England. And when robbing a cartoon British bank, it's important not to attract the attention of any mustachioed cartoon bobbies. They'll throw you in a cartoon jail before you have a chance to cartoon run away, leaving only a cartoon puff of smoke shaped like your cartoon body.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 big ones if you're right, but you lose 2,000 if you're wrong. And one more thing.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Psych to be at this hospital. What's their movie that's set in a psych ward? Good luck.
tried to shoot a student film inside a psych ward once. The problem was they wouldn't let me out to get a camera to shoot it.
You don't know Jack!
Hi there, I'm Evan Jacover, and I'm just watching this microphone till Cookie gets back from the bathroom.
I'm coming! Sure, I'll pick a name for you. It's like Toe Jam, but smoother. And the wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
the Mime Weather Channel. The weather channel that will really pull you in with an invisible rope.
Find the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to get yourself some sweet prizes and bonus cash. Okay, let's begin.
Get ready, time for question.
Let's start with time for another question. I'm sorry about all the noise. My cleaning lady is vacuuming right now because apparently it couldn't wait till tomorrow when I'm out of the office. Anyway, speaking of loud, obnoxious noises, tell me, what do loud, obnoxious sound waves like the ones coming from my cleaning lady's vacuum travel through the fastest? Solids, liquids, gases, or sound waves always travel at the same speed? In general, sound waves travel fastest through solids. Oh, I guess she's done. All right, Miranda, next time could you... Hey, where'd she go? Steve, the sound guy, did you see a cleaning lady leave here?
Cookie, we haven't had a cleaning lady in over 40 years.
Wait, you've been working here for over 40 years? Man, Steve, the sound guy, that's really pathetic.
Yeah.
I call this one, I trust Angry Penguin 69's opinion. The logo of which department store could accurately be called 1 star by Yelp reviewers? Kohl's, Macy's, JCPenney, or Nordstrom? Macy's logo consists of one big red star. But it's one heck of a big red star. In fact, I'd give their big red star 4 stars out of 5. If it were inside a Super Target logo, I might even consider giving it 5 out of 5.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
It's time for War Out. If military combat drones served the same purpose as honeybee drones, what would happen during a drone strike? Drones stinging enemy combatants? Drones making honey for enemy combatants? Drones barfing on enemy combatants? Or drones having sex with enemy combatants? Honeybee drones don't sting, they don't make honey, they're pretty much just around to have sex. Which would explain why most drone strikes only last a few seconds. Bucker up for, these drawings are foul-mouthed, and it's time to draw up a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 titles, and for each one you tell me if it's the name of a piece of art in the Museum of Modern Art, or the name of a South Park episode. If it's MoMA, press the left arrow. If it's South Park, press the right arrow. Alright, let's get started. 2 children are threatened by a nightingale. 2 guys naked in a hot tub. War is no nice. Eek, a penis. Adjustable wall bra. Cat orgy. Make love, not Warcraft. I respect your authority. And just like an episode of South Park, most modern art is created in under 6 days.
5 fingers!
Here's one I like to call Squares Dancing. How would I show you on the dance floor that I am rhythmically gifted for an entire circadian rhythm cycle? By doing the robot for 8 hours, by doing the sprinkler move for 12 hours, by doing the shopping cart move for 24 hours, or by doing the fishing rod move for 48 hours. The circadian rhythm is a full 24-hour period. And after the 24-hour mark, I pull out the Running Man. That's when things really get nuts. That'll wrap up round 1. And surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. And keep in mind, the wrong answer of the game is still there for the taking. Okay, how about it? And on its way, a trunk full of junk. Okay, just need to slowly sip from this comically full cup of scalding hot coffee here.
Hey, Danny!
Aha!
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me! Out of my way, Dunny. I'm going on vacation to the Iberian Peninsula.
Okay. What countries are you going to visit on the Iberian Peninsula?
All of them. Which of these places will I not see on my trip to the Iberian Peninsula? Spain, Portugal, Andorra, or Belgium? Spain, Portugal, and Andorra are all on the Iberian Peninsula. Belgium isn't. Which is too bad. I was hoping to get a Belgian waffle.
Hey, careful with those high-calorie treats, Billy. The weight'll go directly to my hand.
Yeah, I'll do the jokes around here, mister.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Say hello to Gwen at Work. Which No Doubt song is no doubt the closest to the title of E.B. White's classic children's novel? Don't Speak, Just a Girl, Bathwater, or Spiderwebs? Allow me. E.B. White is known for writing Charlotte's Web. Charlotte's Web is, of course, the story about people being surprised a pig could holla back. Shh, don't say a word. Because you just won a Mime umbrella from the Mime Weather Channel, where there's 100% chance of no talking. Today's wrong answer of the game brings you an extra $8,000. Surprise.
Follow me down to the sea.
Why not try? This food is delicious. If you've been poisoned by the poissonnier at a fancy restaurant, who almost killed you? The head chef, the pastry chef, the sauce chef, or the fish chef? At fancy restaurants, the fish chef is called the poissonnier. At less fancy restaurants, he's called the guy who heats up the filet-o-fish. And now, wherefore fart thou? Say there were a series of children's potty training books based on the works of William Shakespeare. Which of these titles would tell the story of someone trying to get on a throne? Romeo and Juliet, O Smello, Antony and Cleopatra, or As You Wipe It? Antony and Cleopatra, based on Antony and Cleopatra, would tell the story of a troubled romance while Antony attempts to take the throne of the Roman emperor. And while it's a great educational book, nothing helps a child learn to go number 2 like Richard the Turd. May I introduce Freedom! The Presidential Medal of Freedom is the highest civilian award in the United States. According to the White House, the award recognizes those who have made an especially meritorious contribution to the security or national interests of the United States, world peace, cultural or other significant public or private endeavors. Who has not yet won the highest civilian award in America, the prestigious Presidential Medal of Freedom? Barry Manilow, Julia Child, Dave Thomas, founder of Wendy's, or Mr. Rogers? Julia Child, Dave Thomas, and Mr. Rogers all won Presidential Medals of Freedom, all from George W. Bush, by the way. No Barry Manilow. But I'm sure he will win one somewhere down the road. And the president will say, Barry, this one's for you. Looks like you made it. And Barry will say, thank you, Mandy. Copacabana.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $2,000 if you're right, but you lose $2,000 if you're wrong. And most importantly,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Disguise the limit. What disguise do they wear? Good luck.
That's all she wrote! Which reminds me, I bought hundreds of dollars worth of wigs and prosthetic noses, so the next time I go to the grocery store, I can go through the free samples line several times. Suckers, I am saving so much money this way.
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie, and I got my start as a 17th century chimney sweep. Alright then, I'll just call you... Sack Lunch. And your wrong answer of the game is being sponsored by...
Giant kitchen appliances. Huge, elegant, completely impractical. Giant kitchen appliances.
Find the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to get yourself some sweet prizes and bonus cash. Okay, let's begin.
Get ready, time for question. 1.
To begin with, kiss my mascot. Which of these mascots is often seen with a bumbershoot? Mr. Peanut, the Morton Salt Girl, the Pillsbury Doughboy, or the Jolly Green Giant? This would have worked. A bumbershoot is another term for an umbrella, which is a classic part of the Morton Salt Girl mascot. But you know what she needs more than a bumbershoot? A little common sense. She's spilling that salt everywhere. I think you left your brain in your grocer's freezer. But you'll have plenty of room to defrost it in a macrowave from Giant Kitchen Appliances. Giant power cord not included. Today's wrong answer of the game is worth a tidy $4,000. There you go. Coming up, Rift Shop. I'm in favor of musicians who use symbols in their names. Pink uses the exclamation point, Questlove uses a question mark, and U2 uses a horseshoe. You sure about that? Okay, I'm told that it's actually just a U. Anyway, if Macklemore wanted to shorten his name using a symbol, what would be the best choice? Mackla this, Mackla this, Mackla this, or Mackla that? This is the greater than symbol, so it roughly translates to Macklemore. But I've heard that thrift shop song enough times. I'm ready for some Mackle less. Am I right?
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Here's one I like to call Fighting Fire with Love. And it's time for a 4-alarm dis or dat. I'm going to read off 7 things, and for each one, tell me if it's an online dating site or a movie about firefighters. If it's a dating site, press the left arrow. If it's a firefighter movie, press the right arrow. All right, let's get started. Ablaze, Tinder, Scorched, Spark, Backdraft, Heatfeel, Firestorm. You are on fire. I don't use dating sites. I meet girls the old-fashioned way by starting a fire in my house and hoping one of them will save me. And now, here's egg on your pantaloons. If while cleaning up the remains of Humpty Dumpty, all the king's horses and all the king's men got covered in his albumin, what might they later ask their dry cleaner? Can you get egg yolk out of silk tights? Can you get egg whites out of billowy cotton shirts? Can you get eggshell out of feathered caps? Or can you get blood out of horsehair? The white of an egg is its albumin. Or as Humpty Dumpty calls it, my guts! My guts! They're everywhere! Ah! 5 fingers! Up next, fortune favors the crave. Oh man, I'm starving. Luckily, I stole 18 fortune cookies on my last trip to Walks Up.
Cookie, fortune, fortune's red. Cookie, master said.
And my fortune says, birds of a feather flock together. Okay, if that's true, then which of these bird pairs probably wouldn't hang out with each other? Donald and Daffy, Woodsy and Hedwig, Big Bird and Tweety Bird, or Woodstock and Foghorn Leghorn? Foghorn Leghorn is a rooster, and the Peanuts Woodstock is a tiny yellow bird of undetermined species, but definitely not a chicken. So you'd expect Foghorn Leghorn to hang out with other roosters and Woodstock with other tiny yellow birds. But instead, they both hang out almost exclusively with dogs. Cartoons are just so unrealistic. That brings a close to round 1, and you've got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. Okay, we're bringing it on. Take a good look at Leonardo Decapitated. If it were based on the original Beowulf story, which part would not exist in the Martin Scorsese film The Beowulf of Wall Street? Leonardo DiCaprio is Grendel, Margot Robbie is Grendel's mother, Matthew McConaughey is Grendel's father, or Jonah Hill as a dragon. Grendel's father is not a character in Beowulf, so he isn't in The Beowulf of Wall Street. His story was cut out by Scorsese in order to trim the film down to a svelte 4-hour and 58-minute running length.
Question 7. Yeah, better shake your monkey bang.
Here's a good one. Kangaroo, Peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus?
Kangaroo, Peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus.
Nickname name of star NFL cornerback Charles Tillman? Kangaroo, Peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus? Charles Tillman, NFL cornerback who's played for the Chicago Bears, is more commonly known as Peanut Tillman. And if you don't think Peanut is an intimidating nickname, just ask the millions of people around the world who suffer from peanut allergies. Peanuts are scary as shit.
Follow me down to the sea.
Let's try revenge is a dish best administered rectally.
Oh, my butt.
Oh, don't mind that moaning. That's just Bob the producer in the bathroom. He got back from his trip to Mexico the other day and he's experiencing a tiny case of Montezuma's revenge. Hang in there, Bob.
Oh, God, this is the worst day of my life. Oh.
Try not to clog the toilet. Considering who it's named for, what could Bob the producer scream while experiencing his tiny case of Montezuma's revenge? Curse you, king of the Incas! Darn you, king of the Aztecs! Blast you, king of the Mayans! Or damn you to hell, king of the Kickapoos! Montezuma's revenge is a reference to the Aztec king Montezuma II, who was defeated by the Spanish conquistadors. Hey Bob, I appreciate your work ethic, but maybe you should be doing this at home.
Yeah, I'd rather not do something this disgusting to my own toilet.
I call this one Every Day I'm Buffering. Because the title contains a prime number, what would be the most appropriate movie to stream via Amazon Prime? 8 Mile, 21 Jump Street, 47 Ronin, or 2001 A Space Odyssey? A prime number is a number that can only be divided by itself in 1. And for some reason, 0 and 1 don't count. I don't make up the rules. Blah, blah, blah. Math, math, math. 47 is the only prime number. Well, it took a while, but I finally came up with parameters that would make it acceptable for me to sit down and watch a Keanu Reeves movie. Open wide for Jingle Jangle. Who played the lead in Django Unchained? Jamie Foxx, Jamie Foxx, Jamie Foxx, or Jamie Foxx? Jamie Foxx's last name has 2 X's in it. The first X is silent.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 big ones if you're right. 2,000 gone if you're wrong. And of course,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. My band has a great fictional sound. In which film can I find these fake bands? Good luck.
great fictional bands. The Blues Brothers, Josie and the Pussycats, Nickelback. If only they were real.
You don't know Jack!
Hey, this is Cookie, and these birds are doing a poor job of dressing me. Oh, come on, you call that a winter knot? Nameless? So sad. I'll help. You've got that yeasty look to you. And our wrong answer of the game is sponsored by
Accordion to Jim Accordion Store. Your one-stop shop for all your accordion needs. Well, needs is probably a strong word. Desires, yes, accordion desires. No, that's probably too strong too. Look, if you have or want an accordion, just come here.
Pick the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to win a fabulous prize and big cash. Okay, let's light this sucker.
Get ready, time for question. One.
First question. Let's get this potato salad started. Let's say cannibals catch the singer Pink and throw her on the grill. Based on the minimum steak temperature set by the USDA, when might the cannibals stop calling her Pink and instead refer to her as well done? When she reaches 130 degrees Fahrenheit, when she reaches 150 degrees Fahrenheit, when she reaches 170 degrees Fahrenheit, or when she reaches 190 degrees Fahrenheit. According to the USDA, a steak is well done when it hits 170 degrees Fahrenheit. And before serving, you'll want to trim off the gristle and the tattoos. And now, you are who some computer nerd tells you you are. So, I don't know what it is, but I just can't stop taking these Zimbio quizzes. So far, I've learned that I'm Jar Jar Binks from Star Wars, Cousin Oliver from the Brady Bunch, and Sofia Coppola in The Godfather Part 3. It's actually been a depressing couple of days. But, tell me this. Which of these Zimbio quizzes might tell me I'm Zambia? Which Northern African country are you? Which Southern African country are you? Which Southeast Asian country are you? Or which Middle Eastern country are you? Zambia is located in Southern Africa. To be honest, I kind of wanted Zambia, so I may not have answered the quiz questions entirely truthfully. My major export isn't really refined copper, but who's gonna know?
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Here's one for you. Kangaroo, Peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus?
Kangaroo, Peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus.
Subject of a 1988 Australian comedy film that was a hit in Australia but a dud in the United States. Kangaroo, Peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus? Young Einstein was a 1988 Australian comedy about, you guessed it, a young Albert Einstein who discovers the secret of splitting the beer atom. Americans didn't buy it because it was too absurd. I mean, come on, we all know he split the beer atom when he was in his 60s. That's not young. And on its way, some mean jeans. Suppose the logo on the back pocket of your Versace jeans had the same abilities as the magical creature it represents. What would be the penalty for people checking out your butt? Your butt would sing beautifully, then eat them. Your butt would tell a riddle, then burn them alive. Your butt would unleash a powerful whirlwind, or your butt would immediately turn them to stone. Yep, the Versace logo is modeled after the head of Medusa, so careful where you stare. But I guess it wouldn't be the first time staring at a butt made someone turn hard. Hey-o!
5 fingers!
This one's called Parliament for the Course, and this dis or dat is to the death. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one you tell me if it's the name of a British Prime Minister or the name of a character from the Hunger Games. If it's a Prime Minister, press the left arrow. If it's the Hunger Games, press the right arrow. All right, let's get started. Archibald Primrose. Benjamin Disraeli. Primrose Everdeen. Augustus Fitzroy. Plutarch Heavensby. Clement Attlee. Coriolanus Snow. You caught fire. I went on vacation to Britain once. Have you tasted the food they have there? The whole trip was like a Hunger Game. Round 1 is complete, and you've got a decent score there. Don't screw it up. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. And lest you forget, the wrong answer of the game is still there for the taking. Okay, let's do this. Here we have, your invisible horse is stylin'. If Gangnam Style singer Psy also wanted to be known for his gingham style, what would you most likely see him wearing? A paisley bow tie, a polka dot dinner jacket, a checkered dress shirt, or a pair of zigzag dress pants? Want to see the right answer? Gingham is a plain weave cotton fabric that commonly has a checkered pattern. And if you haven't heard of gingham style, it was a one-stitch wonder. I'd hate to polka fun at this answer. And I won't, because this is the wrong answer of the game, which means you've just won a heavy metal accordion from the Accordion to Gym Accordion Store. Rock out with your lederhosen. Out. This wrong answer of the game comes with a bundle of cash worth $8,000. Congratulations.
Question 7. Get up and shake your funky bang.
Take a good look at Forever 21 Proof. I was shopping for clothes at the mall. I never buy clothes on the internet, only authentic clothes at the mall. And I walked by this clothing store, Forever 21. Why does everyone want to look younger than they are? Where should you shop if you want to look like you recently joined the AARP? Forever 41, Forever 51, Forever 61, or Forever 71? AARP is an organization for Americans over 50. Forever 51 is a great place to buy high-waisted pants, Crocs, golf shirts, mom jeans, non-prescription reading glasses, suspenders, and maybe a gun.
Follow me down to the sea.
May I introduce... This place is a real hip joint. Which of these hipster bones is so hip it hangs out at the hip joint? A humorist wearing a headband, a femur buying mustache wax, a fibula drinking a PBR, or a clavicle shopping for vintage vinyl? The femur is the pretentious mustache over grooming thigh bone that meets with the pelvis to make a hip joint. Personally, I prefer to hang out at the proximal phalange bone. You've probably never heard of it. Say hello to Quench Your Thirst for Solitude. Instead of drenching football coaches in a Gatorade bath when they win the Super Bowl, I think they should let the coaches take a nice real bath in Gatorade. They've earned it. If Super Bowl winning coach Pete Carroll took a relaxing bath in the original Gatorade flavor, what might he be doing? Reading a romance novel in a tub of lemon lime? Listening to a Seal album in a tub of orange? Painting his nails in a tub of fruit punch? Or playing a flute in a tub of melon? Lemon lime was the original flavor of Gatorade. And a Gatorade bath is really the best way to make sure that Gatorade is in you. Up next, Debate Watchers.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question.
And you'll get a fat tip for a right answer. Arrange these U.S. presidents from skinniest to fattest, based on their weight while in office. Bill Clinton, William Howard Taft, Harry Truman, Truman Taft Clinton, Clinton Truman Taft, Taft Clinton Truman, or Truman Clinton Taft. Truman weighed 185 pounds in office, Clinton weighed 216 pounds, and Big Boy Taft weighed 330 pounds. You just picked up an extra $1,000 for that. Taft had to have his trousers let out a few times to accommodate his weight gains. Or as his tailor would discreetly put it, it's, time to gerrymander your knickers, sir.
Step right up to the jack attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose 2,000. And don't forget,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Let's get fingered. Hopefully you can finger the right suspects.
That's all she wrote! In honor of this jack attack, I bought myself a Chinese finger trap. Now, what do wild fingers eat that I can use for bait?
You don't know Jack!
Hi, this is Cookie, and before we get started, I want everybody to check under their seats. Feel that? That's the underside of a seat. Pretty cool, huh? Have it your way. Now just try to play as fugly as your name would suggest. And today's wrong answer of the game is being brought to you by...
Spray-on Sunburn, a healthy way to look damaged.
Pick the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to win a fabulous prize and big cash. Okay, let's see what happens.
Get ready, time for question.
One.
First, Mr. Universe sure is sparkly. Say the muscular Mr. Clean decides to start training for a professional weightlifting competition. While practicing for the clean and jerk portion of the competition, what might you see him do? Lift a barbell to his collarbone, then above his bald head. Lift a barbell to his waist, then above his bald head. Lift a barbell above his bald head in one continuous motion. Or lift a barbell to the back of his neck, then above his bald head. The clean and jerk properly executed requires that the weightlifter first lift the barbell up to rest on his collarbone and deltoids, and then straight up over his head. Mr. Clean does it all alone, too. He refuses to have somebody spot him because the man just really hates spots.
Oh, Mama, gonna tell you what I'm gonna do.
Open wide for... I got me gun aimed at your heart chakra, and it's a bloody disodat! I am going to read off 7 names, and for each, I want you to tell me if it's the name of a yoga pose or the title of a Jason Statham movie. If it's a yoga pose, press the left arrow. If it's Jason Statham, press the right arrow. We good? Here we go. Warrior! Plank! Crank! Safe! Warrior 2! Cobra! Snatch! Damn! Namaste! They offer free yoga classes here at the office every Thursday. Unfortunately, Thursdays are the days I pick up my weekly 4 cases of Slim Jims at Costco, so I can't make it.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
May I introduce... I don't know how much an upright vacuum costs! Which company's logo would make the best name tag on The Price is Right? Target's, Best Buy's, Walmart's, or Macy's? The Best Buy logo is a giant yellow price tag, much like the yellow price tag-shaped name tags contestants wear on The Price is Right. But then you'd have to convince Drew Carey your name is Best Buy. Maybe it's a family name, and then if you won, they'd make the check out to Best Buy. Yeah, it's not worth it. How about hidden wood? You know what? Screw it. Let's do a Billy O'Brien question.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
Hello, Billy.
I'm not Dilly. I'm Dilly's sister, Daddy.
Wait, what?
You heard me. Is this thing on? Okay, which of these famous tuttets is not a female tuttet like me? Miss Tiggy, Sherry Lewis's Landshot, Toto Gigio, or Noki Fraggle?
Billy.
Daddy.
Betty, what are you doing? And why are you wearing that wig?
Just read the answer, Dunny.
Miss Piggy, Lamb Chop, and Moki are all females, I guess. But Topo Gigio, the famous puppet mouse from the Ed Sullivan Show, is a boy. Not to be disrespectful, but I guess I don't think of puppets as really having any gender at all.
Well, if you buy me a few drinks sometime, Mr. Nasterson, I could certainly prove you wrong.
Let's talk about this off mic.
And on its way, cross-dressing at cross purposes. Well, that was, weird. It gets me thinking. If RuPaul got really into physics, how would she change the name of her reality show Drag Race? RuPaul's Vector Potential Race? RuPaul's Retarding Force Race? RuPaul's Kinetic Energy Race? Or RuPaul's Relativistic Mass Race? Drag is the lessening or retarding force on an object from wind or fluid resistance. And when you're cross-dressing, you have to be very careful about where your fluid resistance is coming from. Round 1 is in the books, and you've got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Don't forget, in round 2, all the cash is doubled. And remember, our wrong answer to the game is still out there waiting to be picked. Enough small talk. Why not try McConaughey there? If Matthew McConaughey went to visit his ancestral home of Scotland, what side of the road would he drive on? Alright, alright, alright. Alright, alright, but a little left. All left, all left, all left. Or all one way, all one way, all one way. In Scotland, like in the rest of the UK, cars always drive on the left side of the street. If you drive down the right side in Scotland, you'll get killed.
Question 7. Yeah,
I call this one Gagging on the Couch. There are so many characters in the Simpsons universe, I still don't know how many total because there are more of them than there are fingers at this office. I may have to figure out a different way to count. Maybe this Geiger counter over here. If I use a Geiger counter, which character from The Simpsons will it definitely count? Duff Man, Crazy Cat Lady, Radioactive Man, or Mr. Burns? Why didn't you pick this? The Geiger counter is an instrument used to pick up radioactivity levels, so it would definitely pick up Radioactive Man. Radiation can last thousands of years, or a couple of seasons less than The Simpsons. It looks like you got burned. And now you can get burned for weeks to come with a can of Spray-On Sunburn you just won from Spray-On Sunburn. Spray-On Sunburn, the safe, easy way to look sunburned fast. Today's wrong answer of the game brings you an extra $8,000. Surprise.
Follow me down to the sea.
Here's one for you. Not you good men. Oh, shoot. My panini press is broken. I guess I'll have to eat something else.
Cookie fortune with Cookie fortune cookie messages.
Oh, damn. I love that panini press. Okay, my fortune reads, don't have a cow. Oh, alright, I'm calm. And to prove it, which of these actions would be an example of me not having a cow? Me having a female elephant, me having a female hippopotamus, me having a female dolphin, or me having a female bear? A female bear is a sow. The other females listed here are known as cows. This was a hypothetical question, by the way. I've never given birth to any kind of animal that I know of. Am I right? It's time for Pitbull isn't dangerous, he's just misunderstood. What if the singers of Timber had no timbre? Kesha and Pitbull's voices would be barely audible. Kesha and Pitbull's voices would be way too loud. Kesha and Pitbull's voices would be indistinguishable. Or Kesha and Pitbull's voices would be completely off-key. The timbre of your voice or an instrument is what makes it distinguishable from someone else's voice or another instrument. So timbre with no timbre would mean that Kesha and Pitbull sound exactly alike. But with technology today, who knows what singers actually sound like anyway? I mean, take my voice for example. If we don't adjust it,
then I sound way different. I mean, can you hear how nasally I am?
Here we have Occupy Moose Street. I find 1% milk to be the most unfair dairy product of all. Why should all the milk fat be contained in that tiny 1% of itself? How about some fat for the rest of us? But I'm sure it's got a good excuse. What might my carton of 1% milk say about how 1% of itself came to control all the milk fat? It took years of hard work and chemical extraction of fat. I got up off my butt and boiled away the excess fat. I used my brain power and spun out the surplus fat. Or I schemed and plotted, then froze off the fat I didn't want. Watch the clock. Whole milk, which contains about 3% milk fat, is centrifuged or spun at a high rate of speed until the heavier fat is separated from the rest of the milk. They can then add however much fat they require. And sometimes when cows give a lot of milk, it's too big to pale.
Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 if you're right. 2,000 gone if you're wrong. And one more thing.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue.
I'm a sexy French maid and this is a stick-up. The robbers in these movies were disguised as what? Good luck. all she wrote! Which reminds me, I think I forgot to lock the door.
Okay, this is the stick-up. Give me all your money.
Oh, I see you're wearing a rubber mask. But if you think about it, aren't we all wearing masks in society? Be it the mask we put on for work or the mask we put on for relationships?
Never mind.
Well, Cookie, you scared away another robber. Stupid, stupid, stupid! You always do this. What's wrong with you?
You don't know Jack!
Hi, this is Cookie, and I'm having the weirdest case of deja vu right now. Yep, I've definitely heard that boner sound effect somewhere before. No name? Okay, well, here you go. You know what you are. Now I'm calling you out on it. And today's wrong answer of the game is being brought to you by...
Sculpt-By-Numbers. Anybody can sculpt with our patented Sculpt-By-Numbers system. Unfortunately, not many people want to. Please help us.
Pick the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to win a fabulous prize and big cash. So let's get to it.
Get ready, time for question.
Okay, to get things started, I make my lovers wear masks. Which superhero routinely says "I love you" in American Sign Language as he travels across rooftops? Batman, Wolverine, Daredevil, or Spider-Man? Spider-Man presses his middle and ring finger to the center of his palm with the others extended to activate his web shooters. This is also the sign for "I love you." Just like a guy, tell you they love you right before they shoot their web all over you. Am I right, ladies? Take a good look at Raging Red Bull, and it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a Martin Scorsese movie, an International Bartenders Association officially recognized cocktail, or both. If it's a film by Martin Scorsese, press the left arrow. If it's one of the 80 or so official cocktails, press the right arrow. And if you think it's both, press the down arrow. Cool, let's do it. Manhattan. French Connection. Godfather. Aviation. Between the Sheets. Clover Club. Casino. You're the Wolf of Trivia Street. Yeah, they were all cocktails except Casino, which is both a cocktail and a Martin Scorsese movie. It was kind of a trick question. Don't like it? Well, f*** you, you f***ing f***. Sorry, I've been watching Casino.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Why not try? Here we go round the Manberry bush. If Robin Thicke makes love to 2 sexy ladies round robin style, how many total rounds of lovemaking will there be? 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, or 4 rounds? If they make love round robin style, each person will need to make love to every other person in the group once. So Robin will have to make love with both women individually, and then the 2 women will also have to, together, adding up to 3 total rounds of lovemaking. And the whole time, Pharrell Williams is just awkwardly hanging out in the background. Pucker up for Men Don't Ask for One Directions. So, you know how One Direction is all, hey, look at me, and I'm all... Ow, what the hell?
Sorry, boy, I was trying to change the radio.
That's not the radio, old man.
What's that thing? Who's that fella? Where's that Sculpt-By-Numbers? It's Foggy Facts with Old Man.
Sculpt-By-Numbers, I forget. Why can't I get this thing to play music? I want to hear that song.
What song?
You know how it goes. Doo-be-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Skip-a-doo-doo, a sea little boat. Wait a sec. No, that's not how it goes.
Why don't you describe it? We'll see if we can figure it out.
Well, all right, let's see. It was this lady singing, and she's upset with her relationship. Then she literally spells it out for him. And at the end, it's just "sack it to me" a bunch of times. What was that song?
Okay, is it Proud Mary, I Got You Babe, Respect, or Vogue? Was it Respect, old man?
Oh, that's it. Respect. Okey-doke, I'm done listening to the radio box. And now I'll just unplug this little doohickey.
No, old man, don't unplug the microphone. Ridiculous! How does he keep getting in here?
5 fingers!
Take a stab at Mind Over Manners. Which of these museum art pieces features a rude person who is not taking off his hat while inside the museum? Wood's American Gothic, Botticelli's The Birth of Venus, Magritte's The Son of Man, or Michelangelo's David? One right answer coming up. Magritte's Son of Man features a man whose face is obscured by a green apple as he rudely continues to wear a hat indoors. I haven't been this upset at a painting since I noticed Judas was chewing with his mouth open at the Last Supper. I'm going to chisel away at some of your cash. But you'll do some chiseling of your own with a Sculpt-By-Numbers slab. With so many sculptures to choose from, you can take your pick, and then choose which sculpture to make with your pick. By pick, I mean a pickaxe. This wrong answer of the game has earned you $4,000. Don't spend it all in one place. That'll wrap up round 1, and you're in pretty good shape for now. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. It's time. This one's called a sexy French trivia question. Which of these famous maids might end up taking a ride on the Maid of the Mist? Rosie from the Jetsons visiting the Thames River, Alice from the Brady Bunch at the Great Barrier Reef, Anna from Downton Abbey on a trip to Niagara Falls, or Amelia Bedelia hanging out near the Nile River? The Maid of the Mist is the name of the boat, multiple boats actually, that take people on tours of Niagara Falls. But I'm not getting on a boat with anybody from Downton Abbey. 2 words. Drama.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Try this on for size. Scrabble arouser. Which of these symbols from the periodic table could not be used as a word in Scrabble? Iodine symbol, helium symbol, arsenic symbol, or americium symbol? He, as, and am are all great 2-letter Scrabble words, but iodine symbol is I, which is a word, but just a 1-letter word, and there are no 1-letter words in Scrabble. I like to make stories just out of the 2-letter words in Scrabble. Go to my axe. It is up on my ox. Axe me. Ow! Ow! Thank you.
Follow me down to the sea.
May I introduce the Purple Heart is awarded to General So. Time for some authentic Asian cuisine.
Cookie fortune with Cookie fortune, Cookie Master.
Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. Okay, here's my fortune. Find your voice. I'd love to. So if I asked Ariel from The Little Mermaid to help me, where would she tell me to look? In a shell, in an eel, in a book, or in a trident? In The Tale of the Little Mermaid, Ursula takes Ariel's voice in exchange for getting legs, and stores it in her shell necklace. Ariel gets her voice back eventually, although after not speaking for a while, she was a little seahorse. Open wide for I Give Up Worthy. I feel like I should read more classic literature, but they have such boring titles. Ugh, why can't they have cool, enticing titles like all the headlines on the internet? Which classic novel would be much better off with this title? A young orphan is approached by a convict in a graveyard. You won't believe what happens next. Great Expectations, Wuthering Heights, Crime and Punishment, or Of Mice and Men? Yep, that's pretty much what kicks off all the events of Charles Dickens' Great Expectations. Maybe the book would be better if instead of Great Expectations, it was 15 Awesome Expectations in GIF format. And on its way, duck fails a boo-hoo. I love taking selfies, especially if I'm doing one of those sexy duck faces in them. So I'm wondering, which of these selfies does not involve me doing a duck face? A mallard face selfie, a harlequin face selfie, a mandarin face selfie, or an Appaloosa face selfie? Mallards, harlequins, and mandarins are all types of ducks, but Appaloosas are horses. I once took a duck face selfie at the park and an old woman threw breadcrumbs at me. Talk about degrading. I mean, I ate the crumbs, but still.
Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 big ones if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose 2,000. And one more thing.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. I see a Jack Attack in your future. Who's predicting the future? Good luck.
That's all she wrote! I brought in a fortune teller to show me my fate in a crystal ball.
I see. And it's 2 years from now. And you're on the toilet.
I see me too. Oh my god, do I die on the toilet?
No, it's just you as the future on the toilet.
I should skip enchiladas on that day.
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie Masterson, and I am the face of the multi-billion-dollar industry that is humorous trivia. Can't play without a name, federal regulations.
Sack lunch.
And your wrong answer of the game is being sponsored by
the Alliance of Mole People for a Better America. Look, mole Americans hate terrorism and love freedom just as much as human Americans. Trust us, we're not up to anything.
If you happen to find our sponsor's wrong answer of the game, you'll be rewarded with big prizes and cash. Okay, let's see what happens.
Get ready, time for question.
1.
First question, Candy Crushed. I can't stop playing Candy Crush. It's like heroin. At first it was great, but now I hate it and it's ruining my life. If Candy Crush really is like heroin, what should I play to wean myself off of it? Barbitol Crush Saga, Methadone Crush Saga, Zoplicone Crush Saga, or Methamphetamine Crush Saga? Methadone is used for, among other things, drug detox programs. Methadone isn't cheap, but it can't be more expensive than these $70,000 worth of app helpers I bought for Candy Crush. Thank God this game's free, otherwise can you imagine how much I would have spent by now? Coming up, Motley Shoe. And let's step into a dis or dat. I'm going to read off 7 things, and for each one, tell me if it's a metal band from the 1980s and 90s or a style of women's boots. If it's a metal band, press the left arrow. If it's a style of women's boots, press the right arrow. Okay, we're off. Gladiator. Firehouse. Bondage. Cinderella. Wedge. Keel. Winger. You just want a date with John Bon Jovi. I'm no expert, but the best thing about women's boots is they make my ass look great.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Up next, so many disgusting ways to be American.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right.
You know the drill. If you get this one right, I'll send some extra cash your way. Put these movies in chronological order based on the time period they're set in, from earliest to latest. American Hustle, American Pie, American Psycho, Pie Psycho Hustle, Psycho Hustle Pie, Hustle Psycho Pie, or Pie Hustle Psycho. American Hustle is set in the 70s, American Psycho is set in the 80s, and American Pie is set in the late 90s, early 2000s. That earned you an extra $1,000. The 70s, 90s, and 2000s. 3 different decades where Eugene Levy has played the exact same role. This one's called Remove the Stitches After 1001 Arabian Nights. What would be different about Aladdin's genie if he magically gave himself a genioplasty? He would have a bigger chin, he would have firmer breasts, he would have a lifted butt, or he would have smaller ears. A genioplasty is a type of plastic surgery where the chin is augmented with an implant. Oh, I wish I had a genie.
Your wish is my command.
All I have is this lousy genie sound effect.
Your wish is my command.
5 fingers!
It's time for Flab Roller. How might a professional bowler respond if someone were to ask him how he manages to stay in such wonderfully below-average shape? Rolling balls down a 28-foot lane is great for the beer gut. Rolling balls down a 63-foot lane keeps my back fat firm. Rolling balls down a 104-foot lane really tones the jowls. Or, rolling balls down a 456-foot lane works my cankles. Time's a-wastin'. A regulation bowling lane is 63 feet long from the foul line to the pin deck. I consider bowling good exercise. I mean, sure, gravity and momentum do 90% of the work getting the ball down the lane, but that other 10%, that takes some real slight arm movement. Round 1 is complete, and you're in pretty good shape for now. Don't forget, in round 2, all the cash is doubled. And keep in mind, our wrong answer to the game is still out there waiting to be picked. Now get out there and make me proud. Take a good look at a 3-day getaway to beautiful Valhalla. Suppose Dante returns after his travels in the Divine Comedy and starts posting pictures to Facebook. What is he most likely to write about his second destination? Here's me in heaven, here's me in purgatory, here's me in hell, or here's me in Toledo. In the Divine Comedy, Dante's first stop is hell, and his third stop is heaven. And in between, his second stop is purgatory. It's funny to put pictures of purgatory on Facebook because endlessly scrolling through a Facebook feed full of vacation pics is actually what they make you do in purgatory.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Next. Hey, wig spender. Hold on, I'm just going over my credit card bill. Who the hell spent $400 at the wig shop?
I did, Dunny.
Billy O'Brien?
No, Daddy O'Brien.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
Billy.
Daddy.
Betty, how could you spend so much on wigs?
I'm trying to get my hair just right. I want to resemble Audrey Hepburn. Oh, speaking of which, what hairstyle must I get in order to look like Audrey Hepburn in Breakfast at Tiffany's? A Dufont, a Tage Joy, a Turn, or an Updo? Audrey Hepburn famously had an updo in Breakfast at Tiffany's.
Well, Betty, I must say the pixie cut looks very good on you.
Oh, thank you. Why don't we go back to my place and mess around?
Billy, Betty, is your hair... is that moss?
Yes, it is.
That explains the smell.
Pretty alluring, is it not?
Follow me down to the sea.
Here's one for you. Gone with the Vin. Let's say all Vin Diesel movies can be put into two categories. Ones where his acting relies on grunting, or ones where his acting relies on sneering. What kind of chart should I use to find the movies where he both sneers and grunts? A Vin Diesel Venn diagram, a Vin Diesel Venn diagram, a Vin Diesel Venn diagram, or a Vin Diesel Van diagram? Venn diagrams, spelled V-E-N-N, feature circles that contain a set of data. In this case, where the circles overlap in the middle is where you'll find those awesome movies that have both grunting and sneering. And if there's one thing a Vin Diesel fan loves, it's using charts to analyze complicated data. Woohoo! Try this on for size. Reduce, reuse, reheat. It seems like a lot of factories are going green these days. I don't like it. If there aren't plumes of smoke coming out of factory chimneys, then what are street urchins gonna choke on? Anyway, it got me wondering. If the Cheesecake Factory went completely green, what would be the only sauce they'd offer? Hollandaise sauce, chimichurri sauce, mole sauce, or bechamel sauce? Watch how easy this is. Made from parsley, the Argentinian sauce chimichurri has a bright green tint. And I like a lot of sauce on my cheesecake. Saucy cheesecake. No, mole is not your friend. But moles will be with this. T-shirts of a mole holding an American flag, just like the one you won from the Alliance of Mole People for a Better America. Blindly follow us to a better tomorrow. This wrong answer of the game has earned you a sweet 8,000 clams. Well done. And now, kangaroo, peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus?
Kangaroo, peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus.
Known to reach over 20 feet tall. Kangaroo, peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus? The planet Uranus is way over 20 feet tall. I mean, it's at least 30 feet tall. Probably more. I don't know. I'd have to see it up close.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 if you're right. 2,000 gone if you're wrong. And one more thing.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Let's get Randy. Who's your Randy fella? Good luck.
There you have it! We used to have a sound rep who worked for us named Randy. I wonder whatever happened to him.
I still work here, Cookie.
It's almost like I can feel his presence even though he's gone.
Cookie, I'm standing right in front of you.
Yes, Randy, yes you are. I miss you, big guy.
You don't know Jack!
Hey, this is Cookie, and I have bad news and good news. Bad news, my Meemaw passed away. The good news, I bought a slide whistle. Okay, nobody, you're somebody now. Hey, don't worry, anyone can win a surprise makeover. It might be you someday, Dumpy. And the wrong answer of the game is brought to you by...
Legal puppets! We've got lawyer puppets, judge puppets, grand jury puppets, bailiff puppets, and new for this season, assistant district attorney puppets. You won't object to our prices?
Try to choose the wrong answer, brought to you by our sponsor, to get prizes and cash. Alright, let's do this thing.
Get ready, time for question.
To get started, Ilvis has left the building. So I've been thinking, the dog goes woof, the cat goes meow, ducks go quack, and fish go blub. But what does Guy Fawkes say? Ring ding ding, I discovered Florida. Wah pa pa pa, let's blow up Parliament. Ha-tee, 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 I'm a three musketeer. Or, fra-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka, I investigate X-Files. Guy Fawkes is best known, besides being the face on those masks Anonymous wears, for trying to blow up Parliament in 1605. I'm considering blowing up KXCW Rock Radio if they don't stop playing What Does the Fox Say during my morning commute. Why are you still playing that song?
Oh, Mama, gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. Say it so.
Next up, the Darjeeling Extremely Limited. And it's a whimsical this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 items, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's a character from a Wes Anderson film or a species of endangered tree. If it's a Wes Anderson character, press the left arrow. If it's an endangered tree, press the right arrow. We good? Here we go. Royal Tenenbaum, St. Helena Gumwood, Raleigh St. Clair, Pau Brazil, Osiri Draculius, Pagoda, Monkey Puzzle. That was fantastic, Mr. Fox. Endangered trees and Wes Anderson films. Two things I pretend to care about to impress other people.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Here's one I like to call Wreck-It Ralph is just a Hamlet ripoff. Which of these Disney animated films is very, 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 very loosely based on a story by Hans Christian Andersen? Tangled, Pinocchio, Frozen, or Lilo and Stitch? Allow me. Frozen is loosely, and I mean loosely, based on the Hans Christian Andersen story, The Snow Queen, in that there is a snowy queen, and pretty much every other single thing in the story is completely different. So if you're a Hans Christian Andersen purist, let it go. Let it go! This is what you get when you let your conscience be your guide. And you know what else you get? This Southern lawyer puppet from Legal Puppets. If you can tell the difference between our puppets and an actual lawyer, your next puppet is free. You'll be happy to know this wrong answer. The game comes with $4,000. Congrats. Here's a good one. A too mysteriously floating knife. What would be most appropriate for Julius Caesar to say after fighting and defeating the Invisible Man? Veni vidi vici, veni vici, or veni vidi? Veni vidi vici is Latin for I came, I saw, I conquered. So if Julius Caesar defeated the Invisible Man, why I have no idea, he would most likely omit the I saw portion. I would think fighting the Invisible Man would be a Pyrrhic victory, because with that much blind groping, you're bound to repeatedly grab genitals. May I introduce I Can't Hockey Mask the Pain. Let's say a proud hockey mom is giving birth to a future goalie right this second. If it's a traditional between-the-legs birth, in hockey terms, where is the doctor receiving that baby when he or she comes out? In the mom's 1-hole, in the mom's 2-hole, in the mom's 4-hole, or in the mom's 5-hole? In hockey, the space between a goalie's legs is called the 5-hole. And if you give birth to a hockey player, you're always guaranteed tickets in the C-section. That'll bring an end to our first round. And you're sitting pretty for someone so ugly. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. Okay, how about it? And now, holla to me, not at me. Yo, I'm gonna hook you up with another question. You know what I'm saying? Yes, I study entomology. Yes, I study kinesiology. Yes, I study pneumatics. Or yes, I study linguistics. Linguistics is the study of language. Or as I like to call it, the study of word noises that have brain meanings. But that's just me. I'm a talk-gooder. I happen to be something of a student of linguistics. It's how I became fluent in High Elvish. Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang. Take a good look at Quick Quirky Quiz with Quips and Quacks. What does the Q in NASDAQ stand for? Quotations, quantifiers, quotient, or choir? The Q in NASDAQ stands for quotations. So taking what the other letters mean, NASDAQ stands for... You know what? No one gives a shit. Next question. Oh wait, I promised to quack. There you go.
Follow me down to the sea.
This one's known as It's Too Cold for Hot Fuzz. Where can you see Simon Pegg in Winnipeg? A screening of Shaun of the Dead in Saskatchewan, a screening of Mission Impossible 3 in Manitoba, a screening of The Adventures of Tintin in Alberta, or a screening of Old Boy in Ontario. Winnipeg, sometimes affectionately referred to as the Peg, is the largest city in Manitoba, Canada. And you'll also see Frost on the ground there. Nick Frost. He's clumsy. Coming up, stand up for your rights. Let's say Louis C.K. has a son named Louis, and he has a son named Louis, and so forth, until they've established a dynasty of stand-up comedians named Louis. Which one would you expect to be attacked by an audience revolt and beheaded on stage? Louis C.K. the 14th, Louis C.K. the 15th, Louis C.K. the 17th, or Louis C.K. the 16th? Louis the 16th was captured during the French Revolution and beheaded. The other Louis died of natural causes like old age. But right before Louis the 16th got his head chopped off, he did a great bit about how his 5-year-old is a jerk. I'll miss him. It's time for Ancient Farmville. Hey, help me finish this song. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on that farm he had some Chinese pandas, E-I-E-I-O, Australian kangaroos, E-I-E-I-O, Indian elephants, E-I-E-I-O, or Mexican jaguars, E-I-E-I-O. The Olmecs were an ancient Mexican civilization known for their sculptures of giant stone heads. And I don't know how old MacDonald farmed jaguars. I've been milking this one all day, and all I've gotten is 1 cup of milk. I think that's milk.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 big ones if you're right, but you lose 2,000 if you're wrong. And don't forget,
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. I loved you as Nebuchadnezzar. What Bible character did I love these people as?
That's all she wrote! And say what you want about the Old Testament pharaohs, but I've learned a lot from them on how to motivate employees. Get back to work, morons! What? Man, why are all these frogs falling from our ceiling? Come on, is somebody gonna fix this damn frog leak?
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie Masterson, and nobody's spoiled That's So Raven for me. I'm halfway through it. Can't play without a name, federal regulations. Let's give this a shot, loser. And the wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
1-a-month vitamins. Our slow-release formula means you get all the vitamins you need for 1 whole month in one huge f***ing pill.
Sniff out our sponsor's wrong answer of the game and you'll end up with a great prize and serious cash. Okay, let's light this sucker.
Get ready, time for question.
1.
Let's begin with Tweedledee and Tweedledead. So, I'm afraid I have some sad news. Last night, our newest intern, Freddy, got food poisoning from some bad oysters. The doctors did everything they could, but, he's no longer with us. Like my former intern, Freddy, which of these Alice in Wonderland characters is most likely to have an obituary that reads, ate some bad oysters? The Queen of Hearts, the March Hare, the Mock Turtle, or the Walrus, and/or the Carpenter? Were you thinking of this one? In Through the Looking Glass, the Walrus and the Carpenter trick some unsuspecting oysters into following them down the beach so they can gobble them all up. Which is not very nice. Why can't we all just be nice to each other? If Freddy were here with us today, he'd agree.
Cookie, Freddy's not dead. They said he's gonna be fine.
What? And why isn't he at work? When he comes back, fire that motherfucker. March yourself straight over to the loser's circle. And then collect your prize. This vitamin from 1-a-month vitamins. Don't worry, it's a suppository. This wrong answer of the game has netted you an extra 4,000. Congratulations. How about, look at those pearly whats? What dental product could a beaver purchase that would really bring out the color of its front teeth? Crest 3D black strips, Listerine oranging pre-brush rinse, Arm & Hammer advanced green toothpaste, or Oral-B Pro Blue electric toothbrush. Beavers have orange front teeth. See, what's attractive to humans may not be attractive to all animals. We might prefer light brown teeth like the ones I have, but that's actually very rare in the animal kingdom.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
May I introduce The Truthiness Shall Set You Free, and it's a late night this or that. I'm going to read off 7 titles, and for each one, you tell me if it's part of a typical Catholic Mass or a recurring segment on the Colbert Report. If it's Catholic Mass, press the left arrow. If it's the Colbert Report, press the right arrow. We good? Here we go. The Collect. The Word. Threat Down. Washing the Hands. Fraction of the Host. Tip of the Hat, Wag of the Finger. A Tone Phone. You get a perfect rapport card. Christianity and Stephen Colbert. 2 things given their start by a nice Jewish man. Open wide for I need to have my lungs retouched. Which photo description of Instagram would accurately describe the last pack of cigarettes before filters became commonplace? Cigarettes from the 1920s, hashtag no filter. Cigarettes from the 1940s, hashtag no filter. Cigarettes from the 1960s, hashtag no filter. Or cigarettes from the 1980s, hashtag no filter. Due to negative reports published on the adverse effects of cigarettes, cigarette filters started flooding the markets in the 1950s. And thank God, because those things used to be dangerous.
5 fingers!
And on its way, C is for, well, you know the rest. If instead of a cookie jar, Sesame Street's Cookie Monster accidentally stuck his hand into a canopic jar, what might you hear him exclaim?
Me think me just grabbed fossilized poo. Me feel human organs in here. Me not sure, but me think me just released a ghost.
Or,
ah, me hand is on fire.
Canopic jars were used in ancient Egypt to store and preserve the internal organs removed from human corpses during the mummification process. And with his impulse control problems, you know Cookie Monster downed a couple of livers before he noticed something wrong. That's all we got for round 1, and you're in pretty good shape for now. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. Okay, let's see what's next. Here's one for you. Fame and misfortune. You're not going to believe this. On speakerphone, I have famed actor Sylvester Stallone. Can you hear me, Mr. Stallone? Hello? Wait, what happened?
Whoopsie, that's not the radio.
Old man, did you just hang up on Sylvester Stallone?
Oh, hi, Corky. I'm glad you're here. I'm having some trouble remembering something.
What's that thing? Who's that fella? Where's that Sculpt-By-Numbers? It's Foggy Facts with Old Man.
Sculpt-By-Numbers, I forget.
All right, old man. What are you having trouble remembering this time?
Well, it was a vacation I took a long time ago. It was this tiny little place next to the sea. I lost my retirement fund in their fancy casino. I almost got run over by a race car. And that pretty girl from the Hitchcock movies was there. Where in the heck was I?
Is it Corsica, Montenegro, Saint-Tropez, or Monaco? Does Monaco ring a bell?
Hot dog, that's it. I'm sorry for hanging up the phone on your celebrity friend, Corky, but I want to make it up to you. I have Mr. Burt Reynolds in the hallway. Hey, Burt, come on in.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Burt Reynolds. Yeah, oh man, that's the crazy pigeon lady from the park.
Hey, look, Corky, take it easy on him. Life after Hollywood ain't easy.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Take a good look at. Ken's got a great car, but no genitalia. What would a Matryoshka Barbie doll look like? A Barbie with a head that bobbles around, a furry Barbie, a life-sized inflatable Barbie, or a Barbie inside a bigger Barbie inside a bigger Barbie? A Matryoshka doll, sometimes known as a Russian nesting doll, is a series of progressively smaller dolls placed inside each other. And you know what that means? More outfits!
Follow me down to the sea.
Up next, to solve this riddle, you must be pet smart. Because of the animals it shares body parts with, which of these food brands definitely would not appeal to a sphinx? Fancy Feast cat food, KD birdseed, Purina dog chow, or McDonald's human food? Sphinxes are part human, part lion, and sometimes part bird, but never part canine. As a result, they mouth off, claw up the furniture, and sometimes think their reflection is another sphinx. This one's called the Kitty Pride Parade. Back when I heard that Juno's star Ellen Page came out, it got me thinking. Let's say the Roman goddess Juno also decided to come out of the closet. What might you hear her tell her husband? Sorry, Zeus, I like women. Sorry, Poseidon, guys just aren't my thing. Sorry, Saturn, nothing beats a lady. Or sorry, Jupiter, I'm done with dudes. Jupiter was the king of the Roman gods, along with his queen, Juno. Of course, all the other gods would pretend to be surprised, even though it's been obvious for years. Here we have, curl it like whoever is the David Beckham of curling. What's the best way to tell people the name of your curling team? Ice Ice Babies is my curling panel, Total Ice Holes is my curling rink, Ice Guys Finish Last is my curling cleag, or Ice Wide Shut is my curling tram. Rink is another name for curling team. Another name for a curling team is a curling who gives a shit.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 big ones if you're right, but you lose 2,000 if you're wrong. And don't ever forget,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue.
Just duet already. You two collaborated on what famous duet? Good luck. There it is! I've actually been recording a duet with Old Man. Here's a snippet. You are my rock!
You are my rock!
You are my shooting star!
Shooting star!
Whenever I need you!
Whenever I need you!
You'll never fall!
You'll never fall!
Old Man, I love you!
Yeah!
You don't know Jack!
I am Cookie, and if you're like me, then I must kill you and absorb your power. No name? Okay, well, here you go. Sack lunch. And today's wrong answer of the game is being brought to you by
Overgrown Backyard Supply Store. Because rusted out old washing machines don't just buy themselves.
Sniff out our sponsor's wrong answer of the game and you'll end up with a great prize and serious cash. And right this way.
Get ready, time for question.
Right off the bat, sorry for all the phallic imagery. You know, Sigmund Freud once said, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. And that's true, everything doesn't have to secretly, subconsciously be sexual. That said, which common cigar size would look like the smallest penis? Presidente, Corona, Churchill, or Gigante? Compared to these other monster cigars, the Corona is only a respectable 5.5 to 6 inches. And it has a girth of, you know what, I'm gonna stop talking about this.
Oh, Mama gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. Say
Say
it
hello to Kangaroo, Peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus.
Kangaroo, Peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus.
A character in the game series Tekken. Kangaroo, Peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus. A boxing kangaroo named Roger is a recurring character in the popular fighting game franchise Tekken. There's also a boxing raptor in the game, but I'm saving that fact for our Chevy Cavalier, Madame Curie, Potato, or Boxing Raptor series of questions.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
How about Grimace? How could you best describe the bromantic relationship going on with the Brothers Grimm? A bro-on-bro bromance, a bro-on-bro-on-bro bromance, a bro-on-bro-on-bro-on-bro bromance, or a solo bromance? There were two Brothers Grimm, Jacob and Wilhelm. Legend has it that in his later years, Jacob Grimm fell under a terrible curse, but Wilhelm saved his life with a fist bump of true love. It's time for the either-or conundrum, and a squared plus b squared equals a this or that. I'm going to read off 7 items, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's a famous mathematical theorem or the title of an episode of The Big Bang Theory. If it's a mathematical theorem, press the left arrow. If it's an episode of The Big Bang Theory, press the right arrow. Okay, we're off. The vengeance formulation. The parking spot escalation. The 4-color problem. The triangle inequality. The egg salad equivalency. The friendship theorem. The pulled groin extrapolation. Nerd alert! I like The Big Bang Theory. Finally, there's a show that treats me like an intellectual equal. Man, I cannot get this toast out of the toaster. Stupid fork. Get that toast out of there. 5 fingers! Next up. Nice to meet you, lady. Let's say Lady Gaga were on her way to another award ceremony, but this time sporting a kosher meat suit. If she wanted to keep it kosher, what crazy mode of transportation should she not use? A giant egg wagon, a giant wheelbarrow of flour, a giant rolling aquarium of syrup, or a giant motorized bathtub of milk? Mixing meat and dairy is definitely against kosher law. But everything else Lady Gaga does is totally religiously acceptable. That brings a close to round 1, and you should be very proud of that score, because I'm not. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. And don't forget, the wrong answer of the game is still there for the taking. Okay, we're bringing it on. Why not try? Ah! I had a bad stream! Which odd, super specific movie genre might Netflix use to categorize the film Eraserhead? Quirky, dysfunctional families set in a bomb shelter. Suspenseful clown movies inspired by true stories. Gritty industrial horror films featuring mutant babies. Or violent dark comedies based on board games. David Lynch's 1977 classic film Eraserhead is set in a nightmarish industrial town where the protagonist has a son that looks like a mutant. Netflix doesn't really have the gritty industrial horror films featuring mutant babies category yet, so I would just try looking for it under quirky romantic comedies.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Let's try a grisly situation. I'm pretty excited, and frankly a little scared that we're bringing a real live bear into the studio for this next question.
Sorry, Cookie. The bear had to drop out at the last second, so you got me instead.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
We don't get the bear?
Not you get me, the O'Brien, Dilly O'Brien's sister, who looks a lot like Dilly in a wig. That is actually a Ceteroturgeon who just looks...
Yeah. We don't need to explain it again. Just ask the bear question, Betty.
Okay. Which kind of dare is the most cunning dare in the world? The polar dares, black dares, brown dares, or tanda dares?
Brown bears, which grizzly bears are part of, are the most common and least endangered bears in the world.
I suppose you want me to leave now.
Does a bear shit in the woods?
Yes, it does. I saw a bear in the woods when I was a little sapling. It was horrible. There's strays everywhere and it gets stuck in their fur, and there's bits of squirrel and salmon in their Oh, and the smell. It smells like...
The f*** is wrong with you? It was a rhetorical question. Get out!
Follow me down to the sea.
Here's one for you. You never forget your first sniff. If Coco Chanel's first perfume had set a precedent for what the first of anything should be called, what would be true? January 1st would be January 3rd, Rocky would be Rocky 5, Pope Francis would be Pope Francis the 7th, or your first child would be your 19th child. The first fragrance sold by Coco Chanel back in 1921 was Chanel No. 5. So the first Rocky movie would be called Rocky 5. This numbering system was also used by another modern classic, Mambo No. 5. Open wide for, is our children learning? I was watching a little Nick Jr. yesterday during my me time, and it seems like all their show titles are just nonsense words. Lalaloopsy, Team Umizoomi. Because every word in its title is an actual word in the English language, which of these Nick Jr. shows might be the most educational? The Backyardigans, Yo Gabba Gabba, Wow Wow Wubsy, or Bubble Guppies? Ready for this? Bubble is a real word, obviously, and so is Guppies. Nick Jr. did it. They titled an entire show using actual English. Of course, that can sometimes be misleading. I've tried to watch that Dora the Explorer before, and half the time it sounds like she's speaking a completely different language. Not to destroy your childlike view of the world here, but backyardigans aren't real things. But you know, it is a real thing. These cinder blocks that you just won, courtesy of the Overgrown Backyard Supply Store. Why mow your lawn when you can just fill it up with crap? His wrong answer of the game comes with a bundle of cash worth $8,000. Congratulations. Take a stab at Corn Blakes. What might it sound like if Frosted Flakes mascot Tony the Tiger read the opening line of William Blake's famous poem, The Tiger? Tiger, tiger, burning bright. Tiger, tiger, proudly poised. Tiger, tiger, free and fast. Or Tiger, tiger, sugary sweet. The first line of William Blake's The Tiger is Tiger, tiger, burning bright. Or in Tony the Tiger speak, burning bright. It's not a terribly long poem, but it takes Tony the Tiger like 7 hours to read it out loud.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $2,000 if you're right. 2,000 gone if you're wrong. And most importantly,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue.
Exit stage.
Right. You left what TV show before it finished? Good luck. tried to leave my role as the host of You Don't Know Jack, but can never actually do it on account of a curse that gypsy put on me. This is my prison now. Oh.
Alright, see you next time.
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie Masterson, and for just 15 cents a day, you can give me 15 cents a day. Alright then, I'll just call you... What, you wanted halibut? Too bad, you're scrawed. And our wrong answer of the game is brought to you by...
Neptune! Now that Pluto is out of the way, we're the last planet in the solar system. And that's kick-ass, right? Neptune.
Find the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to get yourself some sweet prizes and bonus cash. Alright, let's make history.
Get ready, time for question.
To get started, the castaway in the hat. If Dr. Seuss's Horton the Elephant ended up stranded on Elephant Island, what might he say to put a positive spin on his situation? An island's an island no matter how underground. An island's an island no matter how devoid of air. An island's an island no matter how radioactive. Or an island's an island no matter how cold. Elephant Island is a mountainous island off the coast of Antarctica. So yeah, it's pretty cold. Probably too cold for elephants. And they probably have to rename the book Horton Hears a Polar Bear Trying to Kill Him. Coming up next, the best pet is a shamed pet. So you've probably seen this internet meme, dog shaming, where dog owners take pictures of their sad-looking dogs next to handwritten notes about what they did wrong. I peed on my owner's pillow. Stuff like that. What note would you not see in a dog-shaming picture of Cujo? I trapped a woman and her child in a car. I killed a police officer. I killed an alcoholic neighbor. Or, I ate the little boy who owns me. In both the book and the movie, Cujo traps a woman and her child in their car and kills several people, including a neighbor and a police officer. But the entire family that owns him is actually out of town during his rampage. If you ask me, they're the ones who should have to pose for a shaming picture. We left town without properly caging our dog, and he murdered a bunch of innocent people. Hilarious.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
How about, there's melanoma on that pigskin. Suppose you're at a University of Virginia or UVA football game, and the students start doing the wave. If the UVA students' wave acts like the sun's UVA waves, how will the wave look? The crowd will make many short ripples, the crowd will make a few longer ripples, the crowd will make some long and some short ripples, or the crowd will raise their hands at once, making a flat line. The sun's UVA rays are referred to as long wave rays, while UVB rays are called short wave rays, and UVC rays are even shorter. The longer waves are what make UVA rays penetrate deeper into your skin and the earth. So that's why people who start the wave are always shirtless and covered in body paint, for protection. And here I thought they were just assholes. It's time for... It's not a tuba, but it is a this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 phrases. For each one, tell me if it's a lesson from the book All I Really Need to Know I Learned in Kindergarten, or one of the American Film Institute's top 100 movie quotes of all time. If it's a kindergarten lesson, press the left arrow. If it's a classic movie quote, press the right arrow. Okay, let's move. A boy's best friend is his mother. Clean up your own mess. Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Say you're sorry when you hurt somebody. Play fair. No wire hangers ever. After all, tomorrow is another day. You're king of the world. Okay, one more bonus question. Here we go. Movie quote or kindergarten lesson. A census taker once tried to test me. I ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti. You give up? It's both. Trick question. Here's one I like to call, how do you draw a Carl's Jr.? Which of these restaurant chains' logos does not contain an image described by the restaurant name itself? Red Lobster's, the Cheesecake Factory's, Planet Hollywood's, or Buffalo Wild Wings? Here's where the money is. There's a lobster in the Red Lobster logo, a planet in the Planet Hollywood logo, and a buffalo in the Buffalo Wild Wings logo. But there's nothing cheesecake or factory related depicted in the Cheesecake Factory logo. Which is why I never eat there. Is it a cheesecake restaurant? Is it a factory? How the heck am I supposed to know what I'm getting myself into? I think you're a little lost in space. But you won't be for much longer because you've just won this globe of Neptune. You can't tell one uninhabitable area of frozen methane from the next without it. This wrong answer of the game got you $4,000. Nice job. That'll bring an end to our first round. And you're sitting pretty for someone so ugly. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. Well, no time like the present. Try this on for size. Epic jail. Which of these Batman villains would most likely end up in the prison from Orange is the New Black? Penguin, Poison Ivy, Joker, or Mr. Freeze? Orange is the New Black is set in a female prison, and Poison Ivy is the only female Batman villain here. I get so confused with that series. Is it a drama or is it a comedy? I mean, there are a lot of heavy, meaningful scenes, but on the other hand, there's a dude who dresses up like a bat.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Take a good look at energy in its most tasteless form. I like the types of questions that leave a waxy film in my mouth.
Cookie fortune with cookie fortune cookie necessary.
Okay. Let's read this sucker. To err is human, to forgive divine. Okay, which of these baseball scores describes a shortstop in need of divine forgiveness? E1, E3, E6, or E9? In baseball scoring, the pitcher is numbered 1, the catcher 2, first baseman 3, second baseman 4, third baseman 5, and the shortstop is 6. And the E is short for error. But don't look for forgiveness from me, buddy. You'll just have to live with your error, your millions of dollars, the endless parade of women, but not my forgiveness.
Follow me down to the sea.
And now, low-hanging fruit. If retailer Lane Bryant started pairing their plus-sized clothing with full-bodied red wines for an enhanced shopping experience, what might they advertise? The Chianti collection, the Beaujolais collection, the Sauvignon Blanc collection, or the Petite Sirah collection? Don't let the name fool you. The Petite Sirah grape produces one of the most robust full-bodied red wines, perfect for a full-bodied woman in a plus-sized red dress. The enhanced shopping experience would also feature the salespeople engaging you in heavy conversation over weighty topics. Here's a good one. Uber scary. So I started using Uber, you know, that private car service app, because I refuse to hail a cab like a chump. The only time I stretch my arm out anymore is to high-five my Uber driver, a person who has my information but I don't know at all. Hey! Which cab driver should Uber not hire? Because he's a mass murderer. Latka Gravis, John Winger, Archie Bunker, or Travis Bickle? Travis Bickle is the serial killer played by Robert De Niro in Martin Scorsese's 1976 classic film Taxi Driver. I find the whole mass murderer cab driver stereotype offensive. Just because somebody wants to make an honest living murdering people doesn't mean there's secretly some crazy wacko who drives complete strangers around the city for money. This one's called OUSOB. I love when people just use initials instead of a first name. J.K. Rowling, T.S. Eliot, others. Okay, shape up, because this one can be worth extra points if you get it right.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question!
Put these people in the following order. The actor from the Hughleys, the author of Lady Chatterley's Lover, the mystery man who hijacked a 727 in 1971 and then escaped by parachute. DB, DL, DH, DL, DH, DB, DH, DB, DL, or DL, DB, DH. D.L. Hughley starred in the Hughleys, D.H. Lawrence wrote Lady Chatterley's Lover, and D.B. Cooper is the name used for a mystery hijacker from the early 70s who was never caught. That earned you an extra grand. Ah, the 70s, when all you needed to get away with a crime was a parachute.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $2,000 if you're right. But if you're wrong, you lose $2,000. And most importantly,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Let's get it con. What film did these actors con their way through? Good luck.
Something of a con man myself. One time I ran this scam where I posed as the host of a fake game show. I would promise the players all sorts of money for answering trivia questions correctly, but once the game ended, I would just pocket the money and run off. Anyway...
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie, and that's my carbon monoxide detector, but don't worry, I don't smell anything. It's a false alarm. Have it your way. You know what you are. Now I'm calling you out on it. And your wrong answer of the game is being sponsored by...
Hats for rats. What? They're good enough for medical testing, but not good enough for a hat? Let them have a hat, for God's sake. It's all they've got.
Find the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to get yourself some sweet prizes and bonus cash. And we're off.
Get ready, time for question.
One.
First question. I specialize in ailments of the man-bear-pig. If an ENT doctor were to inspect the children from the cartoon South Park, what would she probably notice about them? They're missing their N's and their T's, they're missing their E's, their N's, and their T's, they're just missing their N's, or they're missing their E's and their N's. An ENT doctor specializes in ear, nose, and throat. The South Park kids have throats, but no visible ears or noses. But considering the horrible things that come out of their throats alone, perhaps it's for the best. I call this one Microwave Eggman on High for 7 minutes, and it's a trippy dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 items, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's something mentioned in the lyrics of the Beatles song I Am the Walrus, or an ingredient in Stouffer's meatloaf and gravy frozen dinner. If it's in I Am the Walrus, press the left arrow. If it's in Stouffer's meatloaf and gravy frozen dinner, press the right arrow. Alright, let's get started. Cornstarch, cornflake, yellow matter custard, pork, beet powder, molasses, penguin. You are the walrus. And if there's one thing that can last longer than frozen meatloaf, apparently it's Ringo Starr.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Try this on for size. Yo-Yo Ma is so sick of your bitching. So, you know how people are always saying, oh look, I'm playing the world's smallest violin when I try to tell them my very serious problems? That really ticks me off. If I wanted to tell somebody who's whining about their problems, oh look, I'm participating in the world's smallest string quartet, how many tiny violins would I need to pretend to play? 1 tiny violin, 2 tiny violins, 3 tiny violins, or 4 tiny violins? A string quartet typically consists of 2 violin players plus a violist and a cellist. And not one of them gives a shit about your problems. Open wide for From Space, Earth Looks So Apple-teeny. What would you see on the science show Cosmos if it were really about drinking Cosmos? Neil deGrasse Tyson buzzing from vodka, Neil deGrasse Tyson drunk on gin, Neil deGrasse Tyson sloppy from whiskey, or Neil deGrasse Tyson plastered from tequila. Cosmopolitans are made from vodka, triple sec, and a few other ingredients. And while the show would be entertaining, it would probably just get people arguing about whether Cosmos were perfected over time, or if they came from a giant mixologist in the sky. 5 fingers! Take a stab at Skyfall Out Boy. So, I finally got around to seeing Skyfall, and...
Oh, yoo-hoo! Cookie Masterson! It's me!
Oh, great, it's Billy again.
It's not Dilly, it's Dutty!
Oh, great, it's Betty again.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me! I've decided to become a famous movie actress.
Again, this wig is not convincing at all, Billy.
So I'm going to audition to be a Bond girl.
Whoa, careful, Betty. It's usually not safe to be a Bond girl. Have you seen a James Bond movie?
I've seen pretty much all of them. Which James Bond girl gets killed before the end of the movie? Tussie Galore, Clancy O'Toole, Mary Goodnight, or Octotussie? Tussie Galore, Mary Goodnight, and Octotussie make it to the end of the movie, but Clancy O'Toole drowns in a swimming pool in Diamonds Are Forever. So I'll just be a surviving Bond girl like Tussie Galore or Octotussie.
Please, just stop saying Tussie.
I'm not saying Tussie, I'm saying Tussie.
This is making me uncomfortable.
Well, don't be such a tussy.
That brings a close to round 1, and you've got a decent score there. Don't screw it up. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. And don't forget, the wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting for you. All right, you ready? Too bad. Next, Witty Twister. So, I've been watching the HBO series Girls, and wow, every episode has its star Lena Dunham taking off her shirt. They must save a lot of money on wardrobe for that show. If Lena Dunham only starred in shows that featured nudity, which musical could she be in? Pippin, Man of La Mancha, Miss Saigon, or Hair? The musical Hair, which is set in the late 1960s to early 70s, sports a famous nude scene, so Lena would feel comfortable doing this show. I once saw a production of Steel Magnolias that featured full front nudity, until I realized it was a strip club filled with older women.
Question 7. Get up and shake your funky bang.
Here we have, we're too po for this house. What kind of homeowner's insurance would be most important to whoever owns the House of Usher from Edgar Allan Poe's story? Giant monster rodent infestation coverage? House randomly crumbling to pieces coverage? Meteor destroying neighborhood coverage? Or devil revealing houses in hell dimension coverage? Were you thinking of this one? At the end of Poe's The Fall of the House of Usher, the house splits in half and then crumbles to the ground for no worldly reason. The point is, if you ever find yourself in the middle of an Edgar Allan Poe story, just make sure you get full coverage on every possible thing. Now, there are no giant rats in the House of Usher, but hopefully there are some rats in your life because you've just won a rat pimp hat from Hats for Rats. Your rat will be the life of the party with this pimp hat. Gold rat teeth sold separately. Today's wrong answer of the game is worth a whopping $8,000. Enjoy.
Follow me down to the sea.
Next up, Honey Crunches of Oats.
Cookie fortune with cookie fortune cookie necessary.
And now, for your entertainment, I will do an impression of a man eating a fortune cookie, using nothing but my hands and this fortune cookie. Pretty uncanny impression, huh? Okay, let's see. There's no such thing as a sure thing. Okay, but if I were betting on the ponies, which of these would be the closest thing to a sure thing? Betting on Mr. Steroids, 1-to-1 odds. Betting on Future Glue, 2-to-5 odds. Betting on the main vein, 7-to-5 odds. Or betting on Please Don't Shoot Me in the Head, 20-to-1 odds. Of the horses listed here, Future Glue with 2-to-5 odds would be the favorite to win, and so, in theory, the closest thing to a sure thing. And that's good enough for me. Hey, Steve the sound guy, put a tin hayseed on Future Glue to jump the gusset.
I don't think those are real things you just said, Mr. Masterson.
Don't give me the quick and the shift, Steve. Just do it.
Whatever you say, Mr. Masterson.
Oh, some people these days, they couldn't tell a hound's whistle from a saw hair to save their grandmother's biscuits. Here's one I like to call How to Eat a Ginger. Say Disney decides to do a big screen adaptation of the folktale The Gingerbread Man. Which existing Disney character could they pull out of retirement to play the animal that finally eats the gingerbread man? Mufasa, Robin Hood, Baloo, or Sven? In the Disney adaptation of Robin Hood is a fox, just like the character that eventually tricks and eats the gingerbread man in the classic story, so he could conceivably play the part. I think it's finally time a Disney movie ended with the main character being eaten alive. I thought that's how The Little Mermaid was gonna end. May I introduce that question of the month? If Tampax were a company that was always in the red, what would be true? Tampax is profitable, Tampax just breaks even, Tampax is losing money, or Tampax isn't a company yet. When a company is in the red, it means they're losing money. But I gotta say, it does sound better than Tampax being in the black.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 if you're right, but you lose 2,000 if you're wrong. And one more thing.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. If I'm lying, I'm dying. Lions, lions, and more lions. Oh my.
That's all she wrote! I used to think lions were pretty dangerous animals, but according to the YouTube videos I keep seeing, all they really want to do is hug people. That's why I brought one into the studio with me today. Aw, look at him. Come here, buddy. Give us a hug. Come on. Ah! What's happening? This isn't like the videos at all. Why did you lie to me, Internet? Why?
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie, and if you like tortoises dressed up like women, then please consider donating to my Kickstarter campaign. Have it your way. But not that Monique, a different one. And the wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
Pee and Pool Toilets. You're in for a great deal.
Find the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to get yourself some sweet prizes and bonus cash. Okay, let's not waste any more time.
Get ready, time for question.
Right off the bat, oh bother, where art thou? How would Winnie the Pooh probably spell Honey Boo Boo's name? Honey Boo Boo, Honey Boo Boo, Honey Boo Boo, or Honey Boo Boo? As evidenced by his honey pot, Winnie the Pooh spells honey Hunny. The other animals in the 100-acre wood are just glad he hasn't figured out he's a bear and should have eaten everybody by now. Try this on for size. And I was like, pithy, 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 oh. And it's time for a tweet dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 Justin Bieber tweets, and for each one, I need you to tell me if it received more than 50,000 favorites, or received fewer than 50,000 favorites. If it has more than 50,000 favorites, press the left arrow. If it has fewer than 50,000 favorites, press the right arrow. Alrighty then, here it comes. Hi. Hello, July. Haha. Frog lawnmower. Great night. Long flight. Africa. You caught the Bieber fever. I don't get it. Justin Bieber can write one word on Twitter and a flood of people support it. Yet when I write a long essay about designing women on Facebook, not a single person likes it. Unbelievable.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Next up, please, Mr. Postman, just leave me the hell alone. According to the title of author James M. Cain's famous 1934 crime novel, what would be the sound of a postman at your door? Sound 1, sound 2, sound 3, or sound 4? James M. Cain wrote the famous crime novel, The Postman Always Rings Twice. So if the title is correct, 2 rings would be the sound of a postman at your door. It's just too bad James M. Cain never got the chance to finish his long-awaited sequel, The Jehovah's Witnesses Won't Go Away Until You Turn on the Sprinklers. Open wide for Snap, Crackle, and Crunch. I've been trying to improve my grip lately, so I started this new exercise program where I crack open fortune cookies all day. Yeah, that's it. Feel the burn.
Cookie fortune, cookie fortunes with cookie fortune, cookie masters.
Okay, let's see what we got. Tomorrow is another day. Oh yeah? Well, which of these Bill Murray characters might disagree? Bob Wiley, Carl Spackler, Phil Connors, or Peter Venkman? Phil Connors is Bill Murray's character in the comedy classic Groundhog Day, about a man who keeps reliving the same day over and over again. So for him, tomorrow isn't another day. It's the same day. It's just too bad James M. Cain never got the chance to finish his long-awaited sequel, The Jehovah's Witnesses Won't Go Away Until You Turn on the Sprinklers. Wait, what just happened there? Anyway, on to question 5. May I introduce... Please, Mr. Postman, just leave me the hell alone. Wait, no, we're not doing an extended Groundhog Day bit. Let's just do a question about Earth or something. All right, here we go. Suppose a police officer asked planet Earth, do you know how fast you were going? What would be the best answer? About 6,700 miles per hour, officer. About 67,000 miles per hour, officer. About 670,000 miles per hour, officer. Or about 6,700,000 miles per hour, officer. The Earth moves around the sun at an average speed of 67,000 miles per hour. But the Earth got out of the ticket by wearing a low-cut top that showed its poles. Let's say so long to round 1, and you got a decent score there. Don't screw it up. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. And don't forget, keep an eye out for the wrong answer of the game. It's still out there. Okay, how about it? Take a stab at R&B Prepared. If the R&B singer Brandy were just like the alcoholic spirit Brandy, what should have been her previous stage name? Vodka, wine, whiskey, or rum? Brandy is made by distilling wine, which concentrates the alcohol. And boom, brandy.
Personally, I prefer to sit down and unwind with a snifter of Moesha.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
This one's called Kiss Me, Kate Upton. So, I had this weird dream where Kate Upton and I got married and moved to the suburbs. It sounds nice, but I never get to see her because she's always dropping the kids off at soccer practice and I just go mow the lawn. Oh man, I hate being dream married. Where would Dream Kate Upton be off to if our imaginary soccer-playing kids switched to playing rugby? Dropping the kids off at the pitch, dropping the kids off at the green, dropping the kids off at the pool, or dropping the kids off at the diamond? It was begging to be picked. A game of rugby is played on a field called a pitch. The worst thing is, I'm pretty sure Kate Upton is cheating on me with Dream Ryan Gosling. Why did I dream him up? You're swimming in the deep end. But that's right where you need to be to use a floatable inflatable toilet from Pee and Pool Toilets. In the inflatable toilet industry, we're number 1 and number 2. Today's wrong answer of the game is worth a whopping $8,000. Enjoy.
Follow me down to the sea.
Why not try Andrew Lloyd's subletter? What would the Craigslist ad say if the Phantom from the musical Phantom of the Opera wanted to rent out his secret lair? Great view from the attic of the Opera House, roomy tunnels underneath the Opera House, wonderful location across the street from the Opera House, or comfy ghost dimension with portal into Opera House. The Phantom and Andrew Lloyd Webber's long-running musical Phantom of the Opera has a secret lair in the tunnels under the Paris Opera House. Which sounds like a nice place to live, but he's constantly banging on the ceiling telling them to turn that deflator mouse down. Next, swank you very much. I'm having an intimate gathering at my place next weekend. Some fine wine, hors d'oeuvres. It's black tie only party. No one's RSVP'd yet, but it's a busy time of year and...
Did someone say tardy? Oh yeah!
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me! Cookie, I must have misplaced my invitation. What should I drink?
Well, Billy, it's gonna be a very classy event, and,
No trottling. I will drink only the very, very best that America has to offer. So, hey, what's the best-selling beer in America? Budweiser, Bud Light, Miller Light, or Busch Light?
Bud Light is by far the best-selling beer in America. But, Billy...
No, don't try to talk me out of it. For you, only the best.
No, please, don't bring it... Please don't come... Here's one for you. The Ben tolls for thee. Which of these Bens is closest to the height of Big Ben's tower? Ben Affleck, Ben Stiller, Ben Kingsley, or Ben Stein? Ben Affleck is 6'3", much bigger than the rest of these Bens. So he's closest in height to Big Ben up at the top of that clock tower. Yet strangely, he still can't seem to get out of the shadow of Matt Damon.
Welcome to the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. $2,000 if you're right, but you lose $2,000 if you're wrong. And don't forget,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Comedians of game shows. Which game show do these comedians host?
That's the game! Comedians make great game show hosts because they have the ability to wrap up a game with a really funny moment. Like, hey, what's the deal with Benghazi? No. Say, you read that article about student loan debt? No. Hey, a slide whistle. You still got it, Cookie.
You don't know Jack!
Hi, this is Cookie Masterson, and I snuck into an R-rated movie last weekend. I'm technically old enough, but it's just part of the thrill. Have it your way. I can't call you front end yet, you haven't earned it. And our wrong answer of the game is brought to you by...
Nose Candy Company. It's candy you stick up your nose. Who says your mouth gets to have all the fun?
Sniff out our sponsor's wrong answer of the game and you'll end up with a great prize and serious cash. Okay, let's get this show on the road.
Get ready, time for question.
First question, speed reading. Which of these is Tara Reid blowing a reed instrument? Tara Reid blowing a clarinet, Tara Reid blowing a piccolo, Tara Reid blowing a recorder, or Tara Reid blowing a tuba? A clarinet is a reed instrument. And you know what? Tara Reid can blow my clarinet any day. In fact, she can have it. I got it as a gift. I don't even know how to play the darn thing. This one's known as, please respect my spacey. So, I'm gonna see my family soon, which means one thing. An inevitable debate on which show we all silently watch together. So, I'm wondering, if my family votes on whether or not to watch House of Cards, the same way the U.S. House of Representatives formally votes, what will I hear? Ayes and nays, yeses and nos, yays and nays, or approves and declines? No, I'll get this. Yays and nays are the official words used when tallying votes in the U.S. House. I stopped watching House of Cards because I thought it was annoying when Kevin Spacey talked to the audience. I hate it when someone talks to the audience. Do you know what I'm talking about? Isn't that really annoying? So, what else is going on with you? The no's don't help you here. But they do when you have... nose gum from the Nose Candy Company, because your face has the ability to choose. This wrong answer of the game has earned you $4,000. Don't spend it all in one place.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Try this on for size. A Geppetto crime. If Pinocchio went back inside the sperm whale to steal its ambergris, who would he sell it to? A butcher, a perfume maker, a haberdasher, or a blacksmith? Ambergris is found in the digestive tract of the sperm whale and is used as a main ingredient in perfume. And with the money he made from selling it, Pinocchio could buy a bottle of his own favorite fragrance, Pine Sol. Take a stab at pink eye, and it's a this or that. I'm going to list off 7 names, and for each, I want you to tell me if it's an album by the singer Pink, or an anal bleaching cream. If it's a Pink album, press the left arrow. If it's for anal bleaching, press the right arrow. Alrighty then, here it comes. Pink Privates, Pink Daisy, Dr. Pinks, My Pink Wink, Pink Cheeks, Pink Box, Honey Bear Butt Bleach. What a beautiful, beautiful butthole you must have. Okay. Sorry we spent so much time talking about anuses. I hope it didn't taint your enjoyment of the game.
5 fingers!
May I introduce Skater's Gonna Skate. Which of these Disney characters skating around during a Disney on Ice show might make you hungry for some fruits de mer? Donald Duck, Sebastian, Bambi, or Piglet? Fruits de mer is a French seafood platter that consists of a variety of shellfish, usually placed over a bed of ice. So, Sebastian the crab skating around on the ice like that might make you hungry for it. But the worst thing about eating an animated crab like Sebastian is trying to break him open with a cartoon hammer. That's the end of a thrilling first round, and you're in pretty good shape for now. Don't forget, in round 2, all the cash is doubled. Let's get back to the action. Here's a good one. What does a guy have to do to order a drink around here? And there's some extra cash in it for you if you get this one correct.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question.
Put these sodas in order from oldest to newest, based on when they were first introduced. Diet Coke, Diet 7-Up, Diet Pepsi. Diet Pepsi, Diet 7-Up, Diet Coke, Diet Coke, Diet 7-Up, Diet Pepsi, Diet 7-Up, Diet Coke, Diet Pepsi, or Diet Coke, Diet Pepsi, Diet 7-Up. Diet Pepsi debuted in the mid-60s, Diet 7-Up came out in the 70s, and Diet Coke hit stores in the early 80s. That'll net you an extra $1,000. And that's why everyone in America is so slim and healthy. Thanks, Diet Sodas.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
It's time for the Mr. Big Wall of China. If a Chinese version of Sex and the City were filmed in Hong Kong, what new name would better describe its location? Sex and the Executive Capital, Sex and the Special Administrative Region, Sex and the Autonomous Province of Privilege, or Sex and the Sanctioned Capitalistic Territory? Hong Kong is designated as a Special Administrative Region, so a Chinese version of Sex and the City would be called Sex and the Special Administrative Region. My other favorite Chinese TV show remake is Three's Company, and any more is strictly prohibited.
Follow me down to the sea.
Let's try Daddy Fearist. Which of these movie characters would you be most likely to see sending a Father's Day card to Satan? Damien Thorne, Rosemary Woodhouse, Lancaster Marin, or John Constantine? Damien Thorne from the 1976 horror classic The Omen is the son of the devil. And you just know that Damien is gonna get a cush job in hell, beating out demons who are way more qualified. Why not try? Now that's what I call growing pains. Suppose singer-songwriter Robin Thicke lays an egg during his next concert performance, literally. If his first name is any indication, what would the audience see? A dark gray egg fly out of his butt? A brown egg fly out of his butt? A yellow spotted egg fly out of his butt? Or a blue egg fly out of his butt? Robins, and possibly Robin Thicke's, lay blue eggs. And if history repeats itself, whatever pops up out of that egg will be twice as talented as its father. Say hello to the Bell Czar. What would a bell curve of Taco Bell products reveal? The normal distribution of chalupas, the rate of change of beefy crunch burritos, the sine and cosine of XXL grilled stuffed burritos, or the Pythagorean constant of Doritos Locos Tacos? The bell curve is used to describe the normal distribution, which in this case would be about chalupas. And that particular bell curve reaches its highest point around the 2 a.m. mark.
Welcome to the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 big ones if you're right, but you lose 2,000 if you're wrong. And don't ever forget,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. 'Twas a mighty good film. What's your mighty movie? Good luck.
That's all she wrote! Putting the word mighty in your film title may sound like a good idea, but you're just teeing up the critics to make snarky comments like, Mighty Ducks 3 was mighty disappointing. Not that anyone would actually ever say that about Mighty Ducks 3. No.
You don't know Jack!
Hey, I'm Cookie Masterson, and I'm counting the days until my retirement. 12,947 days. Halfway there. Have it your way. You've got that yeasty look to you. And our wrong answer of the game is sponsored by
Shrunken Head's Superstore. We refuse to make a get a little head joke. No, I guess we just did.
If you happen to find our sponsor's wrong answer of the game, you'll be rewarded with big prizes and cash. All right, let's do this thing.
Get ready, time for question.
One.
To begin with, here comes the spelunk. So, I just finished decorating my man cave. It's got everything you need. A sweet stereo system, bears, everything. It's literally a cave located 3.5 miles from my house in the woods. Which of these songs that I play loudly in my man cave best describes these stalagmites in it? Dancing on the Ceiling by Lionel Richie, Falling by Alicia Keys, On the Floor by Jennifer Lopez featuring Pitbull, or Outside the Wall by Pink Floyd. Now, a stalagmite is a mineral deposit that rises from the floor of a cave created by dripping water. It's great, I can play music as loud as I want in my cave. Until about 11, then the bats start getting annoyed. This one's called A Trio of Distinct Musks. If the Three Musketeers bar were made out of the actual Three Musketeers, what would not be an ingredient? Lightly drizzled Athos, a light and fluffy D'Artagnan center, a creamy layer of Porthos, or a decadent outer layer of Aramis? In the Alexander Dumas novel, the Three Musketeers, Athos, Porthos, and Aramis are the Three Musketeers who D'Artagnan meets and befriends. Personally, I prefer Alexander Dumas' other novel, The Count of Monte Twix-O.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Say hello to stanky statues. Because that arm is up all the time, which of the Statue of Liberty's pits could probably use a little extra deodorant? Her left pit, her right pit, both pits, or neither pit? The Statue of Liberty holds her torch aloft with her right arm. So that smell is not entirely New Jersey. I'm pretty sure she'd use secret deodorant because, as you know, it's strong enough for a man, but pH balanced for a giant copper woman. Next, all Mario brothers go to heaven, and it's a sanctimonious dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 items, and for each one, I want you to tell me if it's a song by Marilyn Manson or a Christian video game. If it's a Marilyn Manson song, press the left arrow. If it's a Christian video game, press the right arrow. All right, let's get started. Spiritual warfare. Lamb of God. Last Day on Earth. Bible Buffet. Sunday Fun Day. The Fall of Adam. Super Noah's Ark 3D. Hallelujah! You know, Super Mario is a pretty religious game. Every time something bad happens, Mario is born again. 5 fingers! Let's try Welcome to Salzburg. If a bag of Czech mix is separated into 2 compartments representing the 2 regions of the Czech Republic, what's in the bag? Slovakian breadsticks and Polish nuts, Serbian chips and Belarusian crackers, Ukrainian cereal and Hungarian bagel chips, or Bohemian pretzels and Moravian rye chips? The Czech Republic is made up of the regions of Bohemia and Moravia. This Czech mix is pretty good, but I can really go for something sweet right now. Maybe some chocolate. Oh, look! Malta milk balls! Round 1 is in the books, and you're in pretty good shape for now. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. And don't forget, the wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting for you. Okay, let's see what's next. How about just bend it? Imagine soccer player David Beckham gained the ability to bend light. If a movie were made about it, what might it be called? Reflect It Like Beckham, Refract It Like Beckham, Diffuse It Like Beckham, or Absorb It Like Beckham? Refraction is when a wave, such as light, bends when traveling from one medium to another. So it would be called Refract It Like Beckham. Personally, I don't care what he does with light, as long as it shines onto that gorgeous head of his.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Coming up next, what's my stink line? The interns were supposed to deliver some trash, but I don't... Wait, why is that closet door comically bulging like it might burst?
Looking through your trash bag, what's it say about you? Funky trash.
We have a picture of a woman with Spider-Man, a bottle of red hair dye, and a book titled How to Sound Like You're from 1950s Mississippi. Who does this trash belong to? Emma Watson, Kirsten Dunst, Lindsay Lohan, or Emma Stone? Emma Stone plays Gwen Stacy in The Amazing Spider-Man, is naturally a blonde who dyes her hair to her trademark color red, and played a young reporter in 1960s Mississippi in The Help. I don't know what it is about this trash. It's cute and sparkly, but I feel like I could get a beer with it and just hang out.
Follow me down to the sea.
Pucker up for spinning the periodic turntables. What initials do rapper Clifford Harris and the atomic number 22 on the periodic table share? An L and an L, a J and a Z, an H and a G, or a T and an I? Clifford Harris is better known as the rapper T.I., and atomic number 22 is titanium, chemical symbol Ti. I had a brief career as a rapper named T.M.I. I had a sick flow in the bathroom due to a digestive disorder. TMI. Open wide for you are what you think you're eating. Which food slogan would not be an example of false advertising? Blood pudding. Find it in the dessert section. Head cheese is the cheesiest. Sweetbread like your baker makes it. Or camel milk. Goodness straight from the camel's teat. It's so obvious. Blood pudding and head cheese are actually types of sausages, and sweetbread is the thymus gland of an animal. But camel milk is simply that. Milk. And their ad campaign was, got camel milk? No, seriously, do you have it? Because it's hard to find. Next time, use your head. Or better yet, use this Shrunken Head USB stick from the Shrunken Head Superstore. Tiny heads, big savings. Today's wrong answer of the game gets you another 8,000 on top of your current score. Sweet. This one's known as Flip Service. Which organization could use the slogan, give us the bird? The Jane Goodall Institute, the European Cetacean Society, the Sierra Club, or the National Audubon Society? The National Audubon Society is an environmental group focused on the conservation of birds. Yeah, more birds would be great. My car still has a few areas not completely covered in poop.
Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $2,000 if you're right, but you lose $2,000 if you're wrong. And one more thing.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. En español, por favor. What's the Spanish version of this name? Good luck.
Topic, I can hold a conversation in Spanish. So remember, Spanish speakers, we can chat as long as it's about the lyrics to a Ricky Martin song.
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie, and I'll be signing autographs at Tom's Bikini Waxing from 8 to 9 next Tuesday. Well, even if you don't care, I do. I do. Hey, don't worry, anyone can win a surprise makeover. It might be you someday, Dumpy. And our wrong answer of the game is brought to you by...
Rocks that kinda look like things. If you buy a rock and it doesn't look like a thing, we'll replace it with a different rock that sort of looks like something else.
Pick the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to win a fabulous prize and big cash. So let's make this happen.
Get ready, time for question 1.
To get started, butt meet foot. Which of these action stars, if he went home and kicked the butt of everybody in his native country, would end up kicking the fewest butts? Jason Statham, Dwayne Johnson, Jean-Claude Van Damme, or Arnold Schwarzenegger? Now pay attention. Arnold Schwarzenegger is from Austria with around 8 million people, which makes for the smallest home country population to get their butts kicked. But still, if you have to make a terrible joke after each butt kick, it could take a long time. You got caught between a rock and a hard place. But not just any rock, because you won an Abraham Lincoln rock from rocks that kind of look like things. You can kind of see it in the right light. You'll be happy to know this wrong answer of the game comes with $4,000. Congrats. I call this one gigabyting more than you can chew. I love ordering food online. It takes out the human element totally. Once they invent delivery robots, I'll never have to talk to humans again. If the online food ordering website Grubhub only dealt with restaurants that served grubs, what food might you order from Grubhub? Barbecued beetle larvae, worm wonton, breadcrumb-crusted caterpillars, or stir-fried spider babies? Grubs are beetle larvae, specifically the larvae of many species of scarab beetles, often found in lawns. And nothing makes me madder than when they mix up the orders and I get someone else's maggots.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Say hello to, I'm in a glass vase of emotion, and cheer up, it's a dis or dat. I'm going to read off 7 items, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's an ancient Greek city or an antidepressant medication. If it's an ancient Greek city, press the left arrow. If it's an antidepressant, press the right arrow. We good? Here we go. Ambrosia, Byzantium, Cymbalta, Remeron, Edessa, Nardil, Sparta. That was anti-depressing. You know what I find depressing? The fact that every ancient Greek is dead. You'd think a couple of them would have made it, but no, all dead, every single one. Pucker up for Roadie to the Max. What is, in order, a Jack Kerouac novel, a Cormac McCarthy novel, and a Willie Nelson song? The road, on the road, on the road again, on the road again, the road, on the road again, or on the road again, the road, on the road. On the Road is a Jack Kerouac novel, The Road is a novel by Cormac McCarthy, and On the Road Again is a Willie Nelson song. Of course, none of them compare to the 2000 comedy classic Road Trip. I know this is going to be controversial, but I think that's when Tom Green really started to come into his own as an artist. Coming up, Honey's Comb Over. If Post made a special edition of honeycomb cereal called Honey Catacomb Cereal, what might the kid in the commercial say? It's soaked in wine! Yum! Fruit-flavored horse guts! Mmm! Marshmallowy corpses! Or frosted fecal matter! Cool! A catacomb is an underground cemetery, so honey catacombs would be full of sugary sweet dead bodies. The most famous catacombs are located in Rome, home to another popular cereal, Corn Popes. That brings a close to round one, and you're doing pretty well, probably because there's no competition. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round two. Okay then, here we go. How about, I just might be a hollaback girl. Ugh, I have Gwen Stefani's hollaback girl stuck in my head. Plus, I won't stop wearing this cheerleading outfit. It's bananas. Anyway, we all know Gwen Stefani is not hollaback girl. So, if Gwen Stefani were a challah bread girl, how would she shape her hair? She'd braid it, she'd put it in buns, she'd wear it straight and long, or she'd thin it out. Challah bread, which is eaten during Jewish Sabbath, is braided. If you want to make it at home, heat your oven to 375 degrees for 20 minutes, or aim a blow dryer at it for 18 hours.
Question 7. Yeah, better shake your monkey bang.
May I introduce the More You Grassy Knoll? Say the comedy show Comedy Bang Bang changed its name to reflect the Warren Commission's report on the JFK assassination. What would its new name be? Comedy Bang, Comedy Bang Bang, Comedy Bang Bang Bang, or Comedy Bang 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 Bang? The Warren Commission determined that 3 shots were fired during the JFK assassination. Comedy Bang Bang airs on the channel IFC. That shares 2 letters with KFC, which shares 2 letters with JFK. JK is what interns say to me after they tell me I'm a good boss. OMG, I think I shot JFK. FML!
Follow me down to the sea.
Take a stab at the internet is mostly cats. What professional cat are you most likely to find on the social networking site LinkedIn? A cougar copywriter, a bobcat business consultant, an ocelot operations director, or a lion lead generator? A bobcat is a type of lynx found in North America. They actually make terrible business consultants, though. Their answer to everything is, "Wow!" What kind of business advice is that? Take a good look at community chest pains. If the property bordering Baltic Avenue and Monopoly were named after a country that bordered the Baltic Sea, what might it be called? Turkey Avenue, Thailand Place, New Zealand Railroad, or Sweden Avenue? Sweden is on the western shore of the Baltic Sea. And you won't believe how much IKEA furniture they can fit in those tiny Monopoly hotels. Coming up next, call me Maple. Oh, I have a splitting headache. We can just finish the game in a nice, quiet fashion.
Hello, Danny.
Shh.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me. Let's hurry up, Donnie. I'm in a play tonight.
You're in a play? Congratulations. How's that going, Billy?
Good. The director is very superstitious. I'm in a play whose title is Bad Luck to Say in a Theater. Which play is it? Hamlet, The Tempest, Romeo and Juliet, or Macbeth? Instead of saying Macbeth, superstitious actors say the Scottish play.
I hope I never get superstitious.
Me neither, knock on wood.
That's disgusting what you just did, Billy. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. $2,000 if you're right. 2,000 gone if you're wrong. And don't forget,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue.
No ifs, ands, or butlers. Who's your butler? Good luck.
That's all she wrote! If I had a butler, I'd have him live in the upstairs and I'd live in the downstairs. That's right, I'd be flipping the script. Take that, society. I'd be doing this to teach you a lesson. And also because I'm used to living in basements.
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie Masterson, and in case you're near my house, the password for my wireless router is Gilmore Girls Forever. One word. Can't be bothered? Okay, here. If you do well, I'll upgrade you to Wildebeest. Then that'll be your new, non-new name. And today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
The Banana and Hammock Store. We only sell bananas and hammocks. What?
Find the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to get yourself some sweet prizes and bonus cash. All right, here we go.
Get ready, time for question 1.
To begin with, the captioning is now closed. I just downloaded this new app which lets you put funny captions on famous works of art. I just had Edward Munch's The Scream yell, "I farted!" Oh my god, this is the best thing ever! Here, help me with the next one. What would be an appropriate funny caption for what's going on in Michelangelo's The Creation of Adam? I like big butts and the horse you rode in on. Do my feet stink or pull my finger? In Michelangelo's The Creation of Adam, God has his finger outstretched toward Adam not to pull it, but presumably to give him life. But then after Adam tasted the forbidden fruit, God held up a different finger. May I introduce Crumbleweed Connection? You know, my teeth are feeling pretty tender today. What's something soft I could eat for lunch? Oh, I know! A stale fortune cookie!
Cookie fortune with cookie fortune cookie master.
Alright, let's take a look, see at my fortune. To the victor go the spoils. Who should get some spoils then? The author of Crime and Punishment, the author of The Count of Monte Cristo, the author of Treasure Island, or the author of The Hunchback of Notre Dame? The Hunchback of Notre Dame was written by French author Victor Hugo. He's literally a victor, so he should get some spoils. Well, I'm sure when his rotting corpse hears about this, it's gonna be thrilled.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Here we have, I built my house of electric razors. Which of these facial hairstyles could the three little pigs still sport even after shaving off all the hairs from their chinny chin chins? Chevrons, Van Dykes, French forks, or Balbos? A Balbo, a French fork, and a Van Dyke are all types of beards or beard-mustache combos. But a chevron is just a type of mustache. So, the three little pigs could shave off all the hairs from their chinny chin chins and still sport chevrons. Unfortunately, the last electric razor the three pigs used shaved a little too close, and it got clogged with ham. Say hello to, I'm outer space on my phone. Say you wanted to download as many apps onto your Samsung Galaxy phone as there are stars in the Milky Way galaxy. What could you do? Download about 50 million photo editing apps? Download about 10 billion puzzle apps? Download about 300 billion song recognition apps? Or download about 30 trillion versions of Angry Birds? Astronomers estimate there are somewhere around 300 billion stars in the Milky Way galaxy. Which makes you realize that we are just specks of dust in a vast universe filled with wonder and yada yada. Oh, come on! I just need one more green candy to fill this row. 300 billion stars. Wow. You have to think that means that somewhere out there in the vastness of the universe there is Oh, I got a Snapchat! Dog poop. What was I talking about? And now, Medea becomes a country star. And it's time for a this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 things, and for each one, you tell me if it's a musician inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame, or a character in the Medea series of Tyler Perry films. If it's somebody in the Country Music Hall of Fame, press the left arrow. If it's somebody in the Medea films, press the right arrow. Cool, let's do it. Grandpa Jones, Aunt Bam, Pastor Nelson, Big Sal, Pee-wee King, Argus Pig Robbins, Connie B. Gay. You're as rich as Tyler Perry. Country music and Tyler Perry Medea films. I would call both of those things guilty pleasures of mine, except for the fact that I am not ashamed. That'll wrap up round 1. And you're sitting pretty for someone so ugly. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. And lest you forget, the wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting for you. Now get out there and make me proud. Take a good look at ancient primetime television. Which TV show features the same number of people living under one roof as the number of people in Julius Caesar's political alliance before he became emperor? Three's Company, Brady Bunch, Odd Couple, or 30 Rock? Smart people choose this. In ancient Roman times, a triumvirate of 3 leaders would form a coalition. Julius Caesar was part of the first triumvirate with Pompey the Great and Marcus Crassus. Oh, they had so many wacky misunderstandings, and most of them ending with someone getting brutally stabbed to death. It's always wrong answers, wrong answers, wrong answers. But your bunch mistake just got you a partial bunch of fun because you just won 1 banana and 1 hammock from the Banana and Hammock store. Why not take a nap and then afterwards enjoy a banana? The Banana and Hammock store. This wrong answer of the game nets you a handsome $8,000. Yeah, you're welcome.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Next up, time McFlies when you're having fun. Which of these time travelers never made it back to the future? Bill and Ted in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, Gil Pender in Midnight in Paris, the T-1000 in Terminator 2 Judgment Day, or Dr. Emmett Brown in Back to the Future Part 3? All these other characters eventually make it back to the future where they belong, but the T-1000 from Terminator 2 gets destroyed in the past and never returns to his own time. And I I bet his mom, the T999, was just sitting in the future waiting for him with a nice big slice of hot apple pie and everything. So tragic.
Follow me down to the sea.
I call this one, You've Been Poorly Served. Look, I worked in a restaurant for a while, so I know what happens back in the kitchen. What should I not order if I don't want spit all over my food? Sushi, gyros, gumbo, or hot dogs? Gyros are made from meat that turns on a spit. I also try to avoid food that's ever had feces in it, but hey, a person's gotta eat. Try this on for size. A hard candy knock life. You know what I love? Flying words.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right.
All you need to do is get this right, and an extra $1,000 will be yours. Put these candies in order from fewest to most flavors featured in the regular product. Skittles, Starburst, Smarties. And I mean the American Smarties, not the British Smarties. Not the British Smarties. Starburst, Skittles, Smarties, Smarties, Starburst, Skittles, Starburst, Smarties, Skittles, or Skittles, Smarties, Starburst. The regular version of these candies feature 4 flavors of Starburst, 5 for Skittles, and 6 for Smarties. That earned you an extra $1,000. And now I'm going to list my favorite flavors for all of them, from best to worst. Red, pink, red, green, purple, orange, orange, yellow, yellow, and then whatever flavors Smarties come in. This one's known as, I've got an unhealthy circumference. Which of these would be the closest thing to eating pie pieces of pie? Eating 3.142 pieces of apple pie? Eating 3.144 pieces of cherry pie? Eating 3.146 pieces of coconut cream pie? Or eating 3.148 pieces of blueberry pie? Watch the clock. The first 5 digits of pi are 3.1415, which can be and often is rounded up to 3.142. So this would be the closest thing to eating pie pieces of pie. And to figure out the maximum amount of pie you can eat, just measure the diameter of your pie hole.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 big ones if you're right, but you lose 2,000 if you're wrong. And don't ever forget,
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue.
Voice tuning. Who voices these cartoon characters? Good luck. That's all she wrote! My favorite animated film is Space Jam, but I still don't know who did Michael Jordan's voice. Whoever drew and or voiced that character, spot on work. Really believable.
You don't know Jack!
Hello, I'm Cookie Masterson, and I found this kazoo in the trash. Okay, nobody, you're somebody now. Hey, don't worry, anyone can win a surprise makeover. It might be you someday, Dumpy. And today's wrong answer of the game is being brought to you by...
Peeping Todd's Pervert Supplies. Get out of the bushes and into our store. Become a member today and we'll whack off an additional 10%.
Pick the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to win a fabulous prize and big cash. All right, let's get this party started.
Get ready, time for question. 1.
Right off the top, birds of a feather do hip-hop dancing together. Which contestant would you not see on the talent show America's Got Talons? A singing condor, a dancing owl, a juggling falcon, or a whistling crane? Condors, owls, and falcons are all birds of prey and have talons, but a crane does not. Why do I have a feeling that Howard Stern's opinion on this show would always be supported by Robin's?
Oh, Mama gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. Tell you so.
Take a good look at... I was lost, but now I'm drunk. And it's time to pour a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 things, and for each one you tell me if it's a book by evangelist Billy Graham or a Guinness advertising slogan. If it's Billy Graham, press the left arrow. If it's Guinness, press the right arrow. We good? Here we go. Out of the darkness comes light. Hope for each day. The secret of happiness. Answers to life's problems. The most natural thing in the world. Believe. How to be born again. I'm into that. I had a religious experience after drinking some Guinness. Although once you've drunkenly interrupted a baptism, there aren't many churches that'll let you in after that.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Try this on for size. Every quest you take. What do the police and Frodo Baggins have in common? Both fought over a ring, both have a sting, both have a love interest named Roxanne, or both are from Middle-earth. Sting is the lead singer of the Police and also the name of the sword Frodo carries with him. Both can also really shred a mandolin. I call this one, do you smell what I smell? Okay, so, sorry, we've got all this garbage in here, and the smell almost made me puke on my microphone.
Looking through your trash bag, what's it say about you? What's it say about you? Funky trash.
Okay, what do we have here? There's a lot of soft felt, and there's a pizzelle, a bizcochito, and a Florentine. Whose trash is this? Kermit the Frog's, Big Bird's, Cookie Monster's, or Elmo's? These are all types of cookies from around the world. So yeah, this is Cookie Monster's trash. Throw in some used candles and a Nicholas Sparks book ruined by tears, and this isn't much different than my trash. Next up, you're not the cake boss of me. If the cake boss were commissioned to bake the cake that Alice ate in Alice in Wonderland, what instructions would he have? It needs to make her bigger. It needs to shrink her. It needs to let her see in color. Or, it needs to give her seizures. After Alice drinks the potion that makes her tiny, she eats the cake that makes her become huge. Can you imagine getting huge from eating cake? That Lewis Carroll had one wild imagination. Round 1 is in the books, and you've got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. And keep in mind, the wrong answer of the game is still there for the taking. Well, no time like the present. Pucker up for. Here she blows. There's so many sub shops now. Subway, Quiznos, Jimmy John's, that nice restaurant inside Target. But my personal favorite is Blimpie, because it's just fun to say. Blimpie! Blimpie! Anyway, Blimpie. If eating a Blimpie sub gave you the same kind of gas that is used to fill a modern-day blimp, what would you have? A hydrogen, a nitrogen, an argon, or a helium? Yep, these days, blimps like the Goodyear blimp are just filled with helium like regular balloons. Now, imagine eating a Subway sub gave you the same kind of gas you usually smell when you're on a subway.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Next, wild times in my mouth. Which of these is not a candy bear, a gummy grizzly, a red licorice red panda, a Sour Patch sun bear, or a Peeps polar bear? This would have worked. The red panda is not a bear. It's actually closer to a raccoon. Great. So I've been taking sexy photos on raccoon skin rugs? Yeah, no, I'm afraid you're in peep trouble. Which is why you're lucky to have won this giant shrub costume with built-in binoculars from Peeping Todd's Pervert Supplies. Keep your hands where no one can see them. Today's wrong answer of the game brings you an extra $8,000. Surprise.
Follow me down to the sea.
Why not try? You're wearing the hell out of that harpsichord. I know you can't see me right now, but I just want you to know that I'm wearing my piano key necktie today, and I have to say, I'm looking pretty damn sharp. But tell me this. If it worked like a real piano, what sharp key on my sharp-looking piano key necktie is basically the same key as a B flat? A sharp, B sharp, C sharp, or G sharp? To play an A sharp, you hit the same key as when you play a B flat. It's the black key between an A and a B. But I'd rather just play some bluegrass on my banjo underpants. Oh god, that was a terrible idea. Say hello to. She said what? You know how people like to say that's what she said? Well, which of these is actually what a she said? Parting is such sweet sorrow, to be or not to be, my kingdom for a horse, or what light through yonder window breaks? This line is delivered by Juliet in Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. The rest are all said by dudes. Wow, Shakespeare quotes. That was a hard one.
That's what she said.
Get back to work! May I introduce ye heavy metal music of old. Suppose you're at a geological timeline music festival, which sounds amazing. What band should immediately follow the Queens of the Stone Age, the Princes of the Bronze Age, the Kings of the Fire Age, the Princesses of the Iron Age, or the Dukes of the Quartz Age? The Stone Age was followed by the Bronze Age. The Princes of the Bronze Age isn't a very good live band. They make too many eras. Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 if you're right. 2,000 gone if you're wrong.
And of course,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. No thanks for the memories. Who's having some memory problems? Good luck.
That's all she wrote! I've been having some short-term memory problems lately, but that won't stop us from having a great round of You Don't Know Jack. Okay, first question. Birds of a feather do hip-hop dancing together.
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie Masterson, and that was the parrot I bought that has the same exact voice as me. Okay, nobody, you're somebody now, because you display the traits of both an ass and a butt. And today's wrong answer of the game is being brought to you by
Land McDally's incorrect maps. They'll get you to the general area of where you need to go.
Find the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to get yourself some sweet prizes and bonus cash. Okay, let's not waste any more time.
Get ready, time for question 1.
To begin with, you've seen one ball, you've seen them both. If a baseball pitcher threw as many consecutive strikes as there are consecutive strikes bowled in a perfect game of bowling, how many total batters would he strike out? 3 batters, 4 batters, 5 batters, or 6 batters? To bowl a perfect game, you need to get 12 consecutive strikes. If a baseball pitcher threw that many strikes in a row at 3 strikes per batter, they would strike out 4 total batters. And the level of athleticism it takes to throw a strike in baseball and a strike in bowling is roughly the same. No, seriously, I've seen people at the bowling alley bowling while actually attached to life-saving medical devices. And on its way, a quarter till turkey lurkey time. Speaking of bowling, I recently bowled 3 strikes in a row, and the bowling alley gave me an actual baby turkey. Which is just great because now I have to name it. So, what would be an appropriate name for my young male turkey? Tommy Lee Wishbones, Bryant Gobble, Jake Gyllenclaws, or Carl Feathers? An adult male turkey is called a Tom, but a young male turkey is called a Jake. Now I just need to get a second turkey to be his sister Maggie Gyllenclaws. She'll have some moderate success as a turkey, but Jake will be a much bigger turkey star.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
It's time for The dog goes bow chicka bow wow, and it's a dis or dat. I'm going to read off 7 titles, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's a section in Alfred Kinsey's Sexual Behavior in the Human Male, or a section in Sandy Blackburn's The Everything Dog Grooming Book. If it's about sex, press the left arrow. If it's about dog grooming, press the right arrow. Okay, we're off. Techniques in petting. Start 'em young. Animal contacts. Smooth trends. Now where did I put that? Careless. Itchy rear. Nailed it. It looks like they both have a chapter titled Fluffing. Coming up, your skull is Robin Thicke. So, you know that Robin Thicke song, Blurred Lines? Makes me wonder if he has bad vision. What might an optometrist say if seeing blurred lines meant that Robin Thicke has 20/40 vision? Your vision is 20% worse than 20/20. Your vision is 50% worse than 20/20. Your vision is 100% worse than 20/20. Or your vision is 200% worse than 20/20. Having 20/40 vision means something at 20 feet looks like it would if it were 40 feet from someone with 20/20 vision. So it's half as good. I would feel bad for Robin Thicke if he had poor eyesight. He'd think he was looking at a stunningly gorgeous woman in his entourage, but in reality, she'd just be very, very pretty. Poor guy.
5 fingers!
Open wide for special delivery. I'm expecting a food delivery any second now. No, that should be it. Although the sound is coming from this suitcase.
Special delivery for Cookie Masterson.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
Billy, I sure hope you didn't mess up my pizza order.
No, Trottlin. I just guessed what you trottedly ordered. Statistically speaking, what is the most popular pizza topping in America? Not counting cheese. Mushrooms, bacon, pepperoni, or green peppers. Pepperoni is by far the most popular pizza topping in the U.S.
And yep, a pepperoni pizza is exactly what I ordered.
Thanks for your business, sir, and I'd appreciate a sizable tit.
What?
A tit! You should give me a big tit.
I don't... Oh, tip! Tip, a big tip.
Boy, they got the title Who's the Dunny exactly right.
That brings a close to round 1. And surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Don't forget, in round 2, all the cash is doubled. And keep in mind, big cash prizes can be yours if you find the wrong answer to the game. Okay then, here we go. I call this one Literacy for Her. So, have you heard of this term chicklit? Apparently, any book written by a woman gets lumped into this category, which I think is really demeaning. Why can't it be called babelit? Anyway, using this chicklit logic, which of these books is not chicklit? Gone with the Wind, To the Lighthouse, The French Lieutenant's Woman, or Atlas Shrugged? It's so obvious. Gone with the Wind, To the Lighthouse, and Atlas Shrugged were written by Margaret Mitchell, Virginia Woolf, and Ayn Rand, respectively. John Fowles, the only non-chick, wrote The French Lieutenant's Woman. John Fowles' work belongs in the great genre of prose known as lit. Atlas holds up the world, but you just dropped the ball. But that lets you pick up an incorrect map of America from Bland McDally's Incorrect Maps, because geography. This wrong answer of the game is worth $8,000 for you. Nice job.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
This one's called Rhythm Method Acting. You know how people tell actors to break a leg? Well, which actor might have been able to play his role more realistically if he had actually literally broken a leg? Cary Grant in North by Northwest, Jimmy Stewart in Rear Window, Orson Welles in Citizen Kane, or Gregory Peck in To Kill a Mockingbird? If he wanted to be all method actor, Jimmy Stewart could have broken his leg in real life to better portray his character in Rear Window, a man with a broken leg who spied on his neighbors with a camera. So, if you have a broken leg and you spy on your neighbors, it's considered a classic movie. But if your leg isn't broken, you're some kind of pervert. Whatever.
Follow me down to the sea.
Pucker up for cramming for my rectal exam. If I get my prostate exam in the prostrate position, what would my doctor say? Get on your side and spread those cheeks. Back on the ground and spread those cheeks. Stand up and spread those cheeks. Or stomach on the ground and spread those cheeks. Prostrate is a position where you're lying flat on the ground with your face downward. That seems really uncomfortable, but I don't know why exactly. I can't quite put my finger in it. Take a stab at consumer retorts. If there were a new edition of the book Eat, Pray, Love that specifically targeted primary consumers, what would it be called? Eat plants, pray love, eat meat, pray love, eat plants and meat, pray love, or eat sunlight, pray love. A primary consumer is any animal that eats grass or other plants. And let me tell you, consuming Eat, Pray, Love really fills you up. In your soul. Take a good look at auto-tuning. If Jay-Z is in an Ottoman Empire state of mind, what might he be thinking about? Cruising down the street with the Mongols, sipping life casually with the Huns, sitting courtside with the Aztecs, or saying what's up to the Turks? The Ottoman Empire was established by the Turks in the 13th century and existed for over 600 years. And with Jay-Z on his Ottoman throne, he'd still have 99 problems, but a place to rest his feet ain't one.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $2,000 if you're right, but you lose $2,000 if you're wrong. And one more thing.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Get a life. What kind of life are they leading? Good luck.
That's the game! The important thing to remember is to live your life to the fullest. Not like our studio ghost, Dennis. Hey, nobody likes a whiner, Dennis.
You don't know Jack!
I am Cookie Masterson, and I am just 60 credit hours short of earning a master's degree. Can't play without a name, federal regulations. But not simple chronic halitosis, complicated chronic halitosis. And our wrong answer of the game is sponsored by
luxury tinfoil hats. When you're paranoid about aliens and keeping up with the latest fashion, luxury tinfoil hats.
Sniff out our sponsor's wrong answer of the game and you'll end up with a great prize and serious cash. Hang on tight, we're in for a ride.
Get ready, time for question.
Let's begin with, this shower is golden. On the occasions that I bathe, I only use Zest soap. It's literally the only soap that gets me zestfully clean. If the way Zest soap got you zestfully clean were the process cooks use to collect zest, what would it do? Crush you, burn you, gut your insides, or rip off your skin? The zest of a citrus fruit is the fruit's rind, and it's collected by cutting, scraping, or grating the peel. Yeah, I think I'll just stick to my usual method of bathing, running naked through the local car wash. Take a good look at, go to the lights. If Miller Lights had the same properties as light, what might be its slogan? Tastes like a wave, never a particle. Tastes like a particle, never a wave. Tastes like a particle, goes down smooth like a wave. Or tastes great, no particles or waves. Light has a dual nature. It contains properties of both particles and waves. And the relationship between light and beer is all explained in Einstein's drunken paper. What the f*** are you looking at?
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Say hello to old Saint Jeselnik. So, comedian Anthony Jeselnik has a show on Comedy Central that's just about being offensive. It's even called the Jeselnik Offensive. Speaking of which, if Anthony Jeselnik made a joke about an offensive fencing move, what might be the setup? You ever see a priest epee himself? My girlfriend says I saber too much. I saw a blind kid flesh the other day. Or, I showed an old lady my foil. Why didn't you pick this? A saber, epee, and foil are all types of swords in fencing. A flesh is an offensive attack. If you ask me, fencing masks are pretty offensive to flies. Come on, their eyes aren't that ugly. You've been foiled. And now so will your skull. You just won a tinfoil fedora from Luxury Tinfoil Hats. Don't be paranoid about looking fantastic. You'll be happy to know this wrong answer of the game comes with $4,000. Congrats. And on its way, men are from Mars, M&Ms are also from Mars. And it's a this or that. I'm going to read off 7 names, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's a spacecraft sent to Mars by NASA, or a candy owned by Mars Incorporated. If it was sent to Mars, press the left arrow. If it's owned by Mars, press the right arrow. We good? Here we go. Eclipse. Milky Way. Orbit. Mars Express. Galaxy. Tracker. Curiosity. Good job. A lot of candy is named after parts of outer space because that's where nougat comes from. Little known fact. Try this on for size. No rhyme or reason. What do author John Updike and Eminem have in common? Both are using pseudonyms, both have won Pulitzers, both are famous for a character named Rabbit, or both collaborated with Dr. Dre. Author John Updike is known for his series of Rabbit books, which follows the life of a small-town Pennsylvania man. And Eminem portrayed a rapper called B-Rabbit in his movie 8 Mile. I wonder what it would sound like if an actual rabbit tried to rap. Yeah, something like that. That brings a close to round one, and you've got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Don't forget, all the questions in round two are worth double. Well, no time like the present. And now, et toy brute. Which of these classic toys best embodies the phrase e pluribus unum? Operation Skip It, Voltron, or Tickle Me Elmo? E pluribus unum translates to out of many, one. And Voltron was originally formed when 5 mechanical lions assembled to make one big robot. I always felt bad for the lion that had to be the crotch. You know Voltron's enemies are going right for the crotch every time.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Coming up, family splatters.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question.
And there's some extra allowance money for a right answer. Arrange these families in order of fewest to most children. Brady family, Von Trapp family, Duggar family. Duggar, Brady, Von Trapp, Brady, Duggar, Brady, Von Trapp, Duggar, or Von Trapp, Duggar, Brady. There are 6 children in the Brady family, 7 in the Von Trapp family, and currently 19 children in the Duggar family. That just earned you an extra $1,000. Hey, imagine all those kids in a daddy day camp led by, say, Cuba Gooding Jr. I think you'd have a really funny movie there. Think about it, Hollywood.
Follow me down to the sea.
Coming up next, you ain't nothing but a hound god. If Elvis Presley had constructed Graceland in the original city of Memphis, what room might he have built instead of the Jungle Room? The Sahara Desert Room, the Australian Outback Room, the Amazon Rainforest Room, or the Scottish Highlands Room? Memphis is the ancient capital of Egypt, located in the eastern Sahara Desert. And everybody in ancient Memphis used to go on and on about how their barbecue was the best. How about the anatomically correct X-Men? Okay, listen up. X-Men's Wolverine has 3 adamantium claws on each hand. So, tell me this. How many extra adamantium claws would X-Men's Wolverine have to grow on each hand to match the amount of claws on an actual Wolverine's paw? 1 extra on each hand, 2 extra on each hand, 3 extra on each hand, or no extra, he has the right amount. Wolverine has 3 adamantium claws on each hand, but an actual Wolverine has 5, so he'd have to grow 2 extra per hand. Or he could just change his name to the 3-toed sloth, whichever is easier. Up next, stringing you along. Having a relationship with which of these characters would not come with no strings attached? Lamb Chop, Triumph, the Insult Comic Dog, Howdy Doody, or Alf? Howdy Doody is a marionette, meaning he's controlled by strings. The others are all puppets. So, dating Howdy Doody would come with strings attached. Howdy Doody also comes in a lot of baggage.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 if you're right, 2,000 gone if you're wrong. And don't forget,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. It's Ladies' Night. And what's the lady's name? Good luck.
There you have it! Sometimes I get the feeling that people these days like to use the term lady ironically. I mean, is there anything especially ladylike about Lady Gaga parading around in neat dresses with her lower ankles exposed for all the world to see? How uncouth!
You don't know Jack!
I'm Cookie Masterson, and there are no words to describe my morning except the, bed, and then peed, and in. Can't be bothered? Okay, here. But not simple chronic halitosis, complicated chronic halitosis. And your wrong answer of the game is being sponsored by
Angry Mob Superstore. We carry the torch for all your Angry Mob supply needs.
Sniff out our sponsor's wrong answer of the game and you'll end up with a great prize and serious cash. All right, here we go.
Get ready, time for question.
To get started, it's a disturbingly small world after all. Okay, so Russia and the United States have the two largest stockpiles of nuclear weapons. Hey, it's a good thing the two countries are just awesome, genuine friends. What would be the best advice considering who has the third largest stockpile of nuclear weapons? Don't piss off China, don't piss off France, don't piss off the UK, or don't piss off North Korea. The US and Russia have by far the most nuclear weapons, but third place goes to France with about 300 or so. Third place goes to France, a phrase they've heard thousands of times. Just joking, France.
Oh, Mama, gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. Say it so.
Why not try sweet me off my feet? My doctor has prescribed that I not eat anything with flavor. Oh, hey, a fortune cookie.
Cookie fortune, fortune's with cookie fortune, cookie Masterson.
Okay, let's see what she says. You've got to break eggs to make an omelet. Who is not going to help me make an omelet then? A rattlesnake, a Komodo dragon, a sea turtle, or a platypus? Rattlesnakes and other vipers give birth to live young, so I can't make a rattlesnake omelet because there are no eggs to break. But they crisp up just fine for bacon.
Dance with
with me, Disco 3.
May I introduce Party! Which of these party games would be most terrifying to a claustrophobic? Spin the bottle, 7 Minutes in Heaven, Mafia, or Two Truths and a Lie? I so wanted you to pick this one. The classic party game, 7 Minutes in Heaven, involves being locked in a closet for 7 minutes. Something someone with a fear of enclosed spaces would probably have trouble with. And that explains why all the girls I was trapped in closets with in high school were so unhappy. So many claustrophobics. So many more than you'd think. Uh-oh, you ran afoul of an angry mob. But maybe you can blend into that angry mob with this matching pitchfork set from the Angry Mob Superstore. The Angry Mob Superstore. Now you'll be participating in dangerous frenzied mass hysteria. In style! Today's wrong answer of the game earns you $4,000. Enjoy. Coming up, hang in there, baby. To which hospitalized fictional character would it be most insensitive to send a motivational poster of a kitten hanging onto a tree branch? Holden from Catcher in the Rye, Finney from A Separate Piece, Yossarian from Catch-22, or McMurphy from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? Finney ends up in the hospital after falling out of a tree and breaking his leg in the classic novel A Separate Piece. And then later, he falls down and breaks his leg again. And, spoiler alert, I never finished reading the book, so I don't know what happens to him.
5 fingers!
Try this on for size. Optimus primed for action, and it's a this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, I want you to tell me if it's the name of a character from Transformers, or the name of a brand of vibrators. If it's a transformer, press the left arrow. If it's a vibrator, press the right arrow. We good? Here we go. Power Glide, Ultra Magnus, Bumblebee, Hoist, Golden Triangle, Vibe, Pipes. I'll have what you're having. Just make sure you're clear on what's your vibrator and what's your transformer. You don't want to stick your transformer in the dark of the moon. That's round 1, and you've got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. Let's get back to the action. This one's called Spinning Wheel, Gotta Take a Chill Pill. If the band Blood, Sweat, and Tears suffered from hyperhidrosis, what would be the most accurate name for them? Blood, sweat, and excessive tears, blood, excessive sweat, and tears, excessive blood, sweat, and tears, or excessive blood, excessive sweat, and excessive tears. Hyperhidrosis is a medical condition characterized by excessive sweating. And trust me, I've been to quite a few Blood, Sweat, and Tears concerts in my day. Excessive sweating is an understatement.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Here's a good one. Folgers in my athletic supporter. According to Alec Baldwin's famous speech in Glengarry Glen Ross, which of these future Hall of Fame baseball players should be allowed to have coffee? Derek Jeter, David Ortiz, Ichiro Suzuki, or Mariano Rivera? Mariano Rivera is a closer, a pitcher who comes in at the end to close the game, and coffee is also for closers. Alec Baldwin did such a great job playing an angry character. Now that is acting.
Follow me down to the sea.
This one's known as Family Circus is Just a Myth. If the last panel of a Hagar the Horrible comic shows Hagar entering Valhalla, what would you probably see going on in the previous panel? Hagar getting burned at the stake, Hagar getting slain in battle, Hagar drowning at sea, or Hagar dying of old age? In Norse mythology, Valhalla is the great hall where warriors who are slain in battle go after they die. Although I can't imagine that a comic where Hagar the Horrible gets murdered in battle would be very funny, so I guess it would pretty much be like every other Hagar the Horrible comic. Pucker up for. Take 2 tablets and call me in the morning. There's a lot of money in tablets, Kindles, iPads, etc., but I think there's more money in the accessories. Who would get the most out of a Kindle bindle? A tech-savvy shark, a tech-savvy hobo, a tech-savvy ghost, or a tech-savvy knight? A bindle is that sort of cloth bag at the end of a stick that hobos used to carry in cartoons all the time, and to a lesser extent in real life. And I bet that tech-savvy hobo would also have an app on his phone that directed him to the closest barrel fire / sad harmonica session. Take a good look at Laughing All the Way to the Slaughterhouse. If the laughing cow on the Laughing Cow cheese logo is like most other cows, when is it releasing the most greenhouse gases? When it's laughing and farting, when it's laughing and belching, when it's laughing and urinating, or when it's laughing and sneezing? Cows release methane, a greenhouse gas, when they fart or belch, but far more comes from the belching. Sadly, 1 glacier melts every time a cow tries to burp the alphabet.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 big ones if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose 2,000. And most importantly,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. How inventive. Who's the wacky inventor? Good luck.
often think inventors are crazy until they come up with something incredible that people never even knew they needed. I bet people used to laugh at the ShamWow guy, but... Okay, bad example.
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie, and if you put brownie batter in front of me, I will eat it. Can't play without a name, federal regulations. You're the second most chachi-looking person I've ever seen. And our wrong answer of the game is sponsored by...
Butt Busts. Honor the great thinkers and musical geniuses of history with one of our rock-hard ass statues.
Pick the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to win a fabulous prize and big cash. Okay, let's begin.
Get ready, time for question.
Right off the top, hugs and pisses. If the XOXO text, often seen in Gossip Girl, meant the same thing that XO does on a bottle of cognac, what would be true? Gossip Girl is extra orangey, Gossip Girl is extra old, Gossip Girl is extra oaky, or Gossip Girl is extra odie? XO on a bottle of cognac means the bottle is extra old. And to be extra old in Gossip Girl means you're 24. This one's called Deliverance from Evil, and this dis or dat is great for straining soup. I'm gonna read off 7 things, and for each one you tell me if it's a style of mustache recognized by the American Mustache Institute, or the title of a Burt Reynolds film. If it's a mustache, press the left arrow. If it's Burt Reynolds, press the right arrow. Cool, let's do it. Walrus, Gator, Fuzz, Chevron, Stroker Ace, Dolly, Cup and a Half, Burt-tastic. Wait, Burt Reynolds has a mustache? Huh, I never noticed.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
This one's known as Newman's Own Cheese Doodles. Which popular snack food would most likely feature a picture of Emmett Kelly on the bag? Goldfish crackers, pirate's booty, Teddy Grahams, or circus peanuts? Now pay attention. Emmett Kelly was a famous circus performer best known for his sad clown character, Weary Willie. Boy, was that guy hilarious. All that crippling depression. Good stuff. Your booty just got kicked. But don't feel too sore because you've just won a bust of Mozart's butt from Butt Busts, because you can't spell Requiem Mass without ass. Today's wrong answer of the game is worth a tidy $4,000. There you go. Let's try. All in all, it's just another big stick in the wall. What do the band Pink Floyd and Teddy Roosevelt have in common? They both originated in Britain, they're both known for being progressive, they both belong to a group called the Rough Riders, or they're both famous for their no education platform. Pink Floyd is a progressive rock band, and Theodore Roosevelt founded the Progressive Party, also known as the Bull Moose Party, in 1912. It's like what Theodore Roosevelt always said: speak softly and play songs that are 5 minutes too long.
5 fingers.
Here's a good one. Love in the time of collared dogs. It's mating season here at You Don't Know Jack, so I was wondering
if you could stop moving your lips, Dunny.
Billy!
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me. I got a question for you, neat dag. Which of these cuts of beef is considered a smaller version of a porterhouse steak? A T-bone, a rib-eye, beef tits, or trine rid?
Yes, a T-bone steak and a porterhouse steak are taken from the short loin, but porterhouse steaks have more tenderloin and are a thicker cut. You shouldn't eat too much red meat, Billy. You might want to mix in some vegetables and greens once in a while.
Vegetables and greens? I'm made out of wood, you sick bastard!
That's the end of a thrilling first round. And surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. Okay, let's see what's next. Pucker up for Soggy the Tiger. Do you think the cow-shaped animal cracker gets weirded out when I dunk it into milk? It's kind of weird, right? I think it gets weirded out. So, which animal cracker might get weirded out when I dunk it into a glass of caprine milk? A cow-shaped animal cracker, a goat-shaped animal cracker, a horse-shaped animal cracker, or an elephant-shaped animal cracker? Caprine milk is just another name for goat's milk. This is also why you should never dunk an EL fudge cookie into a glass of elf milk.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Coming up next, Papa's got a brand new trash bag. You know what that sound means. It's either a garbage truck backing up or those evil robot birds have returned.
Looking through your trash bag. What's it say about you? What's it say about you? Funky trash.
Oh, thank God it wasn't the birds. Let's see what trash we have this time. We have a reporter's notebook with the initials LL, a book titled Acting with Puppets, and a cartoon princess dress that, whoa, just turned into a real dress. Whose trash is this? Mila Kunis's, Emma Stone's, Kristen Stewart's, or Amy Adams's? Amy Adams plays the reporter Lois Lane in Man of Steel, was in the 2011 movie The Muppets, and played the cartoon princess Giselle, who comes to the real world in Disney's Enchanted. My favorite thing about Amy Adams' trash is that it's so gorgeous yet relatable. I think I have a real shot with this Amy Adams trash. Wait, what the hell am I talking about?
Follow me down to the sea.
And on its way, picking up a buzz cut. What might you see in the credits for a barbershop sequel titled The Barbershop of Seville? Starring Ice Cube as Figaro, starring Cedric the Entertainer as Don Quixote, starring Anthony Anderson as Don Giovanni, or starring Queen Latifah as Carmen. Figaro is the famous barber of Seville from the opera of the same name. You know, the Barber of Seville is that opera that goes, Figaro, 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 and then, 5 more hours of Italian shit. Take a good look at, and to the Banana Republic for which it stands. Say the Gap decides to move all of its stores to the Cumberland Gap. Where would you see a bunch of middle-class Americans traveling to buy their clothes? A mall in the Ozarks, a mall in the Appalachian Mountains, a mall in the Rocky Mountains, or an outlet store in Death Valley? The Cumberland Gap is located in the Appalachian Mountains, so that's where all those middle-class Americans would have to travel to buy their fancy polo shirts and khaki shorts. Now, I know what you're gonna say. You're gonna say, hey, Cookie, it's not just middle-class white Americans who shop at the Gap. To which I would say, I never said they were white, you racist. Why not try hot and heavy turbulence? What is the British Airways equivalent of joining the Mile High Club? Joining the 0.4 kilometer High Club in the Privy? Joining the 1.6 kilometer High Club in the Lou? Joining the 3.8 kilometer High Club in the WC? Or joining the 1,000 kilometer High Club in the Netty? A mile is 1.6093 kilometers, so the British version of the Mile High Club would be the about 1.6 kilometer High Club. It's important when joining the 1.6 kilometer High Club to make sure you get your John Thomas out the fanny before the bobbies come and break up your ballyhoo. Eh, what?
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $2,000 if you're right, but you lose $2,000 if you're wrong. And most importantly,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Full of one-hit wonder. What's your one-hit wonder? Good luck.
There you have it! It's not really fair to label these one-hit wonders because a lot of these bands could come back with another huge hit. Just kidding.
You don't know Jack!
I am Cookie Masterson, and if you love trivia, this game is for you, and also for this trivia-loving duck. Well, even if you don't care, I do. I do. Sack lunch. And our wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
Finger of the Month Club, because it's easier than going out month after month and finding fingers yourself.
If you happen to find our sponsor's wrong answer of the game, you'll be rewarded with big prizes and cash. Okay, no turning back.
Get ready, time for question.
Right off the top, where there's a Lil, there's a way. Okay, pay attention and tell me this. What would be an example of Lil Wayne in a Lil Wayne? Lil Wayne in a little ship? Lil Wayne in a little cabin? Lil Wayne in a little airplane? Or Lil Wayne in a little wagon? A wain is a large farm wagon used to haul hay and other large loads. Unfortunately, Lil Wayne's wagon is pulled by a donkey, so parallel parking is a nightmare. He just can't back that ass up. Open wide for Grauman's Chinese Penitentiary.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right.
Get this one correct, and I just might see my way to offering you early parole and 1,000 extra bucks. Arrange these celebrity jailbirds in order of how much total time they spent in prison, from shortest time to longest time. Robert Downey Jr., Martha Stewart, Mike Tyson, Stuart Tyson Downey, Tyson Downey Stewart, Stuart Downey Tyson, or Downey Tyson Stewart. Martha Stewart spent 5 months in prison from 2004 to 2005. Robert Downey Jr. served 1 year of a 3-year sentence in 1999. And Mike Tyson was in prison for 3 years from 1992 to 1995. You just picked up an extra $1,000 for that. And I heard during her time in prison, Martha Stewart learned how to make an absolutely heavenly toilet wine.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
May I introduce... Hey. So, what's going down? Venice, Italy, Edinburgh, Scotland, Honolulu, Hawaii, or Sydney, Australia? Venice, Italy, known for its canals, sinks approximately 2 millimeters every year. Sure, the oceans are rising everywhere, making every place appear as if it's sinking, but Venice is actually actively going downward. In the grand scheme of things, though, 2 millimeters a year isn't really all that much. That's why the citizens of Venice have learned to panic very, very slowly. Coming up, Barely Nude, and it's time for Dis or Dat. I'm gonna read off 7 items, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's a type of bear you can buy at Build-A-Bear, or a type of lingerie you can buy at Victoria's Secret. If it's Build-A-Bear, press the left arrow. If it's Victoria's Secret, press the right arrow. Alright, let's get started. Lucky Clover Teddy, Sweet Velvet Teddy, Pink Flurry Teddy, Cutaway Teddy, Pumpkin Pal Teddy, Lace and Mesh Teddy, Midnight Teddy. You rocked it. You must lead a very complicated life. I personally don't shop at Build-A-Bear. I just feel they reinforce body images that are unrealistic for most bears.
5 fingers!
It's time for... I used all my vacation days on Lobster Fest. If the fast food chain Long John Silver's had a calamari special called Squid Pro Quo, what would be an appropriate tagline in their commercials? All of our calamari is free! We'll give you calamari if you give us calamari! The buyer should beware our calamari, or the calamari is innocent until proven guilty. The Latin phrase quid pro quo means to exchange one favor for another. So at Squid Pro Quo, you'd probably need to bring in calamari to get calamari. I prefer to eat seafood when it's part of a cleverly named promotion, but I had to draw the line when a local restaurant started offering habeas corpus. We've finished round 1, and you're sitting pretty for someone so ugly. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. And remember, the wrong answer of the game is still there for the taking. Okay, let's see what's next. Take a stab at return to your nearest pantheon. If my local red box were like Pandora's box, what would probably be the only movie left in it? Cape Fear, Hope Floats, 10 Things I Hate About You, or Anger Management? In the story of Pandora's box, Pandora opens said box and releases evil upon the world, but remaining at the bottom was hope. But sadly, my red box was nothing like Pandora's box, and I ended up with Airbud 2 Golden Receiver.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
And on its way, how much wood, Chuck? You know, I've been thinking about the universe, and it kind of makes me feel small and alone.
You're not alone. You got me, Dunny.
Oh, no!
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
This is my ventriloquist puppet, Billy O'Brien. Sometimes I let him ask questions, even though he's a little hard to understand.
What? I speak perfectly. And here's a question about outer space. One noon orbits the Earth.
The moon?
Yes, the noon. That's what I said. But what planet has no noons? Mercury, Jupiter, Neptune, or Pluto?
Mercury, along with Venus, has no moons.
No noons.
Well, thanks for stopping by, Billy.
That cookie, I got one more noon for you.
Billy, put your pants back on. I don't want to see that. Ugh, there's some weird wood stains.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Follow me down to the sea.
Bucker up for... What am I eating? Which food is not lying about what animal or body part it is? Buffalo wings, chicken fingers, pig's feet, or elephant ears? I so wanted you to pick this one. Yep. Yep. These pig's feet I'm eating are actual pig's feet. They don't taste as bad as I thought they would. Just have to remember to take the pig's socks off first. Chickens don't have fingers. But maybe a pointer finger could help you out. Like the one you'll be getting with your year-long subscription to the Finger of the Month Club. Why settle for only 10 fingers when you can get 12 a year sent right to your door? The Finger of the Month Club. We've been fingering mailboxes since 1954. This wrong answer of the game nets you a handsome $8,000. Yeah, you're welcome. Next up, trashes to trashes, junk to junk. You're lucky you can't smell what's going on in here because we're about to do a trash question.
Looking through your trash bag, what's it say about you? Funky trash.
Time to see whose trash is my treasure this time. Let's take a look. There is a nice pair of boots in size cat, a book called A Parent's Guide to Juvenile Espionage, and an empty bottle of cologne labeled Blue Seduction. Who does this trash belong to? Antonio Banderas, Brad Pitt, George Clooney, or John Stamos? Antonio Banderas was the voice of the cat known as Puss in Boots in the Shrek movies. He was the father in the movie Spy Kids, and he has a line of cologne called Blue Seduction.
Antonio Banderas.
Holy crap, even his trash whispers his name. This guy's the coolest.
Antonio Banderas.
Let's try A Rolling Stone Gathers No Supermodels. Suppose wafer-thin model Kate Moss wanted to grow a little. If she were like real moss, what part of the tree should she lean on in order to grow the most? The highest part of the tree, the driest side of the tree, the south side of the tree, or the shadiest part of the tree? Most kinds of moss grow far better in the shade. But most trees these days opt to have their moss waxed into a landing strip.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 big ones if you're right, 2,000 gone if you're wrong. And don't forget,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Given the bird, what type of bird are they? Good luck.
I want to see birds, I just hit myself over the head with a cartoon hammer. Occasionally I end up seeing stars or hopping rabbits, but 9 times out of 10, it's birds.
You don't know Jack!
I am Cookie Masterson, and if you want to rent a PT Cruiser for your prom, just let me know. Can't be bothered? Okay, here. Frankenstein! Get it? Frankenstein! And your wrong answer of the game is being sponsored by
Edi-Bowl edible toilets. They're not just sanitary, they're sanit-tasty.
Sniff out our sponsor's wrong answer of the game and you'll end up with a great prize and serious cash. Okay, it's time.
Get ready, time for question 1.
Okay, to get things started, Bland McNally. What type of delivery restriction should I expect from a pizza place called Papua John's? You must live in Northern Europe, we only deliver to the South Pacific, serving all of Western Africa, or proudly delivering to the Eastern Caribbean. The province of Papua is located in the South Pacific in Indonesia. Part of it is known as Papua New Guinea, so yeah, that's where Papua John's delivers to. It's odd that a delivery place like Papua John's was able to find such success in the region, considering it was first explored by Vasco da Jornos. Let's try. Luck is only pretending to be a lady tonight. I try to stay away from gambling and casinos because I'm just not a numbers guy. 7, 40, 0, Norkin, those numbers don't mean anything to me. I'm more of a words guy. Which of these casino game names is not also a verb? Slots, blackjack, poker, or craps? No, I'll get this. Slots, blackjack, and of course craps can all be verbs. But puns aside, poker is really just a noun. And nobody knows what the baccarat is. Now, craps is definitely a verb, trust me. And you're gonna find that out when you take a crap in a brand new gingerbread toilet from Edi-Bowl Edible Toilets. Why wait to get to the kitchen to fill your belly right back up? Today's wrong answer of the game earns you $4,000. Enjoy.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Next up, skating through life. And this Dizzardad is about to stick the landing. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's an ice skating jump or a past or current member of the rock band Guns N' Roses. If it's an ice skating jump, press the left arrow. If it's a Guns N' Roses member, press the right arrow. Alright, let's get started. Axel. Axel. Wally. Dizzy. Slash. Bumblefoot. Lutz. You tied a bandana around this one. I used to have a dream of being a figure skater, and I would come out and rock the house to Welcome to the Jungle. But then I grew up, and I decided to enter to Call Me Maybe. Coming up, Taco Hell. What would happen to a Choco Taco in the Chaco Canyon? It would melt in Egypt, it would melt in New Mexico, it would melt in Jamaica, or it would melt in India. The Chaco Canyon, home to the ancient ruins of the Pueblo tribe, is located in New Mexico. It's a great site to visit and reflect on how far we've advanced in our ice cream taco desserts. It's time for Carby-Diem. Oh, hey, my Chinese food arrived. Let's see, did I eat it yet? I can never tell if I already ate it.
Oh hell, I'll just skip to the fortune cookie anyway.
Cookie fortune with cookie fortune messages.
Okay. Let's see what she says. Don't judge a book by its cover. Okay, right, because if you did that, you might think The Godfather is about Ferris wheels, marionettes, scarecrows, or sharks. The Godfather's iconic cover has a hand holding the strings to a marionette puppet on it, so I might believe it's about a man and his puppets. Another reason not to judge a book by its cover, there's almost always a picture on the cover of books, but almost never any pictures on the inside. That's false advertisement. That's all we got for round 1. And surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. Okay, we're bringing it on. Here we have Ancestry. I've been using this Ancestry.com thing to find out my true ethnic background. Turns out I'm 25% Tasmanian, 25% Northern Russian Eskimo, 25% Wallace and Futunian, and 25% Liechtensteinian. And you know, that just feels right. Anyway, whose ethnic background would be 50% blue, 25% yellow, and 25% red? The love child of Smurfette and Hellboy, the love child of Ms. Pac-Man and Cookie Monster, the love child of the annoying Orange and Shrek, or the love child of the Wicked Witch and Barney the Dinosaur? The Wicked Witch is green, so that's 1 part blue and 1 part yellow. Barney is purple, so that's 1 part blue and 1 part red. So their child would be 2 parts blue, 1 part yellow, and 1 part red. Or 50% blue, 25% yellow, and 25% red. Also, that child would be 50% evil and 50% good. Just like all of us. Just like all of us.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
May I introduce Actually Talking Heads? Who would be the most suited to play the title role in a cartoon adaptation of The Lord of the Flies? Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, Porky Pig, or Elmer Fudd? In William Golding's Lord of the Flies, the titular Lord of the Flies is a decapitated pig's head that is put on a spike by a bunch of stranded British children. So Porky Pig would be perfect for the part. And best of all, the bleak ending of the book would be less depressing if it had the pig head wink and say, "That's all, folks."
Follow me down to the sea.
And on its way, striped tees.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question.
And this one's going to be worth double the points if you get it right, so try and stay focused. For once. Arrange these items in order from fewest to most stripes. The American flag, a standard set of billiards balls, the Cat in the Hat's hat, balls flag hat, hat balls flag, flag hat balls, or hat flag balls. There are 5 stripes on the Cat in the Hat's hat, 7 stripe balls in a standard billiard pool set, and 13 stripes on the American flag. You just picked up an extra $1,000 for that. And now I will count how many stripes there are on a barber's pole. 6. No, wait. No, 9. No, darn it, it keeps moving. Why not try? Bring us not into the temptations. Considering the 4 major elements he believed in, what would a drunken Plato shout in an Earth, Wind, and Fire concert? Hey, where's time? Hey, where's light? Hey, where's metal? Or, hey, where's water? Along with a potential 5th element known as ether, or a heavenly substance, Plato and the Greeks believed in 4 major elements: earth, air, fire, and water. Plato is also a huge believer in that every song should have a saxophone solo. Here's one I like to call Eat Frisch. Suppose Subway restaurants in Germany named their subs after the German submarines in World War I and World War II. What sandwich could you order there? A meatball monitor, a Black Forest ham frigate, a steak and cheese sloop, or a tuna U-boat? U-boats were the name of the German submarines used in World War I and II. They would still, of course, sell $5 1/3 of a meter longs.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 big ones if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose 2,000. And of course,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. You're positively glowing. What part of them glows? Good luck.
That's all she wrote! And if you want to see my face glow, just watch me sit in front of a Golden Girls marathon.
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie, and wearing footy pajamas to bed is a great way to protect your feet against closet monsters. Have it your way, because you display the traits of both an ass and a butt. And our wrong answer of the game is sponsored by
Cattle-Pults. Cows can't jump over the moon, but they can get flung over a barn. From the makers of the Goat Cannon.
Find the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to get yourself some sweet prizes and bonus cash. And we're off.
Get ready, time for question.
Right off the top, the advertise that bind. Which of these food mascots could be called arboreal? Snap, Crackle, and Pop, the Keebler Elves, the Jolly Green Giant, or Mr. Peanuts? The Keebler Elves live in a tree, making them arboreal. Now, I don't mean to question the elves, but a tree doesn't really seem like the best place to put an oven that bakes cookies.
Oh, Mama, gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. Say it so.
This one's called Betty White's Day Off. So imagine Betty White is riding on a lawnmower.
Hey, Danny, what's happening?
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
So, Billy,
What did you say, Danny?
take those earbuds out. I'm talking to you.
Sorry, I was listening to Ada.
ABBA? You're listening to ABBA?
Yeah, I love ABBA. That reminds me. Which of these Broadway musicals features the music of ABBA? American Idiot, The Duke of Nornan, Jersey Boys, or Nana Nia? A lot of the music in Nana Nia comes from the Swedish band ABBA. I auditioned for a part in the new adaptation of Nana Nia that I lost out to Pierce Brosnan.
No, that's too bad.
Yeah, they said I wasn't wooden enough.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Here we have Just Getting Bieber and Bieber. What is not older than Justin Bieber? The internet expression ROFL, DVDs, The Nightmare Before Christmas, or Sun Chips? The expression ROFL for rolling on the floor laughing, the movie The Nightmare Before Christmas, and Sun Chips all existed before Justin Bieber was born. But DVDs, invented in 1995, came about when Lil Bieber was about 1 year old. And speaking of babies, I can't get enough of Justin Bieber's hit song Baby featuring Ludacris. What can I say? I'm a sucker for heartfelt pop songs about infants. Take a stab at Bored to be Wild. I don't know, sometimes I just feel like sitting around and doing something really boring. You know what I mean? Because it will take the longest, which of these activities will I find the most boring? Watching acrylic paint dry, watching watercolor paint dry, watching oil paint dry, or watching latex paint dry? Most paints dry in a matter of hours, but depending on the thickness, oil paint can take from 2 to 10 days to dry completely. I guess I better make myself comfortable. That's it. I can't take any more boringness. I'm turning on the TV. Why aren't the channels changing? Oh no, it's stuck on the Golf Channel. It's stuck on the Golf Channel!
5 fingers!
Try this on for size. The ice machine is down the mahal, and it's time for this or that. I'm gonna list off 7 things, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's a feature of the Taj Mahal or an amenity at La Quinta Inn hotels. If it's the Taj Mahal, press the left arrow. If it's La Quinta Inn, press the right arrow. Alright, let's get started. Moonlit garden. Bright morning bed. Reflecting pool. Oversized desk. Gazebos. Great gate. Roof terrace. That was breathtaking. I've considered going to the Taj Mahal, but really, why? I can visit a La Quinta Inn at any of their over 700 convenient locations across North America and get pretty much the same experience, plus free continental breakfast, which is nowhere to be found on the brochure for the Taj Mahal. It's a no-brainer, really. That brings a close to round 1, and you should be very proud of that score, because I'm not. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. And hint, hint, the wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting for you. Alright, you ready? Too bad. Let's try dethroning the Sacramento Kings. Which NBA team would King Charles I think were big supporters of his? The Utah Jazz, the Cleveland Cavaliers, the Detroit Pistons, or the Chicago Bulls? Correct answer, show yourself. The supporters of King Charles I and his son were known as the Cavaliers. So when it comes to basketball, the Cavaliers would be his team. There's even a dog now called the King Charles Cavalier Spaniel. Oh, I just had an idea for Airbud 15. That's a bullheaded way of thinking. But you'll be able to launch a successful life with A buffalo catapult from Cattle-Pults. We take ground chuck and chuck them off the ground. This wrong answer of the game nets you a handsome $8,000. Yeah, you're welcome.
Question 7. Get up and shake your funky bang.
Here's one for you. Meow. If NASA's Curiosity killed a cat, what would be the next day's tabloid headline? Cats running rampant on the moon. Cats have taken over Mars. Cat armies found on Venus. Or cats are orbiting in outer space. Curiosity is the name of the Mars rover. Rover killing a cat. Typical.
Follow me down to the sea.
Here's a good one. I'm gonna dirty up this one-horse town.
Looking through your trash bag. What's it say about you? Funky trash.
Wow, my sound booth is squeaky clean today. The cleaning lady must have come last night. You know what? I really can't stand all this fresh-smelling air. Can we get some trash in here? Okie dokie. We've got a prosthetic double chin and fat suit, a wall calendar with every Coldplay concert date handwritten on it, and a book called How to Name Your Baby After a Fruit. Who does this trash belong to? Drew Barrymore, Gwyneth Paltrow, Naomi Watts, or Claire Danes? Gwyneth Paltrow wore a fat suit and fat face prosthetics in the film Shallow Hal, married Coldplay's Chris Martin in 2003, and has a kid named Apple. I'm gonna keep this trash and pretend it's from my life. If only we lived in a world of sliding doors. Here's one I like to call Lick It or Ticket. Let's say the Earth is like a giant Tootsie Pop. If every time you lick it, you eliminate 1 mile from its surface, how many licks would it take to get to its sweet, sweet core? About 350 licks? About 1,800 licks? About 12,900 licks? Or about 45,600 licks? The Earth's core is about 1,800 miles below its surface. But how are you going to find someone who can lick the Earth that many times before getting exhausted and giving up? Am I right, ladies? Take a good look at I'm a Cinnamon. So this cinnamon challenge is all the rage these days. They say a human can't swallow 1 tablespoon of cinnamon in 60 seconds. Well, I'm here to prove them wrong. Here goes. Oh God, I regret this immediately. My mouth is burning. I have to drink something. What should I not drink because it contains even more cinnamon? Gimlet, Shirley Temple, Arnold Palmer, or Brown Betty Punch? Although there are some slight variations between recipes, Brown Betty Punch always calls for ale, brandy, and cinnamon. Whew. Boy, I need to freshen my mouth up with some gum. It's Big Red! It's Big Red! Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 big ones if you're right. 2,000 gone if you're wrong. And don't forget,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue.
You're spacing out, man.
What game does this space belong in? Good luck.
That's all she wrote! What I don't get is why games have different names in different countries. Like Chutes and Ladders is called Snakes and Ladders in Canada. And in America it's called Clue, but everywhere else it's called Cluedo. However, I do prefer the Swedish name for Hungry Hungry Hippos, which is, of course, Geschnierdehofen, Geschnierdehofen, Morgt and Schnooper.
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie Masterson. Blink twice if you can understand me. Can't be bothered? Okay, here. You're the second most chachi-looking person I've ever seen. And today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
A-Hole Premium Holes. When you need a hole, you know where to go. A-Hole Premium Holes.
Sniff out our sponsor's wrong answer of the game and you'll end up with a great prize and serious cash. All right, let's do this thing.
Get ready, time for question 1.
To begin with, Life After Croak. Suppose the classic arcade game Frogger had a level where you had to guide the frog safely across the road to Damascus. What might happen to him when he arrived at the other side? He would find the lost city of gold, he would fall off the edge of the world, he would gain immortality, or he would convert to Christianity. In the Bible, the road to Damascus is where St. Paul first encounters Jesus and is converted to Christianity. And if you haven't heard the story about Frogger's conversion to Christianity, you should. It's riveting. Hey-o!
Oh, Mama gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. Say it so.
Here's one I like to call the writings on the Walmart. Suppose Walmart goes literal and starts selling commemorative pieces of the Berlin Wall. If they roll back the price so it matches the year in which the wall came down, how much will a piece cost? 1979, 1985, 1989, or 1994? Built in 1961, the Berlin Wall, which separated East from West Berlin, was eventually destroyed in 1989 by Germans from either side. In aisle 7, you can also find some very nice Berlin wallpaper.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
How about, I like to movie it.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question.
I'm about to rearrange your world. Put these movies named after African locations in order from north to south. Casablanca, Madagascar, Congo. Madagascar, Congo, Casablanca. Madagascar, Casablanca, Congo. Congo, Casablanca, Madagascar. Or Casablanca, Congo, Madagascar. Casablanca is a city in Morocco on the northwest edge of the African mainland. Congo, whether you're talking about the country or the river, is in the middle of the continent. And Madagascar lies off the southeastern coast just south of Congo. That just earned you an extra $1,000. It seems like all Hollywood does is make films set in Africa. Hell, even the movie called Out of Africa was set in Africa. Take a good look at the notorious ICE. Which of these icy wrappers is going through the process known as sublimation? Ice cube changing from a solid to a gas, iced tea changing from a solid to a liquid, vanilla ice changing from a solid to a liquid to a gas, or iceberg slim just staying solid. Sublimation is when matter changes from a solid into a gas, skipping the liquid phase. It's a big leap. Or to put it another way, it's like when a hardcore gangsta rapper suddenly starts starring in family-friendly kids movies seemingly overnight.
5 fingers!
And now, I accidentally listened to Accidental Racist. And get me my cowboy hat, it's this or that. I'm gonna list off 7 things, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's a country song by Brad Paisley, an item the TSA prohibits in carry-ons on a flight, or both. If it's Brad Paisley, press the left arrow. If it's not allowed in a carry-on, press the right arrow. If it's both, press the down arrow. Okay, let's move. Scissors. Toothbrush. Alcohol. Water. Cattle prod. Huckleberry jam. Flowers. Huckleberry dam. Carry on. That sounds like a country song. My baby checked her bags last night, bought a ticket for a one-way flight, and even though she's really gone, I know I'll carry on. Luggage. Oh, I should have stopped at carry on. Let's say so long to round 1. And surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. And don't forget, our wrong answer to the game is still out there waiting to be picked. Let's get back to the action. Coming up next, a bunch of bull. Craigslist is great. Last week I bought some used golf clubs, and this week I got this old mechanical bull. How'd I ever live without this? I wonder if there are any other mechanical animals I can ride. Which of these mechanical animal rides would not be a mechanical bull? A mechanical male moose, a mechanical male elephant, a mechanical male whale, or a mechanical male gorilla? The male moose, elephant, and whale are all referred to as bulls. An adult male gorilla is called a silverback. Okay, somebody help me get off. My foot's caught in the stirrup.
Here, sir. I'll pull and you twist.
Hey, easy, careful. You're gonna tear my little cowboy outfit.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
And on its way, Sponge, Bob Newhart. Which old man is getting a sponge bath? Tommy Lee Jones getting washed with a plant? Wilford Brimley getting washed with a fungus? Clint Eastwood getting washed with a bacterium? Or Abe Vigoda getting washed with an animal? A sponge is in the animal kingdom. Finally, a super sexy question. Am I right, ladies?
Follow me down to the sea.
Up next, I'd rather watch a movie than study geography. Which of these movies does not have a U.S. state capital in its title? Austin Powers, Billy Madison, Flight of the Phoenix, or American Buffalo? Austin, Madison, and Phoenix are all state capitals, but Buffalo isn't. And although it's not a state capital, I highly recommend you visit Operation Dumbo Drop, Utah sometime. It's charming. Let's try Orthodox Brews. What would be a good name for a chain restaurant whose theme was, in here, it's always the beginning of the Hebrew Sabbath? TGI Fridays at sunrise, TGI Fridays at noon, TGI Fridays at sunset, or TGI Fridays at whenever you feel like it. Shabbat, the Hebrew Sabbath, starts at Friday at sunset and lasts till nightfall on Saturday. This would be problematic for TGI Fridays at sunset, since scripture clearly states that one must not work, answer the phone, or eat loaded potato skin poppers during the Sabbath. Here's a good one. I want a lover to cheese me. So for this next question...
Hey, Cookie, sorry to interrupt. Your mom is on the phone. She says you need to get your cheese ladies out of the house. They're starting to stink. What the hell is she talking about?
Let's say a lonely man decided to sculpt a life-sized, beautiful lady out of a bunch of cheese. You know, just so he could have somebody to talk to or whatever. I don't know. So, compared to his other cheesy ladies, which one would be oh so soft? A Colby Jack Kobe Smulders, a Brie Allison Brie, a Swiss cheese Sarah Michelle Gellar, or an Asiago Aubrey Plaza? Here's what a right answer looks like. Brie is a spreadable soft cheese. And it's also the easiest cheese to talk to. This answer has holes in it. But you'll be further in the hole with an escape hole from A-Hole Premium Holes. When you need to get away fast and leave absolutely no trace of yourself except for a mysterious hole, this is your product. A-Hole Premium Holes cannot guarantee where you will end up or if you will ever be able to come back. This wrong answer of the game has earned you a sweet 8,000 clams. Well done.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 big ones if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose 2,000. And don't forget,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Breaking the law, breaking the law. What illegal activity is central to these shows? Good luck.
If these shows have taught me anything, it's that just because you break the law doesn't mean you're not an interesting human being. That's why I would like to confess that I have been genetically modifying otters for my own personal gain.
You don't know Jack!
Hey, I'm Cookie, and I'm an organ donor, if you know what I mean.
No? Okay.
Okay, nobody, you're somebody now. If you do well, I'll upgrade you to Wildebeest. Then that'll be your new, non-new name. And our wrong answer of the game is sponsored by...
Corn! You're eating it even when you don't think you are. It's corn.
If you happen to find our sponsor's wrong answer of the game, you'll be rewarded with big prizes and cash. Okay, let's see what happens.
Get ready, time for question. One.
First, take a crack. Who's got an ass that goes on for days? Tonto, Holden Caulfield, Atticus Finch, or Sancho Panza? Sancho Panza, Don Quixote's sidekick, travels alongside him riding a donkey, aka an ass. And he rode it for a very long time. His ass just won't stop. Next, wands according to Jim. And watch where you step because it's time for this or that. I'm gonna list off 7 things, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's a Jim Belushi movie or a brand of dog sanitation bag, you know, for picking up dog poop. If it's Jim Belushi, press the left arrow. If it's dog poop bag, press the right arrow. We good? Here we go. K911. Dog's best friend. Underdog. Doggy Dooley. Snow Dogs. Four Paws. Mutt Mitch. You got it in the bag. Belushi and those dogs had a lot of on-screen chemistry. It's like watching Hepburn and Tracy, if Hepburn were a German Shepherd who comedically pooped everywhere.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Say hello to Shark Twain. If Huck Finn swam the Mississippi River disguised as a shark, what would people see sticking out of the water? Huck Finn's anal fin, Huck Finn's pelvic fin, Huck Finn's caudal fin, or Huck Finn's dorsal fin? The fin on the back of a shark, as well as other fish, is called the dorsal fin. But a book about Huck Finn with a shark fin would probably take a dark turn when he's butchered and turned into expensive soup. This one's called Speak Softly and Carry a Big Internet Following. Which of these is not a TED Talk? The star of Cheers talking about renewable energy? The star of Fight Club talking about photosynthesis? The founder of TBS talking about nanotechnology? Or the singer of Cat Scratch Fever talking about dark matter? While Ted Turner, Ted Danson, and Ted Nugent would all give TED Talks, Edward Norton would give an Ed Talk. And if it was anything like Fight Club, he'd realize he had been giving 2 Ed Talks all along. Oh, spoiler alert.
5 fingers!
I call this one trash stalking. So, I may have pushed my interns too far this time. I sent them to get an entire city's garbage for this next question. And, they've been working on it for 3 days, but it's gonna be worth it.
Here's the last of it, sir.
Wow, you look awful.
I feel awful, sir.
I'm sure you do. Yeah. So, do I have to get my own coffee?
On it, sir.
Good job.
Looking through your trash bag, what's it say about you? Funky trash.
So, what do we have here? We have hundreds of ticket stubs to the Anne Frank house, thousands of Amstel beer cans, and millions of red light bulbs. What city's trash is this? London's, Amsterdam's, Berlin's, or New York's? Amsterdam in the Netherlands is famous for its red light district, is the headquarters for Amstel beer, and is home to the historic Anne Frank house. Yeah, this is definitely Amsterdam's trash. I mean, here's several trash bags full of weed. Oh, dude, this is bad! It's not mine! I swear I'm just holding it for a friend! Round 1 is in the books, and surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. And remember, big cash prizes can be yours if you find the wrong answer to the game. Let's keep going. Let's try, I don't negotiate with vandalists. Say a criminal mastermind decides to kidnap Mount Rushmore and hold it for ransom. What's something he could chisel off of the monument and send to the cops to show that he's serious? Abraham Lincoln's ear, George Washington's left hand, Thomas Jefferson's beard, or Teddy Roosevelt's glasses? Here's where the money is. On Mount Rushmore, Abe Lincoln has no visible ears, George Washington has no hands, and Thomas Jefferson certainly doesn't have a beard. But Teddy Roosevelt is wearing a pair of glasses that his captor could chisel off and send to the cops. I know, it doesn't seem that threatening, but have you ever seen Teddy Roosevelt without his glasses? He's hideous. Hey, to ear is human. And speaking of ears, you've just won this stalk of corn, signed by former Secretary of Agriculture Daniel R. Glickman. A lovely conversation piece that can be passed down in your family from generation to generation at the dinner table, because it will spoil soon. This wrong answer of the game comes with a bundle of cash worth $8,000. Congratulations.
Question 7. Yeah, better shake your funky bang.
And on its way, my humps, two humps, red humps, blue humps. Say the Black Eyed Peas wanted to replace lead singer Will.i.am with the Dr. Seuss character Sam I Am. Under what condition might he agree to join the band? That they change their name to the Red and Blue Eyed Peas? That they change their name to the Brown Eyed Peas? That they change their name to the Green Eyed Peas? Or that they change their name to the Many Color Eyed Peas? Sam I Am is the green food-obsessed character from the Dr. Seuss classic Green Eggs and Ham, so he'd probably be more comfortable with the band name the Green Eyed Peas. And if you thought it was hard avoiding their music before, just wait. You can hide in a boat, with a goat, in the rain, on a train, in a box, with a fox, in a house with a mouse, here, there, anywhere, but Sam I Am will find you, and he will make you listen.
Follow me down to the sea.
Take a good look at Peach on Earth. What could a peach with alopecia be called? A clementine, an apple, a nectarine, or a plum? Alopecia is the loss of hair. Botanically speaking, nectarines and peaches are pretty much the same fruit, but nectarines don't have hair or fuzz like peaches do. So a nectarine is like a peach that suffers from alopecia. And sometimes the nectarines try to pass themselves off as peaches by drawing in some thick eyebrows, but you can tell. You can tell. It's time for I Break for Cookies. Say, do you ever paint a fortune cookie red, call it Miranda Templeton, and then make out with it in a closet? Yeah, neither do I.
Cookie fortune with cookie fortune cookie necessary.
Alright, let's see what we got. Don't toot your own horn. Who would need to hire another musician then? Yo-Yo Ma, Scott Joplin, B.B. King, or Wynton Marsalis? Wynton Marsalis is a jazz musician known for playing the trumpet. Which reminds me, I still have my trumpet from middle school in here. Man, I haven't played in so long, I forgot what this thing even does. Oh my god, that's a spit valve! Ah! Ah! Open wide for I have no idea what to wipe. If the makers of Pepto-Bismol came out with a new medication to treat logorrhea, where might the label tell you to pour it? In your mouth, in your eyes, in your hair, or on your shoes? Logorrhea is incessant or compulsive talkativeness, kind of like diarrhea of the mouth. So the best place to pour the Pepto would be in your mouth. Well, let's see if this helps. I think it's working. I mean, I'm still talking. I don't really seem to be slowing down, so I'm pretty sure this isn't going to fix my problem. Welcome to the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 big ones if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose 2,000. And of course,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Just add water. What happens when you add water? Good luck. There it is! You know, I wonder what'll happen if I add some water to my microphone here.
Oh, thank you, good sir. I am Prince Julius, and I was under a terrible curse. My wicked stepmother turned me into this microphone, and the spell could only be broken by water poured from the hands of an oaf. How can I ever repay you for your kindness?
Yeah, I'll tell you how you can repay me. You can buy me a new f***ing microphone.
I'm a little bit light in the old cash department.
Just get the hell out of here, Julius.
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie, and I'm on the caveman diet in that I only consume hilarious BC comic strips. Can't be bothered? Okay, here. But not simple chronic halitosis, complicated chronic halitosis. And your wrong answer of the game is being sponsored by
the Vatican gift shop. Our prices are infallible. Mention the Pope and get an additional 10% off.
Find the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to get yourself some sweet prizes and bonus cash. And we're off.
Get ready, time for question. 1.
To begin with, dissecting High School Musical. Where are Zac Efron's nephrons? In his brain, in his heart, in his kidneys, or in his stomach? The nephrons are the basic components of your kidneys, responsible for filtering your blood and removing the waste. In other words, nephrons make pee. In fact, I have some of Zac Efron's nephrons here in this jar. No, wait. Yeah, they just turned back into Matthew Perry's nephrons after he learned how to love his wife again.
Mama gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. Say it so.
Why not try the slimmest shady? If Eminem held a charity run in Detroit he called the M-dash on the 8 Mile, what might it look like on the poster? This symbol on the 8 Mile, this symbol on the 8 Mile, this symbol on the 8 Mile, or this symbol on the 8 Mile? An M-dash is a mark of punctuation used to indicate a break of thought and looks like this. Kind of a long hyphen. I couldn't dash for 8 miles. I tried to run a 5-mile dash once and almost ended up in a comma.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Open wide for Black Snack Moan. And it's time for my favorite treat shaped like Pac-Man.
Cookie fortune, with Cookie fortune, Cookie Master.
Alrighty, let's check it out. Life begins at 30. Well, by that logic, who would never have been born? Jimi Hendrix, Marilyn Monroe, John Lennon, or Elvis Presley? Rock legend Jimi Hendrix was 27 when he died. Life begins at 30, yet the only birth certificate Barack Obama can show is when he was a baby. Where's your 30-year-old birth certificate, Obama? Where is it? I call this one, Ain't No Valley Greasy Enough. So, you know how when you go to Burger King and order the kids' meal, they give you one of those cool cardboard crowns to wear? Well, say Burger King opens a location in the Valley of the Kings. Instead of cardboard crowns, what might they start giving out with their kids' meals? Cardboard pharaoh staffs, cardboard pope hats, cardboard Julius Caesar masks, or cardboard Chinese emperor beards? Allow me. The Valley of the Kings is a valley on the west bank of the Nile where many of the pharaohs of ancient Egypt were buried, including King Tut. Look, I don't mind if vandals steal precious historical artifacts from the ancient pyramids, but if they remove a single patty from my BK triple stacker, then there will be hell to pay. Well, you're not infallible. But you'll smell like you are with new Pope Smell Cologne from the Vatican gift shop. All coffee mugs now 16% off. This wrong answer of the game has netted you an extra $4,000. Congratulations. It's time for I'm Overalls It, and it's time to snap into a dis or dat. I'm gonna list off 7 animated characters, and for each one I want you to tell me if the character usually wears overalls or doesn't wear overalls. If the character wears overalls, press the left arrow. If the character doesn't wear overalls, press the right arrow. Alright, let's get started. Super Mario, Foghorn Leghorn, Candy Smurf, Eric Cartman, Roger Rabbit, Popeye, Stewie Griffin. What a strapping performance! And I think it's high time we brought overalls back as a sensible and respected fashion choice for people other than farmers, train engineers, and Justin Bieber. That'll wrap up round 1. And surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. Okay, let's do this. Try this on for size. Everyone here is in big trouble. Guys, if you don't get your acts together and shape up, I'm gonna have to show you what's what. You hear me? You're gonna find out what's what. Sorry about that. Anyway, unrelated. What's what? An interrogative pronoun, a prepositional verb, a possessive conjunction, or an indefinite article. What, like who, whom, and which, is an interrogative pronoun. You see? See what y'all made me do? You made me ask a grammar question.
We're sorry.
This is your fault, guys.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
And on its way, low emission rock. If AC/DC went on a solar-powered reunion tour, what should they change their name to for the tour? AC, DC, CC, or AD? Solar cells convert sunlight into direct current electricity, or DC, but not into alternating current electricity, or AC, which is what comes from a power plant. So only the DC part of their name would apply. AC/DC uses a lot of power, but the most energy-inefficient rock band has to be Electric Light Orchestra.
Follow me down to the sea.
Up next, Crier Tuck. If 2.5 Men actor John Cryer really couldn't stop crying, which character should he audition for in the next Alice in Wonderland movie? Dormouse, Mad Hatter, Mock Turtle, or Griffin? Mock Turtle is a melancholy character that constantly has tears in his eyes, presumably because he believed he was once a real turtle, or that he'll be made into soup or something. If you want to know what that feels like to cry non-stop, just watch the episode of 2.5 Men where the kid graduates high school. Oh, we saw him age all those years. How about whatever floats your oats? I was thinking Captain Crunch is getting pretty old to still be in the military. He should be getting pretty soggy by now. If Captain Crunch lost his crunch and got demoted to the lowest naval officer rank, what would his cereal then be called? Admiral Crunch, Ensign Crunch, Lieutenant Crunch, or Major Crunch? Ensign is the lowest officer rank, or rate, as it's called in the U.S. Navy. Hey, as long as they don't demote Count Chocula, it's fine with me. No one wants to eat a cereal called Baron Chocula. Say hello to Pining Away. Somebody had flowers delivered to me, but it doesn't say who they're from.
They're from me, Danny.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
Thanks for the flowers, Billy. What's a special occasion?
Oh, can a guy dye his best friend send flowers for no reason?
Yeah, he can, but we're not best friends, Billy.
I broke the windshield of your duoclisator.
What?
If these flowers I gave Cookie cause him to change like the main character in Flowers for Algernon, what's gonna happen to this dunny? He'll stay a dunny, he'll start as a dunny, then end up not a dunny, he'll be a dunny, then not a dunny, then a dunny again, or he'll stay a dunny, but everyone will think he's a genius. In the story Flowers for Algernon, a new serum makes a done guy snort, but then he becomes done again like this dunny.
Billy, these flowers you brought me smell like you dipped them in raw sewage.
Really? That's strange. I guess I just didn't notice what with me not having a scent of smell.
But you did dip them in raw sewage.
Yeah.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 big ones if you're right, but you lose 2,000 if you're wrong. And most importantly,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Don't quote me on that. What movies are these famous quotes from? Good luck.
The thing about great movie quotes is that they last forever. Just like that one, how's it go? Shoot. I forgot it, but it was from Gremlins 2, The New Batch. Somebody text me if you figure it out.
You don't know Jack!
I'm Cookie Masterson, and these muffins are to die for. Nameless? So sad. I'll help. Hey, don't worry, anyone can win a surprise makeover. It might be you someday, Dumpy. And our wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
Mother Trucker, truck store for women. For a limited time, try our belly slimming seat belts and get a new floral mud flap for half price.
Sniff out our sponsor's wrong answer of the game and you'll end up with a great prize and serious cash. All right, here we go.
Get ready, time for question 1.
Let's start with bridge over fire water. If Captain Morgan only played games related to rum, what card game might he play? Bridge, Canasta, Texas Hold'em, or 52-card pickup? It's so obvious. Canasta is a form of rum or rummy, so Captain Morgan would play Canasta. But never gin rummy. It's a conflict of interest. You've got a mess to pick up. Just don't forget the junk dangling under your pickup. Because you just won a pair of truck ovaries from Mother Trucker, truck store for women. No one will mess with you when they see these beauties hanging from your hitch. This wrong answer of the game has netted you an extra 4,000. Congratulations. I call this one Perfect Cut Neil Diamond, and it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 things, and for each one, tell me if it's the title of a Neil Diamond album, or a piece of evidence used in the O.J. Simpson murder trial. If it's an album by Neil Diamond, press the left arrow. If it's connected to O.J. Simpson, press the right arrow. All right, let's get started. Crumpled sock, velvet gloves and spit, taproot manuscript, bloody footprint, stones, leather glove, pears. Sweet Caroline, that was impressive. And while the evidence against him is damning, I still believe O.J. Simpson was hilarious in The Naked Gun.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Here's one for you. Stop staring.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question.
Tell you what, don't screw this up, and there's a little extra cash in it for you. Put these buildings in order from the one with the fewest stairs to the one with the most. Eiffel Tower, Empire State Building, Seattle Space Needle. Empire State Building, Space Needle, Eiffel Tower, Space Needle, Eiffel Tower, Empire State Building, Eiffel Tower, Space Needle, Empire State Building, or Space Needle, Empire State Building, Eiffel Tower. The Space Needle has 848 steps, the Eiffel Tower has 1,665, and the Empire State Building has a whopping 1,860 steps. That'll net you an extra grand. And I won't be visiting any of them because I'm a firm believer if you climb steps, there better be a water slide at the top. Here we have Midnight in the Olive Garden of Good and Evil. Have you ever noticed that the sign for Olive Garden doesn't have any olives on it? It does have a different food, though. Considering what food does appear on the Olive Garden sign, the sign maker probably heard the boss yell, "You idiot! It's Olive Garden, not Cheese Garden, Grape Garden, Pasta Garden, or Breadstick Garden!" Olive Garden signs have a bunch of grapes on them. They use grapes to give customers the feeling of eating al fresco in an Italian garden in a mall parking lot.
5 fingers.
Here's one I like to call a leg up. I don't want to brag, but I have some pretty shapely calf muscles. Yep, I like to wear shorts around the office to show off my tanned golden calves.
Put some pants on!
He's just jealous. Say, who else wouldn't like my golden calves? Noah, Adam, Cain, or Moses? When Moses came down from Mount Sinai, he found his people worshipping a golden calf, the animal, not a leg, which he quickly destroyed. But even with the power of God, he wouldn't be able to destroy my golden calves. They're solid as a rock. Ow, 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 overtanned. That about does it for round 1. And you've got a decent score there. Don't screw it up. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. Let's move on, shall we? Pucker up for, that just krills me. You know what I hate? When cartoons are factually inaccurate. Take SpongeBob SquarePants, for example. Sponges do not live in pineapples, they are not friends with starfish, and what pants they do wear are most certainly not square. Oh, and another thing. The evil genius Plankton from SpongeBob SquarePants would be more accurately named what? Plinko, Plankter, Plank, or Gary? Plankton is a collection of floating organisms, while one of those organisms is referred to as a plankter. Oh, but let's not give our children the truth. No, let's feed them lies so they'll all grow up to trust us. Unbelievable.
Question 7. Get up and shake your funky bang.
Let's try Great Michael Scott's. Which Steve Carell movie would an eschatologist probably be the most interested in? 40-Year-Old Virgin, Anchorman, Seeking a Friend for the End of the World, or Get Smart? An eschatologist is a theologist interested in the events leading up to the apocalypse or the end of the world. Which reminds me, guys, that goat carcass in the office fridge was for a blood ritual I need to do to stop the end of days from happening this weekend. And it was clearly labeled, so whoever ate it, not cool.
Follow me down to the sea.
Why not try I love trashy ladies? Breathe it in! Yes! Breathe it in!
Looking through your trash bag, what's it say about you? Funky trash.
Okay, so we've got a bunch of actual garbage in here. I'm gonna go through it and see what we got. Let's see. There's a bunch of arrows. Yikes! A cold bone. And what I can only imagine is a threatening note card that reads, I beat Meryl. Whose terrifying trash is this? Selena Gomez's, Jennifer Lawrence's, Emma Watson's, or Kat Dennings's? Jennifer Lawrence plays the skilled archer Katniss Everdeen in the Hunger Games movies, was nominated for an Oscar for Winter's Bone, and when she did win an Oscar for Silver Linings Playbook, famously said, I beat Meryl. So, I guess this trash isn't as scary as I first thought. It all makes sense. The bone was probably for research and, oh wait. No, there's a lot of human skulls in here. A lot of human skulls. How about University Dinner? If the first man to suggest that Earth revolved around the sun, Galileo, had illustrated his idea using food from his own country, what would he have used? Spaghetti for the orbits, meatball for the sun, shoestring fries for the orbits, brie cheese for the sun, sauerkraut for the orbits, bratwurst for the sun, or churros for the orbits, paella for the sun? Galileo was Italian. Little known fact, he opened the first Olive Garden in a small parking lot in Pisa. And now, tuning you out. I am absolutely awful at remembering song lyrics. Give me a hand. Buy me some peanuts and, the treat that has Sugar Bear for a mascot, the treat that has the Dutch Boy for a mascot, the treat that has Jeffrey Giraffe for a mascot, or the treat that has Sailor Jack for a mascot. Cracker Jack, that's it. Cracker Jack has Sailor Jack for a mascot. Also known in some countries as Disappointing Temporary Tattoo Prize Jack. Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 big ones if you're right, but you lose 2,000 if you're wrong. And don't forget,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. King of my nightmares. What Stephen King novel is this? Good luck.
Our studio has a little bit of a ghost problem, but I try to ignore.
Shut up! Just shut up, you stupid ghost!
Oh, great.
Dennis! Don't be like that. Come on, you know me, amateur. Oh, come back!
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie Masterson, and my armpits are always in tune.
Okay, nobody, you're somebody now. People always call me a real fun guy, so now we're both fun guys. And today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
Chemi-Cal's Chemicals. If it's not flammable, it's not from Chemi-Cal's.
Try to choose the wrong answer, brought to you by our sponsor, to get prizes and cash.
All right, let's make history.
Get ready, time for question. One.
Let's start with Duck Duck Dynasty. Sorry, I'm playing with some of these duck calls I ordered online. Unfortunately, they didn't have the one I was really looking for. Which of these is a duck booty call? Hey girl, get your barnacle over here. Hey girl, get your cloaca over here. Hey girl, get your furcula over here. Or, hey girl, get your anus over here. The cloaca is the duck butt, or, you know, the hole that it does all its business out of. Oh wait, here's a cloaca call, but I'm not going to put my mouth on it. That's gross. I call this one Fear and Puppeteering in Las Vegas. Which Muppet shares a name with the kind of writing Hunter S. Thompson is known for? Rolf, Kermit, Beaker, or Gonzo? One right answer coming up. Hunter S. Thompson created the genre of gonzo journalism. On the other hand, Fozzie journalism is centered around the 7 W's. Who, what, when, where, why, waka, and waka. You just got Bunsen burned. So let your problems melt away with a barrel of sulfuric acid from Chemi-Cal's Chemicals. We're the problem dissolvers. This wrong answer of the game just got you an extra 4,000 smackers. Congratulations.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Here we have a dick question, and it's a dick or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 titles, and for each one, tell me if it's one of TV Guide's 50 worst TV shows of all time, or a chapter in former U.S. Vice President Dick Cheney's autobiography, In My Time. If it's one of the 50 worst TV shows, press the left arrow. If it's a chapter from Dick Cheney's autobiography, press the right arrow. Okay, we're off. Me and the chimp. She's the sheriff. Mr. Secretary. Helltown. One of the boys. Alexander the Great. Whoops. Wow, you have some extensive dick knowledge. I really enjoyed the 8 seasons Dick Cheney starred in Undercover Boss. Bucker up for the land of milk and honey smacks. Before eating which cereal would it be most appropriate for you to exclaim, L'chaim, Lucky Charms, Cheerios, Honeycomb, or Life? L'chaim is a popular Hebrew toast meaning to life. I used to make a toast before eating cereal every morning, sometimes 2 pieces of toast. Take a stab at My Little Pony, Friendship is Madness. Which character would qualify as my little gelding? A newborn Twilight Sparkle, a pregnant Pinkie Pie, an albino Apple Bloom, or a castrated featherweight? A gelding is a castrated horse or donkey. Vets have developed a very specialized method for castrating horses. It's called marriage. Am I right? Yeah! That's round one, and you're doing pretty well. Probably because there's no competition. Remember, in round two, every question is worth double. Okay, we're bringing it on. Try this on for size. Take me to your cheerleader.
Ready? Okay. Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
There are some cheerleaders in the studio today. They're harmless, but whenever this happens, we know it's time to spray again. Scram! Get out of here!
Wait, Cookie, let us do a cheer first. We've got a big game coming up.
Fine.
Ready? Okay. Rah, rah, sis, boom, bah.
That's it? Okay. What team might they be cheering for? The fightin' sun gods, the fightin' war gods, the fightin' fertility gods, or the fightin' love gods? The Egyptian sun god is named Ra.
Yay! Woo! Yeah! Yeah!
You know, you kids seem okay. You can stay if you want, but first you have to give me a C.
We have to go.
Wait! Don't go! You still have to give me an O-O-K-I-E and then tell me what it spells!
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Say hello to... I give this movie a WB-. Which movie studio logo does not include a mammal? MGM's, DreamWorks, TriStars, or Paramount's? The MGM logo has the roaring lion, the TriStar logo has a Pegasus, and the DreamWorks logo has a little boy sitting on the moon. But the Paramount logo is just a giant mountain. And the thing I never understand is, why is the DreamWorks boy sitting on the moon fishing instead of suffocating in the cold vacuum of space? Well, either way, looks like he's having fun.
Follow me down to the sea.
And on its way, Chew-Tube. Oh look, I've found yet another fortune cookie. I never seem to run out of these things.
Cookie fortune where cookie messes in.
Friendship is a two-way street. Okay then, which of these famous streets is the least friendly? Abbey Road, Pennsylvania Avenue, Lombard Street, or Champs-Élysées? Abbey Road, Pennsylvania Avenue, and Champs-Élysées are all two-way streets, but the famously crooked Lombard Street in San Francisco is one-way, and therefore the least friendly. It's true, I've been to Lombard Street on about 7 different occasions, and every time it acts as if we've never met each other before. Jerk. Why not try Pop is Dead? Which Kelly Clarkson song would philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche probably sing at karaoke because he said pretty much the same thing? Since You've Been Gone, Mr. Know-It-All, Get Up, A Cowboy's Anthem, or Stronger, What Doesn't Kill You? Nietzsche coined the phrase, what does not kill me makes me stronger, which is paraphrased often throughout Kelly Clarkson's hit. Nietzsche's famous phrase, to live is to suffer, went on to inspire the Clarkson film From Justin to Kelly. Up next, Undercover Fashion Police. Which of these clothing item names is redundant? Assless chaps, sleeveless cardigans, pocketless capris, or hoodless hoodies? Chaps inherently have the butt cut out of them, so it's redundant to say assless chaps. Now, just to clarify, if you've had your ass surgically removed and you're wearing chaps, yes, those would actually be assless chaps.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose 2,000. And don't ever forget,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Let's get wild. What wild film did you appear in? Good luck.
You know, sometimes I like to be really wild and spontaneous. Like, take this coffee mug. Who needs it? Ah! Oh, I love that mug! It had Dogbird on it. I'm gonna have to super glue it back together. I just have to.
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie Masterson, and I'm starting to think the Flintstones had some major historical inaccuracies. Okay, nobody, you're somebody now. What, you wanted halibut? Too bad, you're scrod. And your wrong answer of the game is being sponsored by
JFN, the Junk Food Network. Finally combining unhealthy food and television.
If you happen to find our sponsor's wrong answer of the game, you'll be rewarded with big prizes and cash. Hang on tight, we're in for a ride.
Get ready, time for question.
To get things rolling, what a bunch of monarchy. If England put a true blue blood on the throne, what might you hear at the coronation? All hail King Koala, all hail Queen Octopus, all hail Queen Penguin, or all hail King Lobster? Lobsters have blood rich in copper, which makes it appear blue, so there would be a lobster sitting on the throne of England. And most monarchs are so inbred, introducing lobster DNA can only help. Open wide for throwing voices around the world. And now for a visit from everybody's favorite dummy, Billy O'Brien. Billy O'Brien, everybody. Billy, get out here!
I'm sleeping in here!
Get out here or I'm canceling your subscription to Modern Bride magazine.
Let's get this over with, Dunny.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
You look a little stressed out, Billy.
Yeah, I could use a vacation.
Do you have a place in mind?
I don't know. I want to see the great landmarks. Maybe the Tyranids or Machu Picchu. Speaking of which, in what country is Machu Picchu? Bolivia, Brazil, Paraguay, or Peru? Machu Picchu is in South America in the country of Peru. It'll be a great vacation, but I'm not looking forward to that long flight.
Would you take a window or an aisle seat?
Neither. I'll go in the overhead compartment.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Take a good look at. Once you pop art, you can't stop art. And it's time to bid hello to a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 things, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's an auction house that deals fine art, or a brand of potato chip. If it's an auction house, press the left arrow. If it's a potato chip, press the right arrow. Okay, we're off. Vintners, Sotheby's, Miss Vicky's, Hers, Christie's, Freeman's, Zapp's. Sold for 1,000,000 high fives. We actually did a silent auction for charity here in the office to see who would write the outro for this question. The winner was Ben Jacobs, one of our engineers. And he wrote, Chips, chips, hooray. And he misspelled hooray. Not super funny, Ben, but hey, it was all for charity. Pucker up for paint by the ones and twos. What famous painting could have inspired the name of the band Cypress Hill? Salvador Dali's The Persistence of Memory, Grant Wood's American Gothic, Vincent van Gogh's Starry Nights, or George Seurat's A Sunday on La Grande Jatte. In Vincent van Gogh's Starry Nights, a large cypress tree is depicted prominently in the foreground, and some hills all around it, so it could have been the inspiration for the band name Cypress Hill. If Van Gogh were alive today, though, I don't think he'd be a big fan of Cypress Hill. Yeah, he wouldn't have an ear for their music. Try this on for size. Personal ads are so 1847. Which personal ad would be best for a Jane Eyre type seeking a Mr. Rochester type? SWF seeking SWM, SWF seeking MWM, SWF seeking SBM, or SWF seeking JFN? Here's what you meant to pick. In Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre, Jane is a young single white female, and Mr. Rochester is revealed to be a MWM, a married white male. But in Mr. Rochester's defense, he was a MWM BHWHGTCALLAFAIHA, which of course stands for married white male because his wife had gone totally crazy and lived like a feral animal in his attic. Or as you might say on Facebook, it's complicated. As far as I know, JFN doesn't stand for anything in personal ads. Jewish from Norway? No. But JFN does make fine products like this donut juicer from the Junk Food Network. Why chew a donut when you can drink one and burn far fewer calories? Today's wrong answer of the game is worth a tidy $4,000. There you go. That brings a close to round 1, and you're in pretty good shape for now. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. Okay then, here we go. Next, Edi-Bowl. But really, who's T.A.O.M.P.F.A.B.A? The guy who wrote Alice in Wonderland, the lady who wrote To Kill a Mockingbird, the guy who wrote The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, or the guy who wrote The Wonderful Wizard of Oz? The Wonderful Wizard of Oz was written by L. Frank Baum, B-A-U-M. Ah, big deal. Had he been alive in the early 1900s, James Franco would have written it, produced it, directed it, anything you got. James Franco can't be stopped.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Here's one I like to call, hey, who invited the Crypt Kicker 5? If there were an Evite to attend the Monster Mash, then who, according to the song, must have RSVP'd with not attending? Frankenstein, the Wolfman, Dracula, or Dracula's son? In Bobby Pickett's classic song, the Wolfman, Dracula, and Dracula's son were in attendance at the Monster Mash, but Frankenstein was never mentioned. You can't really blame him for not inviting him. It's always the same thing. He gets drunk, hits on all of Dracula's brides, and then tries to bring the karaoke machine to life.
Follow me down to the sea.
Coming up, Almost Dead Poet Society. Sorry, I figured it was far enough into the game for me to start drinking. If there were a retirement home inspired by Dylan Thomas's famous poem about his dying father, which activity would be on its daily schedule? Like this? Like this? Like this? Or like this? Yeah, that's a harp on the label. Also, little known fact, a Guinness bottle is itself a musical instrument. So is a bunch of Guinness cans. Why not try? I need my outer space.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question.
Extra cash for a correct answer on this one. Put these planets in order from closest to Earth to farthest from Earth. On average, Venus, Mars, Jupiter. Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, or Venus, Jupiter, Mars. Although sometimes Mars is closer to Earth than Venus, the majority of the time Venus is closest to Earth, followed by Mars and then Jupiter. That earned you an extra $1,000. So, women are from Venus, so they had the quickest trip to Earth, and men are from Mars, so they had to travel a little bit farther. And whatever gender came from Jupiter is probably still on its way here. Can't wait to find out what their genitals look like. And on its way, Selfie's Choice. Ever since I got a smartphone, all I've been doing is taking pictures of myself looking cute. You know, taking a selfie. Oh, that's a good one. Suppose I can't stop looking at this selfie photo. If I have the same fate as Narcissus, what will happen to me? I'll become hideous, I'll get even sexier, I'll gain superpowers, or I'll die. According to the myth, Narcissus was so transfixed with his own image in the water that he couldn't leave it and he died, or possibly killed himself. Either way, he died there. Which sounds really morbid, but he was able to capture his final moments with a tasteful Instagram filter.
Welcome to the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 big ones if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose 2,000. And one more thing.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Motherland Rock. What country does your band hail from? Good luck.
Okay, it took a lot of doing, but I got my favorite band from the entire continent of Antarctica here. Welcome, gents.
We keep telling you we're not musicians. We're scientists from a research base.
Yes, please release us.
Wow, no instruments, no distinguishable time signatures. You guys are truly experimental. I love it. Okay, now why don't you take us out with another song?
Help! Help us, somebody, please! Please help us!
I miss my children.
Classic.
We just wanted to do work. Please.
You don't know Jack!
Hi, this is Cookie Masterson, and I once played the role of Kristen Stewart on the cover of Us Weekly. Have it your way. I can't call you front end yet, you haven't earned it. And our wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
Optome-Tricks Novelty Eyewear. Our products rarely cause blindness anymore.
Try to choose the wrong answer, brought to you by our sponsor, to get prizes and cash. All right, let's move.
Get ready, time for question.
First on the docket, Jodie Foster, The People. I hate it when I like a movie and people are always saying, oh, the book was better, the book was better. Shut up, people. If I wanted to know how good the book was, I would have learned how to read good. Which of these Jodie Foster movies was not based on a book that was better, or any book at all? The Silence of the Lambs, Contact, Maverick, or The Hotel New Hampshire? I so wanted you to pick this one. Silence of the Lambs, Contact, and The Hotel New Hampshire were all based on big best-selling books, but Maverick was just based on the old James Garner TV show. And yeah, the TV show was better. But at least it wasn't a book. I think you might need some contacts to see the right answer. Which is why you've won these googly eye contact lenses from Optome-Tricks Novelty Eyewear. Warning, if you put them in backwards, you will rip your eyes out. You'll be happy to know this wrong answer of the game comes with $4,000. Congrats. Next up, Settlers of Chris Kattan. I love Chris Kattan. Oh, just got a push notification from my fortune cookie app. It appears that I should eat one right now.
Cookie fortune, with cookie fortune, cookie master.
Well, let's see. Follow your nose. Not bad advice, but which ancient sculpture would find this fortune useless? The Venus de Milo, the Thinker, Michelangelo's David, or the Great Sphinx? The Sphinx is missing its nose, so it would have nothing to follow. If the Sphinx really followed its nose, it would probably find it in a museum on some super advanced alien planet. The signs are everywhere, people. Aliens are real, and they're going to take all our noses.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
I call this one. And you thought Hal was shallow, and stick your nose firmly in the air for a dis or dat. I'm going to read off 7 items, and for each one, I want you to tell me if it's a quote from Gwyneth Paltrow or a quote from Mother Teresa. If it's a Gwyneth Paltrow quote, press the left arrow. If it's a Mother Teresa quote, press the right arrow. Okay, we're off. I would rather... When you don't... I can't pretend... I love it. Words which... When I pass... Holy mother, that was good. I know sometimes celebrities can seem a little out of touch, but that's only because we're so much richer, better looking, and well-educated than the rest of you knuckle-dragging Neanderthals. That's all it is. Don't take it so personally. And on its way, Ye madmen of old. What would you most likely see on Mad Men if it took place during the 1860s? Roger's wedding ruined by Lincoln's assassination, Pete losing an account during the French Revolution, Joan's husband going off to fight in World War I, or Don having an affair with Cleopatra. Abraham Lincoln was assassinated in 1865. The rest of these events are not even close. I would watch 1860s Mad Men just for the wardrobe. I mean, those wool uniforms, that long underwear, those bonnets. Now, that was a time when people cared about fashion. Here's one I like to call the squeaky turkey gets the grease. Ever had deep-fried turkey? It's kind of like a deep-fried Twinkie, except with turkey instead of Twinkie. Say you're hungry for a greasy turkey. Where's a real place that you could eat one? The Hungry Grease and Turkey Border Point, the Hungry and Turkey Border, the Hungry and Grease Border, or the Grease and Turkey Border. Only Greece and Turkey have a shared border, so you could eat your greasy turkey on the edge of Greece and Turkey. And I find the best way to travel to Turkey is by gravy boat. We've finished round 1, and you should be very proud of that score, because I'm not. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. Let's see what's in store. Pucker up for the cow drove and the swine flew. Yeah, it's Bring Your Pet to Work Day, and one of the interns brought in an adorable pot-bellied pig. Say hello, Sir Oinkington. He just loves the little sailor outfit I bought for him. And get this, it's so adorable. He loves it when I play this little piggy and count his toes. Too cute. When I count the piggies on Sir Oinkington's pig feet, how far into this little piggy do I get? This little piggy went to market, this little piggy stayed home, this little piggy had roast beef, or this little piggy had none. Pigs are even-toed ungulates like deer and cattle who have 4 toes on their feet. 2 functional, 2 non-functional. So with 4 toes, you would make it to the 4th verse, this little piggy had none. I just hope my cat's Poopsie and Mayonnaise don't get jealous of all the attention this little pig is getting. Oh, this is so terrifying and adorable.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Here's a good one. Bros before O's.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right.
Get this one right for an extra $1,000,000. Arrange these things in order from when they were born, from oldest to most recent. Oreos, SpaghettiOs, Jackie Kennedy, Onassis. SpaghettiOs, Oreos, Jackie O, Jackie O, Oreos, SpaghettiOs. SpaghettiOs, Jackie O, Oreos, or Oreos, Jackie O, SpaghettiOs. Oreos were introduced in 1912, Jackie O was born in 1929, and SpaghettiOs were invented in 1965. That just earned you an extra $1,000. I love Oreos and SpaghettiOs because I refuse to eat any food that resembles something you can find in nature.
Follow me down to the sea.
It's time for Middle Earth, Down Under, Top to Bottom. You know how Peter Jackson shoots all his incredibly long Lord of the Rings movies in New Zealand? Well, see if you can wrap your crossbow around this. Given how New Zealanders refer to Australia, which fantasy adaptation would be most logical for Peter Jackson to shoot there? Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, Bridge to Terabithia, The Wizard of Oz, or The Wind in the Willows? My New Zealand friend tells me... G'day! Yeah, that's him right there. He tells me that down in New Zealand, they refer to Australia as Oz. Get it? Short for Australia. Makes sense to me. Just give Gimli some green stockings and voila! Munchkins! This one's called June Cleaver is Living a Lie. Suppose fictional housewives from literature started appearing in episodes of Bravo's Real Housewives series. Considering where they live, which pairing would make the most sense? Emma Bovary on The Real Housewives of Atlanta, Anna Karenina on The Real Housewives of Orange County, Connie Chatterley on The Real Housewives of New Jersey, or Daisy Buchanan on The Real Housewives of New York. Daisy Buchanan from The Great Gatsby lives in Long Island, New York, and she's also plenty rich, so she'd fit in great with the Real Housewives there. And since The Great Gatsby takes place during the 1920s, by now Daisy would be nearly as old as the other housewives. Oh, I'm kidding. With all their plastic surgery, they all look like very youthful aliens. Open wide for all my exes seceded with Texas. Say Texas finally becomes its own independent country and constructs a fence around its entire border. Considering the states it's touching, what justification would you probably not hear? It'll keep out those dang Louisianans. It'll keep out those freeloading Oklahomans. It'll keep out those gold-earned New Mexicans. Or it'll keep out those shifty Kansans. Louisiana, Oklahoma, and New Mexico all border Texas, but Kansas and its Kansans do not. Texans have a rich history. I mean, remember The Alamo? Starring Dennis Quaid and Billy Bob Thornton? Now that was a movie.
Welcome to the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $2,000 if you're right, but you lose $2,000 if you're wrong. And of course,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Catching some Z's. Who's the sleepyhead? Good luck.
I'm actually pretty tired. I think I'm gonna go take a quick cat nap. Oopsie! Mayonnaise, get over here! I need to use you as pillows again! Stop fidgeting, Oopsie. You're only making this harder on yourself.
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie, and I've got 99 problems, and irritable bowel syndrome is one. No name? Okay, well, here you go. But not that Monique. A different one. And our wrong answer of the game is sponsored by
the CIA Outlet Store. It's a covert shop-operation.
If you happen to find our sponsor's wrong answer of the game, you'll be rewarded with big prizes and cash. All right, let's get this party started.
Get ready, time for question 1.
Let's start with Toad the Wet Dream Sprocket. What dirty magazine would you most likely see an extremely horny Toad reading? Barely Legal Lizards, Toad Escorts, Play Frog, or Snake Hustler? A horny toad, sometimes called a horned toad or a horned frog, isn't actually a toad or frog at all. It's a lizard, so it would probably be into lizard porn. But honestly, who hasn't at least glanced at some lizard porn? You know, just out of curiosity at first to see what all the fuss is about, but then after a while you sort of start to see the appeal. Maybe even check out a lizard strip club once or twice. It's nothing to be ashamed of, just a natural part of growing up. And on its way, cornering the market on family fun. Suppose Hasbro comes out with an alternate version of the game Monopoly called Oligopoly. How many winners should there be per game? No winners, only one winner, more than one winner, but not too many, or hundreds of thousands of winners. And oligopoly is when a small amount of producers, at least two, control a particular market. So there should be at least two winners at the end of the game. And you know who the loser would be? The consumer. And this has been Cookie Masterson with your unnecessary political comment of the day.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
How about a Mr. T rash? Trash time.
Looking through your trash bag, what's it say about you? Funky trash.
Okay, so we have some celebrity trash in here for me to go through. What do we got? Lots of ripped up pictures in here. We got half of a picture of Sean Combs, so you can't see who he's standing next to. Half of a picture of Ben Affleck, so you can't see who he's standing next to. And half of a picture of Mark Anthony, so you can't see who he's standing next to. Weird. Whose trash is this? Jennifer Aniston's, Jennifer Lopez's, Jennifer Lawrence's, or Jennifer Love Hewitt's? If we could find the other halves of these pictures, it's a good bet Lopez would be in them, because Lopez has dated all three of these dudes in the past. This is her trash. There's also half a picture of John Travolta and half a picture of Nicolas Cage. I didn't know J-Lo dated them. Oh, this is an old VHS of the movie Face Off. I didn't know J-Lo liked Face Off. Here we have the eviction of John Arbuckle. Which of these comic strip characters would be able to rent an apartment with a no pets allowed policy? Dilbert, Charlie Brown, Little Orphan Annie, or Calvin? Charlie Brown, Dilbert, and Little Orphan Annie all have pet dogs. The closest thing Calvin has to a pet is his stuffed tiger, Hobbs. And listen to me, all you potentially angry letter writers, a stuffed animal is not a pet. But if I were a landlord, I wouldn't let Calvin be a tenant. If I've learned anything from the back of pickup trucks, it's that Calvin pees on things. With attitude.
5 fingers.
May I introduce... It's all staged. And this dis or dat is crying in the jacuzzi room. I'm gonna read off 7 titles, and for each one you tell me if it's the name of a work by musical playwright Stephen Sondheim, or a reality competition show. If it's Stephen Sondheim, press the left arrow. If it's a reality show, press the right arrow. Alrighty then, here it comes. So you think you can dance? Do I hear a waltz? Anyone can whistle. Murder in Small Town X. Getting Away with Murder. Assassins. Dog Eat Dog. You're a survivor. Musicals are a lot like reality television. When I'm watching them, I totally buy it, but then later I'm like, hey, there's no way in real life the Kardashians would just randomly break into song like that. That about does it for round one, and you're in pretty good shape for now. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round two. And remember, the wrong answer of the game is still there for the taking. It's time. Take a good look at Getting Genie with It. Based on his name, who would be most likely to rap about DNA molecules? Wiz Khalifa, T.I., Jay-Z, or 2 Chainz? A DNA molecule is made of 2 polynucleotide chains known as the double helix. 2 Chainz songs have a lot in common with the field of genetics. I have no idea what any of the words mean.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Coming up next, I Can't Stop Screaming! So, I've got a print of the Edvard Munch painting The Scream, one of the most recognizable paintings in the world, here in the studio. And I can't stop looking at it. I think it's making me a little bit crazy. What's going on with that weird screamer? Besides the blood red sky, what else in the painting The Scream could that dude be screaming about? Those dogs over there are freaking me out! Is this railing I'm standing next to really sturdy? I'm allergic to all this grass! Or bats! Bats! So many bats! The screaming figure in The Scream is standing on a bridge or maybe a walkway next to some kind of railing. Yeah, I've got to replace this print with something less disturbing. I think I might have a framed picture somewhere of me and my cat's trip to the Grand Canyon. Oh yes, here it is. Still a surprising amount of screaming in this.
Follow me down to the sea.
Say hello to Adios, Strawberry Fields. Which of these could not be a foreign language translation of the Beatles song, Hello, Goodbye? Ciao, ciao, aloha, aloha, konnichiwa, konnichiwa, or salut, salut? Ready for this? Ciao, aloha, and salut can all be used to say either hello or goodbye, but the Japanese word konnichiwa is only used as a greeting. But instead of saying goodbye, the Japanese just throw a smoke bomb and disappear before the air clears. Or maybe that's just the ninjas. CIAO, get it? That means you're gonna be getting this alien life form from the CIA outlet store. Make sure to keep them away from bright lights, humid environments, and Dan Aykroyd. Today's wrong answer of the game is worth a whopping $8,000. Enjoy. Up next, reading Rainbow. Hosting solo can be a lot of work. That's why every once in a while I like to call my good buddy Billy O'Brien to help take some of the pressure off me.
Trasher, you datey, this Judd is a piece of cake.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
So I see you brought your word-a-day calendar with you today, Billy.
Yes, today's word is prolific.
You mean prolific?
That's what I said, prolific. So tell me this. Considering how many books he wrote, which of these authors was the most prolific? Arthur Lee, Truman Capote, Isaac Asimov, or Ernest Hemingway? Isaac Asimov wrote nearly 500 books in his lifetime, making him the most prolific of these authors by far.
So, Billy, learned any other interesting words from your word-a-day calendar?
Yes, anti-disestablishmentarianism.
I'm not going to even try to piece that one together. I call this one, I Want to Breathe Like Mike. What might Michael Air Jordan be called if his nickname were changed to reflect the composition of dry air on Earth? Michael Mostly Carbon Dioxide Jordan? Michael Mostly Oxygen Jordan? Michael Mostly Nitrogen Jordan? Or Michael Mostly Water Vapor Jordan? The air is made up of about 78% nitrogen. The rest is oxygen, argon, and trace amounts of Scottie Pippen.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $2,000 if you're right. But if you're wrong, you lose 2,000. And don't forget,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Bite me. What bit them? Good luck.
That's the game!
I got bitten by a snake once. Nothing bad happened afterwards, so I don't think it was poisonous. Although, when I said once, I mean about 2 minutes ago, and also, I don't remember my left hand being twice the size of my right hand. Also, everything's getting really, yeah, I think that was bad chili I ate this morning. Whoa!
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie Masterson, and I don't think my attempt to clone a dinosaur turned out right. Can't be bothered? Okay, here. What, you wanted halibut? Too bad, you're scrawed. And today's wrong answer of the game is being brought to you by
Underwear Innovations, Inc. In your pants since 1922.
Pick the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to win a fabulous prize and big cash. All right, here we go.
Get ready, time for question.
Right off the top, By-Watch. Based on what he's most famous for, which of these explorers could be described as Bay Curious? Hernando de Soto, Vasco de Balboa, Sir Edmund Hillary, or Henry Hudson? Henry Hudson, for whom Hudson Bay is named, extensively explored the giant body of water. But who hasn't explored a major body of water a few times in college? Take a good look at where the booze cruise ends, and it's time to board the dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 items, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's an event on Kid Rock's Chillin' the Most cruise, or a poem by renowned poet Shel Silverstein. If it's on the Kid Rock cruise, press the left arrow. If it's a poem by Shel Silverstein, press the right arrow. Okay, let's move. Hug of War. Speedo Contest. Redneck Prom. The Smoke Off. Crowded Tub. Beers and Bingo. Trying on clothes. You're cruising. I was thinking about going on the Kid Rock cruise, but I already used up my vacation days going ziplining with Hoobastank.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Here we have constipated words. Suppose Reader's Digest editorial guidelines were similar to a reader's digestive system. Which of these phrases in the magazine would have the correct colon placement? Small intestine cecum rectum colon anus, small intestine cecum colon rectum anus, small intestine colon cecum rectum anus, or small intestine cecum rectum anus colon. Digested food moves through the small intestine, then the large intestine, which is comprised of the cecum, then the colon, then the rectum, and then the anus. So there would be a colon in between the cecum and the rectum. Unless you had a very small meal, then you would only need a semicolon. Heyo! Let's try. What happens in Vegas is historically inaccurate. So, there's a hotel and casino in Las Vegas called Excalibur. It got me thinking, why did they name it after King Arthur's sword when they could have named it after King Arthur's castle, Camelot? Would that have made just too much sense? If Las Vegas's Excalibur were more accurate to the story of King Arthur's Excalibur, a hotel would be shaped like a sword, not a castle, and probably built where? In the waters of the Bellagio fountain, on top of the Luxor Pyramid, hanging in the sky above the stratosphere, or next to the replica Eiffel Tower. Excalibur was kept underwater by the Lady of the Lake until she gave it to King Arthur, so under the Bellagio fountain would be the most logical place for the Vegas Excalibur. And to keep things accurate to the legend of King Arthur, everyone at this Excalibur would be treated like a king. There would be fine drinks and foods, and then you'd be murdered by your illegitimate son, mothered by your half-sister. Welcome to Vegas!
5 fingers!
Here's one I like to call Petty Please. Because it never made the Billboard Hot 100 list, which Tom Petty song is the pettiest? Free Fallin', American Girl, Running Down a Dream, or Mary Jane's Last Dance? Mary Jane's Last Dance, Running Down a Dream, and Free Fallin' all made it into the Billboard's top 40, but Petty's classic American Girl never even made it to the Hot 100. Speaking of Top 100, Tom Petty is in my Hot 100 list of prettiest blondes, right below Gwyneth Paltrow and right above Miss Piggy. Round 1 is complete, and surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. And don't forget, the wrong answer of the game is still there for the taking. Let's see what's in store. Take a stab at the California Pizza Kitchen. Ah, this pizza smells great. And let me tell you, I'm pretty picky about my pizza. I'll only eat it if it's authentically Italian. That's why I always order toppings that represent the colors of the Italian flag. So, can you guess what toppings I ordered on my authentic Italian flag pizza? Green peppers, marshmallows, and cherries, corn niblets, black licorice, and orange slices, cherries, marshmallows, and blueberries, or just cherries. The Italian flag is green, white, and red, so I ordered my pizza with green peppers, marshmallows, and cherries to give it that authentic Italian look and taste. Oh yeah, that's authentic. Okay. Yeah, this is good enough then. Oh no.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Here's one for you. The Westminster Snob Show. Suppose the American Kennel Club decides to hire a bouncer to keep out all the non-AKC recognized dog breeds. What instructions might the manager give the bouncer on his first day? No matter what you do, don't let any boxers in. Your job is to keep those St. Bernard clowns out of here. Do anything you can to keep the Boston Terriers away. Or, if I see you let one American Bulldog in here, you're fired. Oh, honestly, Boxers, St. Bernards, and Boston Terriers are all officially recognized breeds of the American Kennel Club, but American Bulldogs are not, so the bouncer would have to turn them away. But only after they made a big show out of staring at their ID for 20 minutes. You shouldn't have let this one in. But that's okay, because soon you'll be letting the breeze in with this pair of air-conditioned underwear from Underwear Innovations, Inc. Remember, swamps are for alligators, not for asses. This wrong answer of the game nets you a handsome $8,000. Yeah, you're welcome.
Follow me down to the sea.
Here's a good one. MVP your pants. Which of these MVPs would have had to travel the farthest if he flew from his team's home city to Disney World? The Packers' Aaron Rodgers, the Giants' Eli Manning, the Cowboys' Troy Aikman, or the Ravens' Ray Lewis? Green Bay, Wisconsin is approximately 1,170 miles by air from Orlando, Florida, making it the farthest distance traveled for any of these players. Or to put it in football terms, Rodgers would have to gain 2,059,200 yards through the air. May I introduce May Miracle Grow Up So Fast? Which of these dolls would be most closely related to a Cabbage Patch Kid? A cornfield kid, a broccoli garden kid, a beach farm kid, or a lettuce field kid? Broccoli is in the same family as cabbage, along with cauliflower and Brussels sprouts. But whenever the Cabbage Patch Kids throw a family reunion, the Brussels sprout kids' invitations always conveniently get lost in the mail. Next up, Beasts of the Southern Worldwide.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question.
And if you get this right, there will be an extra $1,000 coming your way. Put these mythological creatures in order of their rumored homes from north to south. Bigfoot, the Loch Ness Monster, the Chupacabra. Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot, Chupacabra, Chupacabra, Bigfoot, Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot, Chupacabra, Loch Ness Monster, or Chupacabra, Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot. Loch Ness is in Scotland. Bigfoot famously hails from the northwestern United States, which is further south than Scotland, and the Chupacabra hails from sunny Puerto Rico. That just earned you an extra $1,000. But if all this monster talk has you scared, don't worry. These creatures don't exist. My evil leprechaun friend told me. Isn't that right, Terrence? Ah, he's cute.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 if you're right. But if you're wrong, you lose 2,000. And don't forget,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Greed expectations. Who's the greedy character? Good luck.
all she wrote! To all you greedy people out there, I would just like to say that money can't make you happy. Revenge makes you happy. Sure, money helps. But if you have to spend more than $7 on a revenge plot, you're overthinking it.
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie Masterson, and if things go according to plan, I'll soon be your new Vice Overload. Sure, I'll pick a name for you. People always call me a real fun guy, so now we're both fun guys. And our wrong answer of the game is sponsored by...
Just Bats, the store that only sells bats. Shh, don't excite them.
Ah, bats! So many bats!
Find the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to get yourself some sweet prizes and bonus cash. All right, let's do this thing.
Get ready, time for question. 1.
Right off the bat, pin pals. If you were only permitted to pin non-pointy pins on Pinterest, what pins could you pin? Lapel pins, push pins, safety pins, or bobby pins? A bobby pin is a hairpin that does not have a pointy end. I finally joined Pinterest. I've been on there nonstop for about 6 months now, and I'm starting to suspect it isn't targeted at men.
I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. Say it so.
And on its way, I marvel at history. Based on his origin story, which of these superhero alter egos could Marie Curie empathize with? Tony Stark, Clark Kent, Bruce Banner, or Bruce Wayne? The correct answer is, just like Bruce Banner, Marie Curie was a scientist whose work exposed her to large amounts of radioactivity. But instead of the radiation turning her into a giant green superhero, she later died. Coincidentally, her dying words were, "Don't let Edward Norton play me in the movie." No, Marie Curie was never a tortured vigilante like Batman. But you can be tortured by... bats! Hundreds of bats! Ah! They're biting me! Today's wrong answer of the game earns you $4,000. Enjoy.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
This one's known as the Flower Boy. I've been crunching up fortune cookies all day to make my fish breading, and it's about time I actually ate one of them.
Cookie fortune, cookie fortune, sweet cookie fortune, cookie master.
All right then, what do we have? Keep your eyes peeled. Okay, keep my eyes peeled. So I'll get LASIK surgery. Which eye part should I tell them not to patch back up after they slice it open? The iris, the pupil, the retina, or the cornea? In LASIK surgery, the outer layer of the eye, the cornea, is sliced and then reattached. Peeling my eyes doesn't sound terribly safe. I think I'll peel this banana instead. Yeah, I'll just throw this on the floor and... Whoa! Whoa! Ow! Ow! My cornea! Up next, stop this burger tyranny. If Burger King were famous for giving their customers Hobson's choice, what would their slogan be? Have it your way? Have it this one way or no way at all? Have it any way except the way you want? Or have it no way at all? Hobson's choice is another way of saying take it or leave it. I love ordering at Burger King. It's the only 30 seconds of my day when I feel like I have control of my life. Here's one for you. And scene. And it's time for Dis or Dat. I'm going to read the last name of 7 famous Anns, and for each one, I want you to tell me if their first name is Ann with an E or Ann with no E. If it's Ann, press the left arrow. If it's an, press the right arrow. Cool, let's do it. Hathaway. Berlin. Rice. Bancroft. Page. Frank. Curry. That was fantastic. I bet Anns with E's think they're so much better than everybody else, but the joke's on them. Because due to the rules of alphabetic filing, Ann with no E would go before Ann with an E. So get in line, Ann with an E, because if you're in some strange venue that alphabetizes by first name, then you need to go to the back. That'll wrap up round one. And surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round two. Okay, we're bringing it on. Open wide for Use Your Noodle. There are only a few things I get excited for. 1, Christmas. 2, whenever I get to fire someone. And 3, when Kraft releases new macaroni noodle shapes. Ah, Phineas and Ferb. How do they get the noodles to look like them? If Kraft Macaroni and Cheese released a special noodle shape called Kraft Marconi and Cheese, what shape would the noodles be? Little light bulbs, little telephones, little airplanes, or little radios? Marconi was the inventor of the radio, so that's probably what the Marconi and Cheese would resemble. I'm eating some mac and cheese right now. Oh, cool. What character are these noodles? It's like Tube Man or Worms? Are these worms? Who the hell made worm macaroni?
Cookie, that's just regular macaroni. That's the way it looks. Tubes.
What are you talking about? Regular macaroni is shaped like Pokemon.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Say hello to How to Host a Death Party. You know how a lot of those How to Host a Murder Party games have punny titles like An Affair to Dismember and The Maiming of the Shrew? Well, tell me this. Which of these How to Host a Murder Party games would not be based on a real-life murder? Bum Rap, the murder of Notorious B.I.G., Gorillas in the Morgue, the murder of Diane Fossey, Sexual Healing Won't Help, the murder of Marvin Gaye, or A Fashionable Death, the murder of Giorgio Armani? Fashion designer Gianni Versace was murdered, but not Giorgio Armani. I like to go to the murder mystery parties and spend the entire night insisting that society is to blame.
Follow me down to the sea.
This one's called, Oh My God, They Ate Kenny! Which South Park character would a coprophagous organism most likely try to consume? Towley, Mr. Kitty, Eric Cartman, or Mr. Hanky the Christmas Poo? Coprophagous organisms feed on excrement, like Mr. Hanky the Christmas Poo. So, heads up, if you try to insult a coprophagous organism by saying eat shit, it'll just look at you and reply, yes I do. May I introduce Been Misbehavin'. You know what they say, one man's trash is another man's trivia question.
Looking through your trash bag, what's it say about you? What's it say about you? Funky trash.
Alright, let's see. We have an owner's manual for a boxing robot, gloves with holes cut into 3 of the knuckles, an old suit from the 1800s that smells like it's been in the sewer. Whose trash is this? Arnold Schwarzenegger's, Daniel Craig's, Russell Crowe's, or Hugh Jackman's? Hugh Jackman starred in Real Steel, a movie about fighting robots, played Wolverine who has 3 metal claws popping out of his knuckles, and played Jean Valjean in Les Miserables, a man who drags his daughter's lover out of the Parisian sewers. And look here, could it be? It is! It's his original gentleman's tailcoat from Kate and Leopold! I'm so keeping this. Try this on for size. Punctuation. Which of these movies does not have an exclamation point in its title? Airplane, Moulin Rouge, Kick-Ass, or The Informant? Airplane, Moulin Rouge, and The Informant all have exclamation points in their titles, but Kick-Ass somehow doesn't. Personally, I think all movie titles should end with an exclamation point. It adds a sense of excitement. The Social Network! Ordinary People! All's quiet on the Western Front!
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 big ones if you're right, but you lose 2,000 if you're wrong. And one more thing.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Express yourself. This Jack Attack is running express. Good luck.
Short on time, so I'm just gonna give you the express version of my usual farewell. You dumb. Goodbye.
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie Masterson, and this goat screams just like a human. Well, even if you don't care, I do. I do. I can't call you front end yet, you haven't earned it. And your wrong answer of the game is being sponsored by
Fun Plus One sidecars. Don't be discouraged by how insanely dangerous they are. They're fun.
Find the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to get yourself some sweet prizes and bonus cash. So let's get to it.
Get ready, time for question.
One.
First question, nothing but treble. I've been taking piano lessons in the studio lately and...
Pay attention, Mr. Masterson.
Ow! I don't want to practice anymore, I'm hungry. I want to eat my bagel.
Fine, but eat it to the rhythm.
Whatever. Based on the musical note a bagel resembles, what should a full measure of 4/4 music sound like when I eat this bagel? Munch, 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 or munch. A bagel resembles a whole note, which means you hold one note uninterrupted for 4 beats.
Now back to playing, Mr. Masterson. Let's practice your scales.
I gotta be honest with you, lady. I don't know what the you're talking about.
Oh, Mama, gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. Say it so.
Say hello to... Emphasis on the turd.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question.
And there's some extra gravy for a right answer. Arrange these foul things in a turducken in order of innermost to outermost. Duck, turkey, chicken. Duck, chicken, turkey, turkey, duck, chicken, chicken, duck, turkey, or duck, turkey, chicken. A turducken is composed of a chicken stuffed inside a duck that's stuffed inside a turkey. That just earned you an extra $1,000. I'm into organic foods, so I only eat turducken when the animals voluntarily choose to stuff themselves that way on a free-range farm.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Take a good look at Under the Covers Journalism, and it's a this or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's one of the top 100 magazines in the U.S. by circulation, or someone in the AVN Porn Star Hall of Fame. If it's a magazine, press the left arrow. If it's a porn legend, press the right arrow. Okay, let's move. Vanity, Ebony, Essence, Allure, Sunset, Serenity, Lucky. That was lucky. Another thing that magazines and porn stars often have in common is that they both often have inserts. May I introduce the Muse Room? What could not be inspired by any of the 9 Greek muses? The singing of Rebecca Black, the comedy of Dane Cook, the acting of Nicolas Cage, or the magic of Chris Angel? The 9 muses presided over the various departments of art and science, including singing, comedy, and drama, but not magic, the skill of Chris Angel. True story, I encountered a muse this morning. She came up from behind me, whispered in my ear, and inspired me to hand over my wallet and cell phone. Wait, or I got robbed. No, f*** me! 5 fingers! This one's known as foam on the range. Imagine I'm drinking a cappuccino in Capistrano. Considering the flying animal the town is known for, why might I want to cover my drink with a lid? Because a swallow might poop in it? Because a crow might poop in it? Because a bat might poop in it? Or because a condor might poop in it? San Juan Capistrano, California, often just called Capistrano, is known for the annual return of the swallows to the local mission. There's even a song about it called When the Swallows Come Back to Capistrano. Which reminds me of my favorite tongue twister. I swallowed swallow poop that I pooped out and a swallow swallowed. Yeah, that's how I prepare to host this game every day. Round 1 is in the books, and you're sitting pretty for someone so ugly. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. And don't forget, the wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting for you. Okay then, here we go. Pucker up for, I have lots of baggage. Say the TSA lets me bring the Sword of Damocles on my flight. Based on its traditional position, where would the flight attendant most likely make me store it? Under the seat in front of me, in the seat next to me, in the overhead compartment, or in the rear of the plane? Here's what a right answer looks like. The Sword of Damocles is from an ancient Greek story where a man's life is in constant peril from a sword dangling above his head. The term is often used as a metaphor for impending doom. That was the best impending doom metaphor the ancient Greeks could come up with because home loans hadn't been invented yet. No, you don't want to disturb the annoying smelly person who is inevitably sitting there. But you can have anyone you want sit next to you with A wheelchair sidecar from Fun Plus One Sidecars. You'll look fashionable and stylish and not the least bit like a terrible, pathetic human being as you ride along in this sidecar doing absolutely none of the work yourself. Today's wrong answer of the game gets you another 8,000 on top of your current score. Sweet.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Coming up next, time for a whittle yodeling. It's been a little quiet around here, a little too quiet.
You would say that, wouldn't you?
Ah!
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
Hey, Billy, why y'all dressed up?
I just got back from mountain climbing in the Alps, Dunny, which brings out a good point. Which of these mountains is in the Alps? Mount Kilimanjaro, the Matterhorn, Mount McKinley, or the Pyrenees?
The Matterhorn is a mountain located along the border of the Swiss and Italian Alps. Why were you in the Alps?
Visiting family. I have a cousin who got turned into a pair of ski toes.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Billy.
Follow me down to the sea.
Open wide for Don Double Knotted. The old Andy Griffith show was great, but I think for modern audiences to enjoy it, there would have to be some more gritty crime drama and violence. If Deputy Barney Fife got shot and ended up with as many holes as there are in the musical instrument called a fife, what might he yell? And I've been hit 1 time, and I've been hit 3 times, and I've been hit 6 times, or and I've been hit 10 times. A fife is a side-blown flute with 6 holes, so Barney would have 6 holes in him. And that is what Barney Fife has in common with 50 Cent. This one's called, What Do Dragons Dream Of? So, I've been listening a lot to that Imagine Dragons song, Radioactive, and it's weird because the singer keeps claiming over and over again that he's radioactive when it's obviously not true. Those Imagine Dragons certainly have quite the imagination. Because it's considered stable, which of these elements would just be imagining things if it sang the Imagine Dragons lyrics, I'm radioactive, radioactive. Uranium, radium, barium, or plutonium. Barium is a stable, non-radioactive element. It has isotopes that are radioactive, but so does every element. Uranium, radium, and plutonium are all unstable radioactive elements. Note to self, gotta stop drinking so much uranium. Up next, get off my snack. What's another way to say fruit by the foot? Fruit by the this, fruit by the this, fruit by the this, or fruit by the this? This single apostrophe stands for a foot. The double apostrophe denotes inches. Personally, I prefer to eat my fruit by the meter. It makes converting it into poop so much less complicated. Welcome to the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 big ones if you're right, but you lose 2,000 if you're wrong. And don't forget,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Manimals, what's your mail called? Good luck. all she wrote! It's not as easy to find a blanket term for all males of the human species, but to be honest, douchebag is pretty close.
You don't know Jack!
Hi, I'm Cookie, and I knew you would come. I dreamt it.
Can't play without a name, federal regulations. God bless you. And today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
Cookie Masterson's Closet, featuring random items from a sad and meaningless life.
Find the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to get yourself some sweet prizes and bonus cash. Okie doke, this is really happening.
Get ready, time for question.
First up, let's get Shark Tanked. What would not go into a Mark Cuban sandwich? $1 million worth of ham, $1 million worth of Swiss cheese, $1 million worth of sauerkraut, or $1 million worth of mustard? A Cuban sandwich includes, among other things, ham, Swiss cheese, and mustard, but not sauerkraut. Honestly, though, I prefer a Donald Trump sandwich. It's similar to a Cuban, except it's topped with a giant mess of onion strings. Try this on for size. The rich and the horsepowerful. Not counting umpires, how would you describe a game of regulation polo in terms of total horsepower? 8 horsepower, 10 horsepower, 16 horsepower, or 110 horsepower? A regulation polo team has 4 players, each riding a horse. When both teams are on the field, that's 8 total horses, or in terms of horsepower, 8 HP. I think every sport should be played while riding horses. Basketball on horseback, tennis on horseback, horse racing on horseback. That's where a jockey is riding a horse that is riding another horse.
Dance with me, Disco 3.
Take a good look at Jumpin' Jack Hash. And this dis or dat is open 24 hours. I'm gonna read off 7 things, and for each one, I want you to tell me if it's a way to order your hash browns at the restaurant chain Waffle House, or a song by the Rolling Stones. If it's Waffle House hash browns, press the left arrow. If it's the Rolling Stones, press the right arrow. All right, let's get started. Smothered, covered, shattered, all the way, happy, country, brown sugar. You got some satisfaction. The Rolling Stones only ever order their hash browns one way, with extra hash. Open wide for It Takes Tattoo to Tango.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question.
And as usual, give me a correct answer and I'll reward you with an extra $1,000. Put these tattoos in order of where they appear on the person's body from highest to lowest. Mike Tyson's Maori tattoo, Justin Bieber's Jesus figure tattoo, Lisbeth Salander's dragon tattoo. Mike Tyson, Justin Bieber, Lisbeth Salander, Justin Bieber, Lisbeth Salander, Mike Tyson, Lisbeth Salander, Justin Bieber, or Lisbeth Salander, Justin Bieber, Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson's Maori tattoo is on his face, Lisbeth Salander's dragon tattoo is across her back, and Justin Bieber's tattoo of the figure of Jesus is on his calf. That earned you an extra $1,000. I've thought about getting a tattoo, but my doctor recommends I let several of my other infections heal first.
5 fingers!
May I introduce Coral Doesn't Count. Which island is still holding its V card? Nerdy Cyprus, Geeky St. Thomas, Dweeby Trinidad, or Sweaty New Guinea? Having your V card is a way of saying you're a virgin. None of the other islands here are part of the U.S. or British Virgin Islands, but St. Thomas is a U.S. Virgin Island. At least you know it doesn't have any STDs, which is a lot more than I can say for the Caymans. That about does it for round 1. And you're sitting pretty for someone so ugly. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. And remember, the wrong answer of the game is still there for the taking. Okay, let's see what's next. How about you're Heston my patience? If instead of a planet of the apes, Charlton Heston crash-landed on a planet of the apiaries, what might you hear him exclaim while being taken prisoner? Get your stinking feathers off me, you damn dirty parrot! Get your stinking claws off me, you damn dirty grizzly bear! Get your stinking tentacles off me, you damn dirty squid! Or get your stinking mandibles off me, you damn dirty bee! Time's almost up. An apiary is a place where colonies of bees are kept for the production of honey. Yes, little known fact, honey is not actually made by bears. Stupid lying bear-shaped honey containers. You gotta be careful when gathering that honey though, because bees don't just give it up. You have to pry it from their cold dead mandibles.
Question 7. Get up and shake your monkey bang.
Up next, better homes and graveyards. Suppose the killer from Edgar Allan Poe's The Telltale Heart appeared on an episode of HGTV's House Hunters. Considering where he hid the body of his victim, what feature would he look for in a house? Lots of extra closet space, an indoor fire pit, a big spacious attic, or easily removable floorboards? Next time, try this. The killer in The Telltale Heart hid his victim's body under the floorboards, so he'd want to be able to remove those things without too much hassle. Personally, though, I think he should have gone with that 2-bedroom colonial with the granite kitchen countertops. Sure, there's not a lot of space for hiding murdered bodies, but the neighborhood has such great schools. You're alone in the dark here. But you won't be alone for much longer because you've just won a girlfriend mop from my closet. Come out of the closet with a hot babe. Today's wrong answer of the game gets you another 8,000 on top of your current score. Sweet.
Follow me down to the sea.
Next up, bring the champagne. What do an NFL football game and a wine bottle have in common? They both have cork, they both have a tackle, they both have a sack, or they both have a punt. In American football, one team can kick the ball to the other via a punt, which is also the name of the large indentation on the bottom of a wine bottle. And if you're a fan of football, you simply must go to California. It's home to some of the most verdant football fields in the world. This one's called Kiss the Cookie. I'm really excited because today I get to test my brand new Fortune Cookie Opener 3000. I ordered it from the Sky Mall catalog. I just started up and, Whoa! This thing works like a dream!
Cookie fortune with cookie fortune cookie master.
I gotta be more careful. I almost cut my fortune up. Try not to let things get under your skin. Alright, so then what skin condition should I make sure not to contract? Eczema, psoriasis, rosacea, or scabies? Scabies is a skin condition caused by tiny mites that burrow under your skin. I definitely don't want that. I've got enough trouble with this mouse that somehow got trapped under my skin. Oh, I hate it when he runs up my back. Pucker up for a gibberish question. How would I spell this question backwards? Strawcab sith noit sook, leps I dua wop, strawcab noit sick sit lems I dua wop, strawcab noit suok, sith leps I dua wop, or very carefully. Yep, that's the question spelled backwards. I always find it so folksy and funny when somebody says, "You've got it bass-ackwards," instead of bass-ackwards. I mean bass-ackwards. No, I mean bass-ackwards. Ah, are you kidding me? Now I can't say it right. Bass-ackwards. Okay, ass backwards. Thank you.
Welcome to the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 if you're right, but you lose 2,000 if you're wrong. And don't forget,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. A probing film. You directed aliens in what movie? Good luck.
That's the game! Giving direction to aliens on set is hard. Trust me, I'm doing a staged adaptation of Predator, and the alien lead has been difficult to work with. No, you're just saying the lines, Predator. I need you to feel them.
You don't know.